Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 2, Chapter 1. Toward the end of the winter, the Shtcherbatskys held a consultation of physicians in order to find out what was the state of Kitty's health, and what measures were to be taken to restore her strength. She was ill, and the approach of spring only increased her ailment. The family doctor had ordered cod liver oil, then iron, and last of all, nitrate of silver, but as none of these remedies did any good, and as he advised them to take her abroad, it was then resolved to consult a celebrated specialist. This celebrated doctor, still a young man and very neat in his appearance, insisted on a careful investigation of the trouble. He with especial satisfaction, as it seemed, insisted that maidenly modesty is only a relic of barbarism, and that nothing is more natural than that a young man should make examination of a girl in undress. He found this natural because he did it every day, and he was conscious of no impropriety in it, as far as he could see, and, therefore, any sense of shame on the part of the girl he considered not only a relic of barbarism, but also an insult to himself. It was necessary to submit, since, notwithstanding the fact that all the other doctors were taught in the same school and studied the same books, and notwithstanding the fact that certain persons declared that this celebrated doctor was a bad doctor, yet in the princess's house and in her circle of friends it was admitted somehow that this celebrated doctor was the only one known who had the special knowledge, and was the only one who could save Kitty's life. After a careful examination and a prolonged thumping on the lungs of the poor sick girl, trembling with mortification, the celebrated physician carefully washed his hands, and returned to the drawing-room and gave his report to the prince. The prince, with a little cough, listened to what he had to say and frowned. He was a man of experience and brains, was in good health, and had no faith in medicine. He was all the more angry at this comedy, because possibly he alone understood what ailed his daughter. A regular humbug, thought the old prince, as he listened to the doctor's loquacity concerning the symptoms of his daughter's illness, mentally applying to the celebrated doctor a term from the vocabulary of hunting. The doctor, on his part, with difficulty disguised his disdain, with difficulty stooped to the low level of his intelligence, for this old gentleman. It seemed to him scarcely necessary to speak to the old man, since, in his eyes, the head of the house was the princess. He was ready to pour out before her all the floods of his eloquence. At this moment she came in with the family doctor. The prince left the room, so as not to show too clearly how ridiculous this whole comedy seemed to him. The princess was troubled, and did not know what course to take. She felt a little guilty in regard to Kitty. "Well, doctor, decide our fate," said the princess. "Tell me all." She wanted to say, "Is there any hope?" but her lips trembled, and she could not put the question to him. "Well, doctor?" "In a moment, princess, I shall be at your service, after I have conferred with my colleague. I shall then have the honor of giving you my opinion." "Do you wish to be alone?" "Just as you please." The princess sighed and left the room. When the doctors were left alone, the family physician began timidly to express his opinion about her condition, and gave his reasons for thinking that it was the beginning of tubercular disease, but the celebrated physician listened, and in the midst of his diagnosis took out his great gold watch. "Yes," said he, "but—" The family physician stopped respectfully. "You know that we can hardly decide when tubercular disease first begins. In the present case apparently there is as yet no decided lesion. We can only surmise, and the symptoms are indigestion, nervousness, and others. The question, therefore, stands thus: what is to be done, granting that a tubercular development is to be feared, in order to superinduce improved alimentation?" "But you know well, in such cases there are always some moral or spiritual causes," said the family doctor, with a cunning smile. "Of course," replied the celebrated doctor, looking at his watch again. "Excuse me, but do you know whether the bridge over the Usa is finished yet, or whether one has to go around? Oh, it is finished, is it? Well, then I have 20 minutes left. We were just saying that the question remains thus: to improve the digestion and strengthen the nerves. The one is connected with the other, and it is necessary to act on both halves of the circle." "But the journey abroad?" "I am opposed to these journeys abroad. I beg you to follow my reasoning. If tubercular development has already set in, which we are not yet in a condition to prove, then a journey abroad would do no good. The main thing is to discover a means of promoting good digestion." And the celebrated doctor began to develop his plans for a cure by means of soda water, the principal merits of which were, in his eyes, their absolutely inoffensive character. The family doctor listened with attention and respect. "But I should urge in favour of a journey abroad the change of her habits and disassociation from the conditions that serve to recall unhappy thoughts. And finally, her mother wants her to go." "Ah, well, in that case let them go, provided always that those German charlatans do not aggravate her disease. They must follow. Yes, let them travel." And again he looked at his watch. "It is time for me to go," and he started for the door. The celebrated doctor explained to the princess that he wished to see the invalid once more. A sense of propriety dictated this. "What! Have another examination?" cried the princess with horror. "Oh, no. Only a few minor points, princess." "Then come in, I beg of you." And the mother ushered the doctor into the drawing-room where Kitty was. Emaciated and flushed, with a peculiar gleam in her eyes, the result of the mortification she had borne, Kitty was standing in the middle of the room. When the doctor came in her eyes filled with tears, and she turned crimson. Her whole illness and the medical treatment seemed to her such stupid, even ridiculous nonsense. The medical treatment of her case seemed to her as absurd as to gather up the fragments of a broken vase. Her heart was broken, and could it be healed by pills and powders? But it was impossible to wound her mother's feelings, the more because her mother felt that she had been to blame. "Will you sit down, princess?" said the celebrated doctor. With a smile he sat down in front of her, felt her pulse, and with a smile began a series of wearisome questions. At first she replied to them, then suddenly arose impatiently. "Excuse me, doctor, but, indeed, this all leads to nothing. This is the third time you have asked me the same question." The celebrated doctor took no offence. "It is her nervous irritability," he remarked to the princess when Kitty had gone from the room. "However, I had finished." And the celebrated doctor explained the young princess's condition to her mother, treating her as a woman of remarkable intelligence, and concluded with directions how to drink those waters which were valueless. On the question, "Is it best to take her abroad?" the doctor pondered deeply, as if he were deciding a difficult problem. The decision was at last expressed. "Go, but put no faith in the charlatans, and consult him in everything." After the doctor's departure, everyone felt as if something jolly had happened. The mother, in much better spirits, rejoined her daughter, and Kitty declared that she was better already. Often, almost all the time, of late, she had felt obliged to pretend. "Truly, I am well, maman, but if you desire it, let us go," she said, and in her endeavour to show that she was interested in the journey, she began to speak of their preparations. Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Shortly after the doctor went, Dolly came. She knew that the consultation was to take place that day, and though she was as yet scarcely able to go out, having had a little daughter toward the end of the winter, and although she had many trials and cares of her own, she left her nursing baby and one of the little girls who was ailing, and came to learn what Kitty's fate should be. "Well, how is it?" she said, as she came into the drawing-room with her hat on. "You are all happy? Then all is well?" They endeavoured to tell her what the doctor had said, but it seemed that, although the doctor had spoken very fluently and lengthily, no one was able to tell what he had said. The only interesting point was the decision in regard to the journey abroad. Dolly sighed involuntarily. Her sister, her best friend, was going away, and life for her was not joyous. Her relations with Stepan Arkadyevitch since the reconciliation had become humiliating. The union brought about by Anna had not been of long duration. and the family concord had broken down in the same place. There was nothing definite, but Stepan Arkadyevitch was scarcely ever at home. There was scarcely ever any money in the house, and suspicions of his unfaithfulness constantly tormented Dolly. But she kept driving them away in terror of the unhappiness which jealousy caused her. The first explosion of jealousy, having been lived down, could not indeed be experienced again, and even the discovery of his unfaithfulness could not have such an effect on her as it had the first time. Such a discovery now would only break up the family, and she preferred to shut her eyes to his deception, despising him and above all herself because of this weakness. Moreover, the cares of a numerous family constantly annoyed her. First the nursing of her baby was unsatisfactory, then the nurse went off, and now one of the children was ill. "And how are the children?" asked the princess. "Ach, maman, we have so many tribulations. Lily is ill in bed, and I'm afraid it is the scarlatina. I came out now to see how you were, for there'll be no getting out for me after this, if it is the scarlatina, which God forbid." The old prince also, after the doctor's departure, came out from his library, presented his cheek to Dolly, exchanged a few words with her, and then turned to his wife. "What decision have you come to? Shall you go? Well, and what are you going to do with me?" "I think, Alexander, that you had better stay at home." "Just as you please." "Maman, why doesn't papa come with us?" said Kitty. "It would be gayer for him and for us." The old prince got up and smoothed Kitty's hair with his hand. She raised her head, and with an effort smiled as she looked at him. It always seemed to her that he understood her better than anyone else in the family, though he did not say much. She was the youngest, and therefore her father's favorite daughter, and it seemed to her that his love made him clairvoyant. When she saw his kind blue eyes steadily fixed on her, it seemed to her that he read her very soul, and saw all the evil that was working there. She blushed and bent toward him, expecting a kiss, but he only pulled her hair, saying, "These stupid chignons! One never gets down to the real daughter, but you caress the hair of departed females. Well, Dolinka," turning to his eldest daughter, "what is that trump of yours doing?" "Nothing, papa," said Dolly, perceiving that her father referred to her husband. "He is always away from home, and I scarcely ever see him," she could not refrain from adding with an ironical smile. "Has he not gone yet to the country to sell his wood?" "No, he is always putting it off." "Truly," said the old prince, "is he taking after me?" "I hear you," he said in reply to his wife, and sitting down. "And as for you, Katya," he said, addressing his youngest daughter, "do you know what you ought to do? Sometime, some fine morning, wake up and say, 'There, I am perfectly well and happy, papa, and we must go for our early morning walk in the cold,' ha?" What her father said seemed very simple, but at his words Kitty felt confused and disconcerted, like a convicted criminal. "Yes, he knows all, he understands all, and these words mean that I ought to overcome my humiliation, however great it has been." She could not summon up the courage to reply. She began to say something, but suddenly burst into tears and ran from the room. "Just like your tricks," said the princess to her husband angrily. "You always—" and she began one of her tirades. The prince listened for some time to her reproaches and made no reply, but his face kept growing darker and darker. "She is so sensitive, poor little thing, so sensitive, and you don't understand how she suffers at the slightest allusion to the cause of her suffering. Ach, how mistaken we are in people!" said the princess. And by the change in the inflection of her voice Dolly and the prince perceived that she had reference to Vronsky. "I don't understand why there are not any laws to punish such vile, such ignoble men." "Ach, do hear her," said the prince with a frown, getting up from his chair and evidently anxious to make his escape, but halting on the threshold. "There are laws, Matushka, and if you force me to this I will tell you who is to blame in all this trouble. You alone. There are laws against such young fops, and there always will be. And if things had not been as they ought never to have been, old man that I am, I should have put that dandy on the fence. Yes, and now to cure her, you bring in these quacks." The prince would have had still more to say, but as soon as the princess heard his tone she immediately became humble and repentant, as always happened when important questions came up. "Alexander, Alexander," she murmured, going up to him and weeping. The prince held his peace when he saw her tears. He went to meet her. "Well, let it go, let it go. I know that it is hard for you also. What is to be done? There is no great harm. God is merciful. Thank you," said he, not knowing what he said, and replying to the princess's damp kiss which he felt on his hand. Then the prince left the room. As soon as Kitty, weeping, had left the room, Dolly, with her maternal domestic instinct, perceived that this was an affair which required a woman's management, and she was preparing to follow her. She took her hat, and morally tucking up her sleeves, prepared to act. But when her mother began to attack her father, she tried to restrain her, as far as her filial respect allowed. When the prince's outburst occurred, she said nothing. She was ashamed for her mother, and she felt a deep affection because of the instant return of his good nature. But when he went out, she determined to do the chief thing that was necessary, to go to Kitty and calm her. "I've long wanted to tell you, maman. Did you know that when Levin was here the last time, he intended to offer himself to Kitty? He told Stiva." "What is that? I do not understand." "Then perhaps Kitty refused him. Didn't she tell you?" "No, she did not say anything to me about either of them. She is too proud. But I know that all of this comes from—" "Yes, but think, if she refused Levin, I know that she would not have done so if it had not been for the other one, and then he deceived her so abominably." It was terrible to the princess to think how blameworthy she had been toward her daughter, and she grew angry. "Ach, I do not know anything about it. Nowadays every girl wants to live as she pleases, and not to say anything to her mother, and so it comes that—" "Maman, I am going to see her." "Go, I will not prevent you," said her mother. Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. As she entered Kitty's pretty little rosy boudoir with figurines in Vieux-Saxe, a room as youthful, as rosy, as gay as Kitty herself had been 2 months before, Dolly remembered with what pleasure and interest the two had decorated it the year before. How happy and gay they were then! She felt a chill at her heart as she saw her sister sitting on a low chair near the door, her motionless eyes fixed on a corner of the carpet. Kitty glanced up at her sister, but the cold and rather stern expression of her face underwent no change. "I am going now, and I may be confined at home, and it will be impossible for you to see me," said Darya Alexandrovna, sitting down near her sister. "I wanted to have a little talk with you." "What about?" asked Kitty, quickly raising her head in alarm. "What else than about your sorrow?" "I have no sorrow." "That'll do, Kitty. Do you really imagine that I don't know? I know everything, and believe me, this is such a trifle. All of us have been through this." Kitty said nothing, and her face resumed its severe expression. "He is not worth the trouble that you have given yourself because of him," continued Darya Alexandrovna, coming right to the point. "Yes, because he jilted me," murmured Kitty with trembling voice. "Don't speak of it, please don't speak of it." "But who said that to you? No one said such a thing. I am sure that he was in love with you, that he is still in love with you, but—" "Ah, nothing exasperates me so as compassion!" cried Kitty in a sudden rage. She turned around in her chair, flushed scarlet, and moved her belt buckle back and forth from one hand to the other, clutching it in her fingers. Dolly well knew this habit of her sister when she was provoked. She knew that she was capable of forgetting herself and saying harsh and cruel things in moments of petulance, and she tried to calm her, but it was too late. "What do you wish me to understand? What is it?" cried Kitty, talking fast. "That I was in love with a man who did not care for me, and that I am dying of love for him? And it is my sister who says this to me, my sister who thinks that she is showing me her sympathy. I hate such sympathy and such hypocrisy." "Kitty, you are unjust." "Why do you torment me?" "Why, on the contrary, I saw you were sad." Kitty, in her anger, did not heed her. I have nothing to break my heart over, and need no consolation. I am too proud to ever love a man who does not love me." "Well, I do not say—" "I say only one thing. Tell me the truth," added Darya Alexandrovna, taking her hand. "Tell me, did Levin speak to you?" At the name of Levin, Kitty lost all control of herself. She sprang up from her chair, threw the buckle on the floor, and with quick, indignant gestures cried: "Why do you speak to me of Levin? I don't see why you need to torment me. I have already said, and I repeat it, that I am proud, and never, never would I do what you have done, go back to a man who had been false to me, who had made love to another woman. I do not understand this. You can, but I cannot." As she said these words, she looked at her sister, and seeing that Dolly bent her head sadly without answering, she sat down near the door again, and hid her face in her handkerchief instead of leaving the room as she had intended to do. The silence lasted several minutes. Dolly was thinking of herself. Her humiliation, of which she was always conscious, appeared to her more cruel than ever, thus recalled by her sister. She did not expect such bitterness from her sister, and it made her angry. But suddenly she heard the rustling of a dress, a broken sob, and some one's arms were thrown around her neck. Kitty was on her knees before her. "Dolinka, I am so unhappy," she murmured in exculpation, and her pretty face, wet with tears, was hid in Dolly's skirt. Those tears were evidently the indispensable lubricant without which the machinery of mutual communion between the two sisters could not work. At all events, after a good cry, they spoke no more on the subject which interested them both, but even while they were talking about irrelevant topics, they understood each other. Kitty knew that the cruel words that she had uttered in her anger about the husband's unfaithfulness, the unfaithfulness of Dolly's husband, and her humiliation, struck deep into her poor sister's heart, but that she forgave her. Dolly, on her side, knew all that she wanted to know. She was convinced that her suspicions were correct, that the pain Kitty felt, the irremediable pain, lay in the fact that Levin had offered himself to her, and that she had refused him, and that Vronsky had played her false, and that she was ready to love Levin and to hate Vronsky. Kitty said not a word about this. She spoke only of the general state of her soul. "I have no sorrow," she said, regaining her calmness a little. "But you cannot imagine how wretched, disgusting, and vulgar everything seems to me, above all myself. You cannot imagine what evil thoughts come into my mind." "Yes, but what evil thoughts can you have?" asked Dolly with a smile. "The most abominable, the most repulsive. I cannot describe them to you. It is not melancholy, and it is not ennui. It is much worse. It is as if all the good that was in me had disappeared, and only the evil was left. Now how can that be, I tell you?" she asked, looking in perplexity into her sister's eyes. "Papa began to say something to me a few minutes ago. It seems to me he thinks that all I need is a husband. Mamma takes me to the ball. It seems to me that she takes me there for the sole purpose of getting rid of me, of getting me married as soon as possible. I know that it is not true, and yet I cannot drive away these ideas. So-called marriageable young men are unendurable to me. It always seemed to me that they are taking my measure. A short time ago, to go anywhere in a ball gown was a simple delight to me. I admired myself. I enjoyed it. Now it is a bore to me, and I feel ill at ease. Now, what do you think? The doctor—" "Well—" Kitty stopped. She wanted to say further that, since she had felt this great change in herself, Stepan Arkadyevitch had become unendurably distasteful to her, that she could not see him without the most repulsive and unbecoming conjectures arising in her mind. "Indeed, everything takes the most repulsive, disgusting aspect in my sight," she continued. "It is a disease. Perhaps it will pass away. But don't for a moment think. I cannot help it. I do not feel at ease except with you and the children. What a pity that you can't come home with me now." "Well, I will go. I've had scarlatina. I will persuade maman." Kitty insisted so eagerly that she was allowed to go to her sister's, and throughout the course of the disease, which proved to be the scarlatina, she looked after the children. The two sisters successfully nursed all the 6 children, but Kitty's health did not improve, and at Lent the Shtcherbatskys went abroad. Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The highest Petersburg society is remarkably united. Everyone knows everyone else, and everyone exchanges visits. But in this great circle there are subdivisions. Anna Arkadyevna Karenina had friends and close relations with 3 different circles. One was the official circle, to which her husband belonged, composed of his colleagues and subordinates, bound together, or even further subdivided, by the most varied and often the most capricious social relations. It was now difficult for Anna to call back the sentiment of almost religious respect which at first she felt for all these personages. Now she knew them all, as one knows people in a provincial city. She knew what habits and weaknesses were characteristic of each, and what feet the shoe pinched. She knew what were their relations among themselves and to the official centre. She knew how this one agreed with that and on what grounds, and how another disagreed with still another and wherefore. But this administrative clique, to which her husband belonged, could never interest her, in spite of the Countess Lidia Ivanovna's suggestions, and she avoided it. The second circle in which Anna moved was that which had helped Alexey Alexandrovitch in his career. The centre of this circle was the Countess Lidia Ivanovna. It was composed of aged, ugly, charitable and devout women, and intelligent, learned and ambitious men. One of the cleverer men who belonged to this circle had called it the conscience of Petersburg society. Karenin was very much devoted to this circle, and Anna, who had the faculty of getting along with all people, had, during the early days of her life in Petersburg, made friends in its number. After her return from Moscow, this set of people seemed to her insupportable. It seemed as if she herself, as well as all the rest of them, were hypocritical, and she felt depressed and ill at ease in this society. She saw the Countess Lidia as infrequently as she possibly could. Finally, the third circle in which Anna had connections was society. Properly speaking, the fashionable society of balls, dinner parties, brilliant toilets, the society with which one hand lays fast hold of the court lest it descend to the level of the demi-mode, which the members of this circle affect to despise, and yet whose tastes are not only similar, but the same. The bond that united her to this society was the Princess Betsy Tverskaya, the wife of one of her cousins, who enjoyed an income of 120,000 rubles, and who had taken a great fancy to Anna as soon as she came to Petersburg, flattered her, introduced her among her friends, and made ridicule of the Countess Lidia's friends. "When I am old and ugly I will do the same," said Betsy, "but a young and pretty woman like yourself has as yet no place in such an asylum." Anna had at first avoided as far as possible the society to which the Princess Betsy Tverskaya belonged, as it called for expenses beyond her means, and in her heart she preferred the first mentioned courtier. But after her visit to Moscow all this was changed. She neglected her worthy old friends, and cared to go only into grand society. There she met Vronsky, and experienced tumultuous pleasure in these meetings. They met with especial frequency at the house of Betsy, who was a Vronskaya before her marriage, and was an old cousin of the Count. Vronsky went everywhere that he was likely to meet Anna, and if possible, spoke to her of his love. She gave him no encouragement, but every time she met him there flamed up in her soul the same sense of animation which had seized her the moment that they met, for the first time, on the train at Moscow. She herself was conscious that at the sight of him this joy shone in her eyes, in her smile, but she had not the power to hide it. Anna at first sincerely believed that she was angry because he persisted in following her, but one evening, not long after her return from Moscow, when she was present at a house where she expected to meet him, and he failed to come, she perceived clearly, by the pang that went through her heart, that she was deceiving herself, that this insistence of his not only was not disagreeable to her, but that it formed the ruling passion of her life. A famous diva was singing for the second time, and all the high society of Petersburg was at the theatre. Vronsky, from his seat in the front row, saw his cousin there, and without waiting for the entr'acte, left to visit her box. "Why didn't you come to dinner?" she asked, and then with a smile she added, so as to be heard only by him, "I admire this clairvoyance of lovers. She was not there. But come to my house after the opera." Vronsky looked at her questioningly. She nodded. He thanked her with a smile, and sat down by her side. "But how I miss your pleasantries! What has become of them?" continued the Princess Betsy, who followed with keen pleasure the progress of this passion. "You are in the toils, my dear." "That is all that I ask for," he replied with his calm good-natured smile, "to be in the toils. If I complain it is not because I am too little in the toils, if the truth must be told. I am beginning to lose hope." "What hope could you have?" asked Betsy, taking the part of her friend. "Let us have a clear understanding." But the fire in her eyes told with sufficient clearness that she understood as well as he did what his hope meant. "None," replied Vronsky, laughing, and showing his regular white teeth. "Excuse me," he added, taking the opera glasses from his cousin's hand, in order to direct it across her bare shoulder at one of the opposite boxes. "I fear I am becoming ridiculous." He knew very well that in Betsy's eyes, and in those of her world, he ran no risk of being ridiculous. He knew very well that in the eyes of such people, the rôle of an unsuccessful lover of a young girl or an unmarried woman might be ridiculous, but not so the rôle of a man who pursues a married woman, and at any price makes it his aim to lead her into committing adultery. This rôle is something beautiful and majestic, and can never be ridiculous, and therefore Vronsky, as he handed back the opera glasses, looked at his cousin with a smile of pride and joy lurking under his moustache. "And why didn't you come to dinner?" she asked again, unable to refrain from admiration of him. "I must tell you, I was busy. And what about? I will give you one guess out of 100, out of 1,000, and you will never hit it. I have been reconciling a husband with his wife's persecutor. Yes, fact." "What, and you reconciled them?" "Pretty nearly." "You must tell me all about it," said Betsy, rising. "Come during the next entr'acte." "Impossible. I am going to the French theatre." "From Nilsson?" said Betsy with horror, though she could not have distinguished Nilsson from the poorest chorus singer. "But what can I do? I have made an appointment in order to finish my act of peacemaking." "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be saved," said Betsy, remembering that she had heard somewhere some such quotation. "Well, then, sit down and tell me all about it." And she resumed her seat. Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. "It's a little improper, but so amusing, that I wanted awfully to tell you about it," said Vronsky, looking at her with sparkling eyes. "However, I will not mention any names." "But I can guess. So much the better." "Listen, then. 2 gay young men were dining." "Officers of your regiment, of course." "I did not say that they were officers, but simply young men who had dined well." "Translated, tipsy." "Possibly. They went to dine with a comrade in most excellent spirits. They saw a pretty young woman passing them in a hired carriage. She turns around and, as it seems to them, nods to them and laughs. Of course they follow her. They gallop like mad. To their amazement their beauty stops at the entrance of the very house where they are going. She mounts to the upper floor, and they see nothing but a pair of rosy lips under a short veil, and a pair of pretty little feet." "You describe the scene with so much feeling that you make me believe that you were in the party." "Why do you accuse me so soon? Well, the 2 young men climb up to their comrade's room, where there is to be a farewell dinner, and there they drink, perhaps more than is good for them, as is usually the case at farewell dinners. And at dinner they ask who lives on the top story of the house. No one knows anything about it. Only their friend's valet, to their questions, 'Do any mamsells live on the top floor?' replies that there are a good many. After dinner the 2 young men go into their friend's library and write a letter to the unknown. They write a passionate letter, a declaration. They themselves carry up the letter, in order to explain whatever in the letter might not be perfectly understood." "But why do you tell me such horrible things? Well?" "They ring. A girl comes to the door. They give her the letter, telling her that they are so desperately in love that they are ready to die, there at the door. The girl is in doubt, and parleys with them. Suddenly a gentleman appears, red as a lobster and with side whiskers like sausages, declares that there is no one there except his wife, and unceremoniously puts them out of the door." "How did you know that his side whiskers were like sausages?" "But now listen. I have just made peace between them." "Well, what came of it?" "This is the most interesting part of the affair. The happy couple proved to be a titular councillor and his wife. The titular councillor brings a complaint, and I am obliged to serve as peacemaker. What a peacemaker! I assure you Talleyrand compared to me was nobody." "What were your difficulties?" "Here now, listen. We make excuses as in duty bound, as 'We are desperately sorry,' we said. 'We beg you to pardon us for this unfortunate misunderstanding.' The titular councillor with the sausage whiskers seemed to be thawing, but he felt it necessary to express his feelings, and as soon as he began to express his feelings he began to get wrathy and to say harsh things, and again I was obliged to bring all my diplomatic talents into requisition. I agree that their conduct was reprehensible, but please take into consideration that there was a misunderstanding. They were young and had just come from a good dinner. You understand. Now they are sorry from the bottom of their hearts, and beg you to forgive them their fault." The titular councillor was softened still more. "I agree with you, Count, and I am ready to pardon them, but you perceive that my wife, a virtuous woman, has been exposed to insult, to persecution, and to the impudence of a good-for-nothing young and the impudent good-for-nothing young fellows being present, I had to exert myself to calm them down. Again I put my diplomacy to work, and every time I seem on the point of success my titular councillor gets wrathy again, and his face gets red, and his sausages begin to wag up and down, and I find myself drowned in the waves of diplomatic subtleties." "Ah, we must tell you all about this," said Betsy to a lady who at that moment came into her box. "It has amused me so much. Well, good luck go with you," she added, giving Vronsky one of her fingers as she held her fan; and then, shrugging her shoulders so as to keep the waist of her gown from coming up, so that she might be as naked as possible when she should go to the front of the box, and sit down in the full blaze of gas and in the eyes of all. Vronsky went to the French theatre, where he really had to meet his regimental commander, who never failed to be present at a single representation. He wished to speak with him in regard to his business as peacemaker, which had occupied and amused him for 3 days. Petritsky, whom he liked, was involved in this affair, and the other one was a charming, a glorious fellow, young Prince Kurdov, who had lately joined their regiment. But the principal point was that the affair concerned the interests of his regiment. Both the young men belonged to Vronsky's company. Vendin, the titular councillor, had come to the regimental commander with a complaint that the officers had insulted his wife. His young wife, Vendin said he had been married only half a year, had been to church with her mother and, feeling indisposed, owing to her delicate condition, so that she could not stand any longer, had engaged the first decent isvostchik at hand. The officers had chased her. She was frightened and, feeling still more ill, had run up the stairs. Vendin himself, who had just returned from his office, heard the sound of a bell and voices. He came out and, seeing drunken officers with a letter, he had them put out. He demanded that they should be severely punished. "No, it's all very well to talk," said the regimental commander to Vronsky, whom he had asked to join him. "But Petritsky is becoming unbearable. Not a week passes without some scandal. This chinovnik will not stop here, he will go farther." Vronsky saw all the unpleasantness of this affair, and he felt that a duel should be avoided, and that everything should be done to make the titular councillor relent and smooth over the scandal. The regimental commander and Vronsky both realized that Vronsky's name and his Flugel adjutant's monogram ought to have a great effect in soothing the titular councillor. In reality these two influences proved partially efficacious, but the results of the reconciliation remained in doubt, as Vronsky said. When he reached the French theatre, Vronsky took the regimental commander into the lobby and told him of his success, or rather lack of success. After reflection the regimental commander decided to leave the matter in abeyance, but afterwards he began to question Vronsky regarding the details of the interview, and he could not help laughing as he heard Vronsky tell how the titular councillor kept suddenly flaming out in wrath as he recalled the particulars of the affair, and how Vronsky, veering round at the last mention of reconciliation, had withdrawn, pushing Petritsky before him, and his repeated attempts to bring him into a suitable frame of mind. "It is a wretched piece of business, but comical enough. Karadov cannot fight with this gentleman. Was he so horribly angry?" he asked, laughing. "And how do you like Claire this evening? Charming," he said, referring to a new French actress. "One can't see her too often. She is always new. Only the French can do that." End of chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The Princess Betsy left the theatre without waiting for the end of the last act. She had scarcely had more than time enough, after reaching home, to go into her dressing-room and scatter a little rice powder over her long, pale face, rearrange her toilet, and order tea to be served in the large drawing-room, when the carriages began one after another to arrive at her enormous house on the Bolshaya Morskaya. The guests came up to the wide entrance, and a portly Swiss, who during the morning read the newspaper for the edification of passers-by, as he sat behind the glass door, now kept noiselessly opening this great door and admitting the visitors. They came in by one door almost at the same instant that by another came the mistress of the mansion, with renewed color and hair rearranged. The walls of the great drawing-room were hung with sombre draperies, and on the floor were thick rugs. On the table, which was covered with a cloth of dazzling whiteness, shining in the light of numberless candles, stood a silver samovar and a tea-service of transparent porcelain. The princess took her place behind the samovar and drew off her gloves. With the help of attentive servants, the guests brought up chairs and took their places, dividing into two camps, the one around the princess, and the other at the opposite end of the drawing-room around the wife of a foreign ambassador, a handsome lady dressed in black velvet and with black, well-defined eyebrows. The conversation, as usual at the beginning of a reception, was desultory, being interrupted by the arrival of newcomers, offers of tea, and the exchange of salutations, and seemed to be endeavoring to find a common subject of interest. "She is remarkably handsome for an actress. You can see that she has studied Kaulbach," said a diplomat in the group around the ambassador's wife. "Did you notice how she fell?" "Ach, please let us not speak of Nilsson. Nothing now can be said about her," said a great fat lady with a light complexion, without either eyebrows or chignon, and dressed in an old silk gown. This was the Princess Myakaya, famous for her simplicity and frightful manners, and surnamed the Enfant Terrible. Princess Myakaya was seated between the two groups, listening to what was said on both sides of her, and taking impartial interest in both. This very day 3 people have made that same remark about Kaulbach. It must be fashionable. I don't see why that phrase should be so successful. The conversation was cut short by this remark, and a new theme had to be started. "Tell us something amusing, but don't let it be naughty," said the ambassador's wife, who was a mistress of the art of conversation called, by the English, small talk. She was addressing the diplomatist, who was at a loss what topic to start. "They say this is very hard, that only naughty things are amusing," replied the diplomatist, with a smile. "However, I will do my best. Give me a theme. Everything depends upon the theme. When you get that for a background, you can easily fill it in with embroidery. I often think that the celebrated talkers of the past would be exceedingly embarrassed if they were so alive now. Everything intellectual is considered so dull." "That was said long ago," remarked the ambassador's wife, interrupting him with a smile. The conversation began amiably, and for the very reason that it was too amiable, it languished again. It was necessary to have recourse to an unfailing, never-changing subject, gossip. Don't you think that there is something Louis XV about Tushkevitch?" asked he, indicating a handsome, light-haired young man who was standing near the table. "Oh, yes. He's quite in the style of the drawing-room, and that's why he is here so often." This subject sustained the conversation, since it consisted wholly of hints regarding something which could not be treated openly in that drawing-room, in other words, Tushkevitch's relations with the Princess Betsy. Around the samovar the conversation hesitated for some time upon three inevitable subjects: the news of the day, the theatre, and a lawsuit which was to be tried the next day. At last the same subject arose that was occupying the other group: gossip. "Have you heard that Maltischeva, that is the mother, not the daughter, has had a costume in Diable Rose?" "Is it possible? No! This is delicious!" "I am astonished that with her sense, for she is certainly not stupid, she does not perceive how ridiculous she is." Every one found something in which to criticize and tear to pieces the unfortunate Madame Maltischeva, and the conversation grew lively, brilliant, and gay, like a flaming pyre. The Princess Betsy's husband, a tall, good-natured man, a passionate collector of engravings, hearing that his wife had guests, came into the drawing-room before going to his club, and desired to show himself in her circle. Noiselessly, on the thick carpet, he approached the Princess Myakaya. "How did you like Nilsson?" he asked. "Ach! Do you steal upon a body that way? How you startled me!" she cried. "Don't speak to me about the opera, I beg you. You don't know anything about music. I prefer to descend to your level and talk with you about your engravings and majolikas. Well, what treasures have you discovered lately?" "If you would like, I will show them to you, but you are no judge of them." "Show them to me, all the same. I am getting my education among these bankers, as you call them. They have lovely engravings. They like to show them." "Have you been at the Schützburgs?" asked the mistress of the house, from her place by the samovar. "Certainly, ma chère. They invited my husband and me to dinner, and they told me the sauce at this dinner cost 1,000 roubles," replied the Princess Myakaya in a loud voice, conscious that all were listening to her. "And it was a very poor sauce too, something green. I had to return the compliment, and I got them up a sauce that cost 85 kopecks, and all were satisfied. I can't make 1,000-rouble sauces." "She is unique," said the hostess. "Astonishing," said another. The Princess Myakaya never failed of making her speeches effective, and the secret of their effectiveness lay in the fact that, although she did not always select suitable occasions, as was the case at the present time, yet she spoke simply and sensibly. In the society where she moved, what she said gave the effect of the most subtle wit. She could not comprehend why it had such an effect, but she recognized the fact, and took advantage of it. While the Princess Myakaya was speaking, all listened to her, and the conversation around the ambassador's wife stopped, so the hostess, wishing to make the conversation more united, turned to the ambassador's wife and said, "Are you sure that you will not have some tea? Then please join us." "No, we are very well where we are, in this corner," replied the ambassador's wife, with a smile, resuming the thread of conversation which interested her very deeply. They were criticizing Karenin and his wife. "Anna is very much changed since her return from Moscow. There's something strange about her," said one of her friends. "The change is due to the fact that she brought back in her train the shadow of Alexey Vronsky," said the ambassador's wife. "What is that? There's a story in Grimm, a man without a shadow, a man deprived of his shadow. It was a punishment for something or other. I cannot see where the punishment lies, but it must be disagreeable for a woman to be without her shadow." "Yes, but the women who have shadows generally come to some bad end," said Anna's friend. "Hold your tongues!" cried the Princess Myakaya, as she heard these words. "Madame Karenina is a charming woman. I don't like her husband, but I like her." "Why don't you like her husband?" asked the ambassador's wife. "He is such a remarkable man. My husband says there are few statesmen in Europe equal to him." "My husband says the same thing, but I don't believe it," replied the Princess Myakaya. "If our husbands had not had this idea, we should have seen Alexey Alexandrovitch as he really is, and in my opinion He is a blockhead. I only say this in a whisper. Is it not true how everything comes out clearly? Formerly when I was told that he was clever, I used to try to discover it, and I came to the conclusion that I was stupid because I could not see wherein he was clever. But as soon as I said to myself, under my breath, he is stupid, all was explained. Isn't that so?" "How severe you are to-night." "Not at all. I have no other alternative. One of us two is stupid. Now you know that one can never say such a thing of oneself." "No one is satisfied with his circumstances, and every one is satisfied with his brain," said a diplomat, quoting a French couplet. "There, that is the very thing!" exclaimed the Princess Myakaya, turning to him. "But I make an exception of Anna. She is so lovely and good. Is it her fault if all men fall in love with her and follow her like shadows?" "Well, I do not allow myself to judge her," said Anna's friend, justifying herself. "Because no one follows us like a shadow, it does not prove that we have the right to judge." Having thus appropriately disposed of Anna's friend, the Princess Myakaya arose, and with the ambassador's wife drew up to the table, and joined in the general conversation about some trifle. "Whom have you been gossiping about?" asked Betsy. "About the Karenins. The princess has been picturing Alexey Alexandrovitch," replied the ambassador's wife, sitting down near the table with a smile. "Shame that we could not have heard it," said Betsy, looking toward the door. "Ah, here you are at last," said she, turning to Vronsky, who at that moment came in. Vronsky knew, and met every day, all the people whom he had found collected in his cousin's drawing‐room. Therefore he came in with the calmness of a man who rejoins his friends from whom he has only just parted. "Where have I come from?" said he, in reply to a question from the ambassador's wife. "What can I do? I must confess, from Le Boeuf. 'Tis for the 100th time, and always with a new pleasure. It is charming. It is humiliating, I know, but I get sleepy at the opera. But at Le Boeuf I sit it out up to the very last minute and enjoy it. To-night—" He mentioned a French actress, and was going to tell some story about her, but the ambassador's wife stopped him with an expression of mock terror. "Please don't speak to us of that fright." "Well, I will not, and the more willingly because you all know these frights." "And you would not go there if it were as fashionable as the opera," added the Princess Myakaya. Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Steps were heard near the door, and the Princess Betsy, knowing that it was Madame Karenina, looked at Vronsky. He was looking toward the door, and his face had a strange, new expression. Joyfully, expectantly, and almost timidly, he gazed at Anna as she entered, and he rose slowly. Anna came into the drawing-room, as always holding herself very erect and looking neither to right nor to left. She crossed the short distance between her and the hostess with that rapid, light, but decided step which distinguished her from all the other women of this circle. She went directly up to Betsy and shook hands with a smile, and with the same smile she looked at Vronsky. He bowed low and offered her a chair. She responded only by bending her head a little, and blushed, and frowned. But instantly she was nodding to her acquaintances, and shaking hands. Then she turned to Betsy. "I have been at the Countess Lydia's. I wanted to get away earlier, but I was detained. Sir John was there. He was very interesting." "Oh, that missionary?" "Yes, he related many curious things about life in India." The conversation, which Anna's entrance had interrupted, again wavered, like the flame of a lamp in a draught. "Sir John? Yes, Sir John. I have seen him. He speaks well. The Vlasova is actually in love with him." "Is it true that the youngest Vlasova is going to marry Topov?" "Yes, people say that it is fully decided." "I am astonished at her parents. They say it is a love match." "A love match? What antediluvian ideas you have! Who speaks of love in our days?" said the ambassador's wife. "What is to be done about it? That foolish old custom is not entirely gone out of date," said Vronsky. "So much the worse for those who adhere to it. The only happy marriages that I know about are those of reason." "Yes, but how often it happens that these marriages of reason break like ropes of sand, precisely because of this love which you affect to scorn," said Vronsky. "But what we call a marriage of reason is where both parties take an equal risk. It is like scarlatina, through which we all must pass." "In that case it would be wise to find an artificial means of inoculation for love, as for smallpox." "When I was young I fell in love with a sacristan. I should like to know what good that did me," said the Princess Myakaya. "No, but jesting aside, I believe that to know what love really is, one must have been deceived once, and then been set right," said the Princess Betsy. "Even after marriage?" said the ambassador's wife, laughing. "It is never too late to mend," said the diplomatist, quoting the English proverb. "But really," interrupted Betsy, "you must be deceived, so as afterwards to get into the right path. What do you think about this?" she said, addressing Anna, who was listening silently to the conversation, with a scarcely perceptible smile on her firm lips. "I think," said Anna, playing with her glove, which she had removed, "I think, if there are as many opinions as there are heads, then there are as many ways of loving as there are hearts." Vronsky looked at her, and with a violent beating of the heart, waited for her answer. After she had spoken these words, he drew a deep breath, as if he had escaped some danger. She turned suddenly to Vronsky. "I have just had a letter from Moscow. They write me that Kitty Shtcherbatskaya is very ill." "Really?" said Vronsky with a frown. Anna looked at him with a severe expression. "Doesn't that interest you?" "It certainly does. I am very sorry. Exactly what did they write you, if I may be permitted to inquire?" Anna arose and went to Betsy. "Will you give me a cup of tea?" she said, standing behind her chair. While Betsy was pouring the tea, Vronsky went to Anna. "What did they write you?" "I often think that men do not know what nobility means, though they are all the time talking about it," said Anna, not answering his question. "I've been wanting to tell you for a long time," she added, and taking a few steps she sat down at a corner table laden with albums. "I don't quite know what your words mean," he said, offering her a cup of tea. She glanced at the divan near her, and he instantly sat down on it. "Yes, I've been wanting to tell you," she continued without looking at him. "You have acted badly, very badly." "Don't I know that I have? But whose fault was it?" "Why do you say that to me?" said she with a severe look. "You know why," he replied boldly and jealously, meeting her gaze and without dropping his eyes. She, not he, felt confused. "This simply proves that you have no heart," said she, but her eyes told the story, and she knew that he had a heart, and therefore she feared him. "What you were talking about just now was error, not love." "Remember that I have forbidden you to speak that word, that hateful word," said Anna, trembling, and instantly she felt by the use of that one word "forbidden," she recognized a certain jurisdiction over him, and thus encouraged him to speak of love. "For a long time I have been wanting to say this to you," she continued, looking steadily into his eyes, and all aflame with the color that burned in her face. "I have come tonight on purpose, knowing that I should find you here. I have come to tell you this must come to an end. I have never had to blush before anyone before, and you somehow cause me to feel guilty in my own eyes." He looked at her, and was struck with the new spiritual beauty of her face. "What do you want me to do?" he said simply and gravely. "I want you to go to Moscow and beg Kitty's pardon." "You do not want that," said he. He saw that she was compelling herself to say one thing while she really desired something else. "If you love me, as you say you do," she murmured, "then do what will give me peace." Vronsky's face lighted up. "Don't you know that you are my life? But I don't know what peace means, and I can't give it to you. Myself, my love, I can give. Yes, I cannot think of you and myself separately. But for me, You and I are one. I see no hope of peace for you or for me in the future. I see the possibility of despair, of misfortune, unless I see the possibility of happiness, and what happiness! Is it really impossible?" he murmured, with lips only, but she heard him. She directed all the forces of her mind to say what she ought, but instead of that, she looked at him with love in her eyes, and said nothing. "Ah!" he thought with rapture, "at the very moment when I was in despair, when it seemed I should never succeed, it has come. She loves me. She confesses it." "Then do this for me, and never speak to me in this way again. Let us be good friends," said her words. Her eyes told a totally different story. "We can never be mere friends. You yourself know it. Shall we be the most miserable or the happiest of human beings? It is for you to decide." She began to speak, but he interrupted her. "You see I ask only one thing, the right of hoping and suffering as I do now. If it is impossible, order me to disappear, and I will disappear. You shall not see me if my presence is painful to you." "I do not wish to drive you away." "Then change nothing. Let things go on as they are," said he with a trembling voice. "Here is your husband." Indeed, Alexey Alexandrovitch at that instant was entering the drawing-room with his calm face and awkward gait. Glancing at his wife and Vronsky, he went first to the hostess, and then he sat down with a cup of tea, and in his slow, well-modulated voice, in his habitual tone of persiflage, which seemed always to deride some one or something, he said as he glanced around at the assembly, "Your Rambouillet is complete, the Graces and the Muses." But the Princess Betsy could not endure this sneering tone of his, as she called it, and, like a clever hostess, quickly brought him round to a serious discussion of the forced conscription. Alexey Alexandrovitch immediately entered into it, and began gravely to defend the new ukase against Betsy's attacks. Vronsky and Anna still sat near their little table. "That is getting rather pronounced," said a lady in a whisper, indicating with her eyes Karenin, Anna, and Vronsky. "What did I tell you?" said Anna's friend. Not only these ladies, but nearly all who were in the drawing-room, even the Princess Myakaya and Betsy herself, glanced more than once at them sitting apart from the general company, as if it disturbed them. Only Alexey Alexandrovitch never once looked in their direction, and was not diverted from the interesting conversation on which he had started. Betsy, perceiving the disagreeable impression that all felt, substituted some one else in her place to listen to Alexey Alexandrovitch, and crossed over to Anna. "I always admire your husband's clear and explicit language," she said. "The most transcendental thoughts seem within my reach when he speaks." "Oh yes," said Anna, with a radiant smile of joy, and not understanding a word that Betsy had said. Then she went over to the large table and joined in the general conversation. After he had stayed half an hour, Alexey Alexandrovitch spoke to his wife, and proposed to her that they should go home together, but she answered, without looking at him, that she wished to remain to supper. Alexey Alexandrovitch took leave of the company and departed. Madame Karenina's coachman, the portly old Tartar, in his lacquered leather coat, was having some difficulty in restraining his left-hand gray, which was excited with the cold. A lackey stood holding open the carriage door. The Swiss was standing ready to open the outer door. Anna Arkadyevna was listening with ecstasy to what Vronsky whispered, while she was freeing, with nervous fingers, the lace of her sleeve, which had caught on the hook of her fur cloak. "You have said nothing, let us admit, and I make no claim," Vronsky was saying, as he accompanied her down. "But you know that it is not friendship that I ask for. For me, the only possible happiness of my life is contained in that word that you do not like, love." "Love," she repeated slowly, as if she had spoken to herself. Then suddenly, as she disentangled her lace, she said, "I do not like this word because it means too much, far more than you can imagine." And she looked him full in the face. Das Vidanya." She reached him with her hand, and, with a quick elastic step, passed the Swiss and disappeared in her carriage. Her look, her pressure of his hand, filled Vronsky with passion. He kissed the palm on the place which she had touched, and went home with the happy conviction that that evening had brought him nearer to the goal of which he dreamed than all the 2 months past. Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Alexey Alexandrovitch found nothing unusual or improper in the fact that his wife and Vronsky had been sitting by themselves and having a rather lively talk together. He noticed that to others in the drawing-room it seemed unusual and improper, and therefore it seemed to him also improper. He decided that he ought to speak about it to his wife. When he reached home, Alexey Alexandrovitch, according to his usual custom, went to his library, threw himself into his armchair, and opened his book at the place marked by a paper cutter in an article on papistry, and read till the clock struck 1, as he usually did. From time to time he passed his hand across his high forehead, and shook his head, as if to drive away an importunate thought. At his usual hour he arose, and he prepared to go to bed. Anna Arkadyevna had not yet returned. With his book under his arm, he went upstairs, but that evening, instead of pursuing his usual train of reflections and thinking over his governmental duties, his mind was occupied with his wife and the disagreeable impression which her behavior had caused him. Contrary to his habit, instead of going to bed, he walked up and down the rooms with his arms behind his back. He could not go to bed because he felt that first it was incumbent upon him to ponder anew over the exigency that had arisen. When Alexey Alexandrovitch made up his mind that he must have a talk with his wife, it seemed to him very simple and natural. But now, as he reflected, it occurred to him that the matter was complicated and perplexing. Alexey Alexandrovitch was not jealous. Jealousy in his opinion was insulting to a wife, and a husband should trust in her. But he did not ask himself why one should trust her, that is to say, why a man should expect a young wife always to love him. But he had not felt any lack of confidence simply because he trusted her, and said to himself that it was the proper thing to do. But now, although it was his conviction that jealousy is a disgusting state of mind, and that it was his duty to trust his wife, and that his faith was still intact, yet he felt that he was placed in an illogical and ridiculous position, and he knew not what he ought to do. Alexey Alexandrovitch was now standing face to face with life, with the possibility that his wife was in love with someone else besides him, and this seemed to him very senseless and incomprehensible, because it was life itself. All his life he had lived and labored in a round of official duties concerned with the reflections of life, and whenever he came in contact with life itself he was revolted by it. Now he experienced a sensation such as a man feels who, passing calmly over a bridge above a precipice, suddenly discovers that the arch is broken, and that the abyss yawns beneath his feet. This abyss was actual life, the bridge, the artificial life which he had been living. The idea that his wife could love another man occurred to him for the first time, and filled him with terror. Without undressing, he kept walking back and forth with regular steps, over the echoing parquetry floor of the dining-room lighted with a single burner, over the carpet of the dark drawing-room, where the light fell on his recently painted full-length portrait, over the divan, and then through his wife's boudoir, where 2 candles were burning, lighting up the portraits of parents and friends, and the pretty trinkets upon her writing-table, so long familiar to him. When he reached the door of her bedroom, he turned and went back. At the end of each turn in his pacing back and forth, and especially on the hardwood floor of his brightly lighted dining-room, he would stop and say to himself, "Yes, this must certainly be cut short. It must be decided. I must tell her my way of looking at it." And then he would turn back again. "But what can I say? What decision can I make? He would ask himself by the time he reached the drawing-room, and find no answer. But, after all, he would say, as he turned in the library, what has been done? Nothing. She had a long talk with him. What of that? But whom not does a society woman talk with? To be jealous is degrading both to her and me, he would say to himself as he reached her boudoir. But this reasoning, which had hitherto had such weight, had now lost its cogency. From the door of her sleeping-room he returned again to the hall, but, as he crossed the dark drawing-room, he thought he heard a voice saying to him, "It is not so. The fact that the others noticed this signifies that there must be something in it." And by the time he reached the dining-room again he was saying, "Yes, the thing must be decided, and broken short off." And once more in the drawing-room, just before he turned about, he would ask himself, "How can I decide? How can I tell her?" And then he would ask himself, what had happened? And reply, "Nothing," and remember that jealousy is a feeling degrading to a woman. But again in the drawing-room he would feel persuaded that something had happened. His thoughts, like his steps, followed the same circle, and he struck no new idea. He recognized this, rubbed his forehead, and sat down in her boudoir. There, as he looked at her table, with its malachite writing tablet, and a letter unfinished, his thoughts took another direction. He began to think of her, and how she would feel. His imagination vividly showed him her personal life, her thoughts and her desires, and the idea that she might, that she must, have her individual life apart from his, seemed to him so terrible that he hastened to put it out of his mind. This was the abyss which it was so dreadful for him to gaze into. To penetrate by thought and feeling into the soul of another was a psychical effort strange to Alexey Alexandrovitch. He considered it a pernicious and dangerous mental habit. "And what is most terrible," he said to himself, "is that this senseless uncertainty comes on me just as I am about to bring my work to completion." He referred to a scheme which he was at that time managing. "And when I need perfect freedom from agitation, and all my mental powers, what is to be done? I am not one of those men who can endure agitation and annoyance, and have the strength of mind to face them. I must reflect. I must take some stand and get rid of this annoyance," he added aloud. "I do not admit that I have any right to probe into her feelings, or to scrutinize what is going on in her heart. That belongs to her conscience, and comes into the domain of religion," he said to himself, feeling some consolation that he had found a domain of law applicable to the circumstances that had arisen. "So," he continued, "the questions related to her feelings and the like are questions of conscience, in which I have no concern. My duty lies clearly before me. As head of my family, I am bound to guide her, and therefore, to a certain degree, I am responsible. I must point out the danger which I see. I must watch over her, and even use my powers. I must speak to her." And Alexey Alexandrovitch formulated in his mind everything that he should say to his wife. While he was thinking it over, he regretted the necessity of wasting his time and his intellectual powers in family matters. But, in spite of him, his plan assumed, in his thought, the clear, precise, and logical form of a report. "I must make her understand as follows. First, the meaning and importance of public opinion and decorum. Secondly, the religious significance of marriage. Thirdly, if necessary, the unhappiness which it might cause her son. Fourthly, the unhappiness which might befall herself." And Alexey Alexandrovitch twisted his fingers together, palms down, and made the joints crack. This gesture, of joining his hands and stretching his finger joints, a bad habit, calmed him, and conduced to the precision of which he now stood in such need. A carriage was heard driving up to the house. Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped in the middle of the hall. He heard his wife's step on the stairway. Alexey Alexandrovitch had his sermon all ready, but still he stood there, squeezing his crossed fingers and trying to make the joints crack. One joint cracked. Even as he heard her light steps on the stairs he was conscious of her presence, and, though he was satisfied with his sermon, he dreaded the explanation that was imminent. Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Anna entered with bent head, playing with the tassels of her bashlyk, or Turkish hood. Her face shone with a bright glow, but this bright glow did not betoken joy. It reminded one of the terrible glow of a conflagration against the midnight sky. When she saw her husband, she raised her head and smiled, as if she had awakened from a dream. "You are not abed yet? What a miracle!" she said, taking off her bashlyk, and, without pausing, she went into her dressing-room, crying, "It's late, Alexey Alexandrovitch," as she got to the door. "Anna, I must have a talk with you." "With me?" she said in astonishment, coming out into the hall and looking at him. "What is it? What about?" she asked and sat down. "Well, let us talk then, if it is so necessary, but I would much rather go to sleep." Anna said what came to her tongue, and was astonished to hear herself, astonished at her own facility at telling a lie. How perfectly natural her words sounded, and how probable that she wanted to go to sleep. She felt herself clad in an impenetrable armor of falsehood. She felt that some invisible power assisted her and sustained her. "Anna, I must give you a warning." "A warning?" she exclaimed. "Why?" She looked at him so innocently, so gaily, that any one who did not know her as her husband did, would have noticed nothing unnatural either in the tone of her voice or in the meaning of what she said. But for him, who knew her, who knew that when he was 5 minutes later than usual she always remarked on it, and asked the reason, for him who knew that her first impulse was always to tell him of her pleasures and her sorrows, for him now to see the fact that Anna took special pains not to observe his agitation, that she took special pains not to say a word about herself, all this was very significant. He saw that the depths of her soul, hitherto always opened to his gaze, were now shut away from him. Moreover, by her tone he perceived that she was not confused by this, but as it were she said openly and without dissimulation, "Yes, I am a sealed book, and so it must be, and will be from henceforth." He felt as a man would who should come home and find his house barricaded against him. "Perhaps the key will yet be found," thought Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I want to warn you," said he, in a gentle voice, "lest by your imprudence and your thoughtlessness you give people cause to talk about you. Your rather too lively conversation this evening with Count Vronsky," he pronounced this name slowly and distinctly, "attracted attention." He finished speaking, and looked at Anna's laughing eyes, now terrible to him because they were so impenetrable, and he saw all the idleness and uselessness of his words. "You are always like this," she said, as if she had not understood him, and intentionally had understood only the last part of what he said. "Sometimes you don't like it because I am bored, and sometimes you don't like it because I have a good time. I was not bored this evening. Does that disturb you?" Alexey Alexandrovitch trembled. Again he stretched his fingers till the knuckles cracked. "Ah, I beg of you, don't crack your fingers. I detest it so," said she. "Anna, is this you?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch, trying to control himself, and stopping the movement of his hands. "Yes, but what is it?" she asked with a sincere and almost comic astonishment. "What do you want of me?" Alexey Alexandrovitch was silent, and passed his hand across his brow and over his eyes. He felt that, instead of having done as he intended, that is, instead of having warned his wife of her errors in the sight of the world, he was agitated at what concerned her conscience, and was perhaps striking some imaginary wall. "This is what I wanted to say," he continued coldly and calmly, "and I beg you to listen to me until I have done. As you know, I regard jealousy as an insulting and degrading sentiment, and I never allow myself to be led away by it. But there are certain laws of propriety which one cannot cross with impunity. This evening, judging by the impression which you made, I am not the only one that noticed it, all did. You did not conduct yourself at all in a proper manner." "Decidedly I do not understand at all," said Anna, shrugging her shoulders. "He does not really care," she thought. "All that he fears is the opinion of the world. You are not well, Alexey Alexandrovitch," she added, rising and starting to go to her room. But he stepped in front of her as if to prevent her from going. Never had Anna seen his face so displeased and ugly. She remained standing, tipping her head to one side, while with quick fingers she began to pull out the hairpins. "Well, I will hear what you have to say," she said in a calm, bantering tone. "I shall even listen with interest, because I should like to know what it is all about." She herself was astonished at the assurance and calm naturalness with which she spoke, as well as at her choice of words. "I have no right to examine your feelings. I think it is useless and even dangerous," Alexey Alexandrovitch began. "If we probe too deeply into our hearts, we run the risk of touching on what we ought not to perceive. Your feelings concern your conscience. But in presence of yourself, of me, and of God, I am in duty bound to remind you of your obligations. Our lives are united, not by men, but by God. Only by crime can this bond be broken, and such a crime brings its own punishment." "I don't understand at all. Oh, heavens, how sleepy I am!" said Anna, swiftly running her hand over her hair and taking out the last pin. "Anna, in the name of heaven, don't speak so," he said gently. "Maybe I am mistaken, but believe me, what I say to you is as much for your advantage as for mine. I am your husband, and I love you." Anna's face for an instant grew troubled, and the mocking fire disappeared from her eyes, but the word "love" irritated her. "Love," she thought. "Does he know what it means? If he had never heard that there was such a thing as love, he would never have used that word." "Alexey Alexandrovitch, truly, I don't know what you mean," she said. "They say you find—" "Allow me to finish. I love you, but I am not speaking for myself. Those who are chiefly interested are our son and yourself. It is quite possible, I repeat, that my words may seem idle and ill-judged. Possibly they are the result of mistake on my part. In that case, I beg you to forgive me. But if you yourself feel that there is the least foundation for my remarks, then I earnestly urge you to reflect, and, if your heart inclines you, to confide in me." Alexey Alexandrovitch, without noticing the fact, had spoken a very different discourse from the one that he had prepared. "I have nothing to say." And she added in a sprightly tone, scarcely hiding a smile, "Truly, it is time to go to bed." Alexey Alexandrovitch sighed, and, without speaking further, went to their chamber. When she reached the room he was already in bed. His lips were sternly set, and he did not look at her. Anna got into bed, every moment expecting that he would speak to her again. She both feared it and desired it. But he said nothing. She waited long without moving, and then forgot all about him. She was thinking of someone else. She saw him, and was conscious of her heart throbbing with emotion and with guilty joy. Suddenly she heard a slow and regular sound of snoring. Alexey Alexandrovitch at first seemed to be startled himself and stopped. But at the end of a second the snoring began again with monotonous regularity. "Too late, too late," she whispered with a smile. She lay for a long time thus, motionless, with open eyes, the shining of which it seemed to her she herself could see in the darkness. End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. From this time began a new life for Alexey Alexandrovitch and his wife. Nothing unusual happened. Anna continued to go into society, and was especially often at the Princess Betsy's, and everywhere she met Vronsky. Alexey Alexandrovitch saw it, but was powerless to prevent it. Whenever he tried to bring about an explanation, she raised up against him an impenetrable wall of humorless perplexity. Outwardly everything was the same, but their relations had completely changed. Alexey Alexandrovitch, a remarkably strong man in matters requiring statesmanship, here found himself powerless. Like an ox, submissively lowering its head, he waited the blow of the axe which he felt was lifted against him. Whenever he began to think about it, he felt that once more he must try by gentleness, tenderness, reason, to save Anna and bring her back to him. Every day he made up his mind to speak, but as soon as he made the attempt, that evil spirit of falsehood which possessed her seemed to lay hold of him also, and he spoke not at all in the tone in which he meant to speak. Involuntarily, what he said was spoken in his tone of raillery, which seemed to cast ridicule on those who would speak as he did. And this tone was not at all suitable for the expression of the thoughts that he wished to express. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. What had been for nearly a whole year the sole desire of Vronsky's life, changing all his former desires, what Anna had looked upon as an impossible, a terrible, and therefore the more fascinating, dream of bliss, was at last realized. Pale, with quivering lower jaw, he stood over her, begging her to be calm, himself not knowing how or why. "Anna, Anna," he said with trembling voice. "Anna, for God's sake!" But the more intensely he spoke, the lower she hung her once proud, joyous, but now humiliated head, and she crouched all down, and dropped from the divan, where she had been sitting, to the floor at his feet. She would have fallen on the carpet had he not held her. "My God, forgive me!" she sobbed, pressing his hands to her breast. She felt that she was such a sinner and criminal that nothing remained for her except to crouch down and beg for forgiveness, and now there was nothing else for her in life but him, so that to him alone she turned her prayer for forgiveness. As she looked at him she felt her humiliation physically, and she could say no more. But he felt exactly as a murderer must feel when he sees the lifeless body of his victim. This lifeless body was their love, the first epoch of their love. There was something horrible and repulsive in the recollection of the terrible price that they had paid for this shame. The shame in the presence of their spiritual nakedness oppressed him and took hold of him. But in spite of all the horror felt by the murderer in the presence of the body of his victim, he must cut it in pieces, must bury it, must take advantage of his crime. And, as with fury and passion the murderer throws himself on the dead body and drags it and cuts it, so he covered her face and shoulders with kisses. She held his hand and did not stir. Yes, these kisses were what had been bought with this shame. Yes, and this hand, which will always be mine, is the hand of my accomplice. She raised his hand and kissed it. He fell on his knees and tried to look into her face, but she hid it and said nothing. At last, as if trying to control herself, she made an effort to rise, and pushed him away. Her face was still as beautiful as ever, even so much more was it pitiful. "All is ended," said she. "I have nothing but thee. Remember that." "I cannot help remembering it, since it is my life. A moment before this happiness—" "What happiness?" she cried, with contempt and horror. And horror involuntarily seized him also. "For God's sake, not a word more!" She quickly got up and moved away from him, and with a strange expression of hopeless despair, such as he had never seen before, on her face, she stood aloof from him. She felt that at that moment she could not express in words the sense of shame, rapture, and horror at this entrance into a new life, and she did not wish to speak about it or vulgarize the feelings with definite words. But even afterwards, on the next day, on the third day, not only did she fail to find words in which to express the complication of these feelings, but she could not even find thoughts by which to formulate to herself all that was in her soul. She said to herself, "No, I cannot think about this. By and by, when I am calmer." But this calmness never came. Every time when the questions arose, what had she done? And what would become of her? And what ought she to do? She was filled with horror, and she compelled herself not to think about them. "By and by," she repeated, "when I am calmer." On the other hand, during sleep, when she had no control of her thoughts, her situation appeared in its ugly nakedness. One dream almost every night haunted her. She dreamed that she was the wife both of Vronsky and of Alexey Alexandrovitch, and that both lavished their caresses on her. Alexey Alexandrovitch kissed her hands and said, weeping, "How happy we are now!" Alexey Vronsky also was there, and he was her husband. She was amazed that she had ever believed such a thing possible, and she laughed as she explained to them that this was far simpler, that both would henceforth be satisfied and happy. But this dream weighed on her like a nightmare, and she always awoke in a fright. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Even in the first weeks after Levin returned from Moscow, every time that with flushed cheeks and a trembling in his limbs he remembered the shame of his rejection, he would say to himself, "I blushed and trembled like this, and I felt that all was lost when I got 1 in physics and had to go into the second class. And I thought myself irretrievably ruined when I bungled in my sister's affairs, which were confided to me. And now the years have gone by, and I look back and wonder how it could disturb my mind. It will be just the same with my disappointment this time. Time will pass, and I shall grow callous." But 3 months passed away, and the callousness did not come, and it was as painful for him to remember it as on that first day. He could not reconcile himself to the fact that, after dreaming so long of family life, after being, as he thought, so well prepared for it, not only was he not married, but found himself farther than ever from marriage. He felt painfully, as all those around him felt, that it is not good for a man of his age to live alone. He remembered that before his departure for Moscow he had once said to his cowherd, Nikolai, a simple-hearted muzhik with whom he liked to talk, "Do you know, Nikolai, that I am thinking of getting married?" Whereupon Nikolai had instantly replied as if there could not be the slightest doubt about it, "This ought to have been long ago, Konstantin Dmitrich." And now marriage was farther off than ever. The place was taken, and when, exercising his imagination, he put into that place some young girl of his acquaintance, he felt that it was perfectly impossible. Moreover, the recollection of how Kitty refused him, and of the part which he played still tormented him with mortification. It was idle to say that he was not to blame in this. This recollection, taken together with other mortifying experiences of the same sort, made him quiver and grow red in the face. He had on his conscience, as every man has, the remembrance of evil deeds for which he should have repented. But the remembrance of these evil deeds did not trouble him nearly so much as the feeling of his humiliation, slight as it really was. It was a wound that refused to heal. He could not keep out of his mind his rejection, and the miserable position in which he must have been placed in the eyes of others. Time and labor, however, brought their balm. The painful impressions little by little began to fade in presence of the events of the country life, important in reality, in spite of their apparent insignificance. Each week his thoughts turned to Kitty with less frequency. He even began to await with impatience the news that she was married, or was going to be married, hoping that this event would bring healing in the same way as the pulling of a tooth may. Meantime spring came, beautiful, friendly, without treachery or false promises, a spring such as fills plants and animals, no less than men, with joy. This splendid season gave Levin new zeal, and confirmed his resolution to tear himself from the past so as to reorganize his solitary life on conditions of permanence and independence. Although many of the plans that he had formed on his return to the country had not been put into effect, yet the most essential one, that his life should be kept pure, had been realized. He experienced none of that sense of shame which ordinarily tormented him after a fall, and he could look fearlessly into men's eyes. In February he had received a letter from Marya Nikolaevna, who informed him that his brother's health was failing, and that he would not use any remedies. In consequence of this letter he had immediately gone to Moscow, where he persuaded Nikolai to consult a physician, and then to go abroad for the baths. He succeeded so well in persuading his brother, and in lending him money for the journey, without exasperating him, that he felt quite satisfied with himself. Besides his farm labourers, which especially occupied his attention that spring, and his ordinary reading, Levin was deeply engaged in writing a work on rural economy, which he had begun during the winter. His theory was that in farming the labourer's temperament is a factor as important as climate or the soil, and that consequently all the deductions of agronomic science are drawn, not from the premises of soil and climate alone, but from the soil, the climate, and the certain unchangeable character of the labourer. Thus, notwithstanding his loneliness, or in consequence of his loneliness, his life, therefore, was very busy and full. Only occasionally he felt the need of some one besides Agafya Mikhailovna, with whom to communicate the ideas that came into his head. However, he brought himself to discuss with her about physics, the theories of rural economy, and, above all, philosophy. Philosophy was Agafya Mikhailovna's favourite subject. The spring opened late. During the last weeks of Lent the weather was clear but cold. During the day the snow melted in the sun, but at night the mercury went down to 7 degrees. The crust on the snow was so thick that carts could go anywhere across the fields. It snowed on Easter Sunday. Then suddenly, on the following day, a warm wind blew, the clouds drifted over, and for 3 days and 3 nights a warm and heavy rain fell ceaselessly. On Thursday the wind went down, and then over the earth was spread a thick grey fog, as if to conceal the mysteries that were accomplishing in nature. Under this fog the fields were covered with water, the ice was melting and disappearing, the brooks ran more swiftly, foaming and muddy. Toward evening the Krasnaya Gorka, or Red Hill, began to show through the fog, the clouds scattered like snipe, and spring in reality was there in all her brilliancy. The next morning the sun rose bright and quickly melted away the thin sheet of ice that still covered the ponds, and the warm atmosphere grew moist with the vapours rising from the earth. The old grass and the young blades peeping from the sod, with its tiny needles, the buds on the snowball trees, the currant bushes, and the sticky, sappy birch trees, grew green, swelled, and on their branches powdered with golden bloom, swarms of honeybees buzzed in the sun. Invisible larks trilled their songs over the velvet of the green and the prairies freed from snow. Lapwings lamented for their hollows and marshes, submerged by the stormy waters. The wild swans and geese flew high in the air with their calls of spring. The cattle, with rough hair and spots worn bare, lowed as they went out to pasture. The bandy-legged lambs gambolled around the bleating ewes, soon to lose their wool. Swift-footed children ran barefoot over the wet paths, where their footprints were left like fossils. The peasant women gossiped gaily around the edge of the pond, where they were bleaching their linen, and in the yards resounded the axes of the muzhiks, repairing their ploughs and their wagons. Spring had really come. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Levin put on his heavy boots and, for the first time, his sleeveless cloth coat instead of his fur shuba, and went out to look over his estate, tramping through the brooklets which dazzled his eyes as they glanced in the sun, and stepping, now on a cake of ice, and now in sticky mud. Spring is the epoch of plans and projects. Levin, as he went out into his court, no more definitely knew what he would first take in hand in his beloved farming than the tree in early spring knows how and why his young sprouts and branches grow out from their enveloping buds. But he felt that he was going to originate the most charming projects and the most sensible plans. He went first to see his cattle. The cows had been let out into the yard, and with their smooth new coats of hair glistening as they warmed themselves in the sun, they were lowing as if to beg permission to go out to pasture. Levin knew them all, even to the minutest particulars. He contemplated them with satisfaction, and gave orders to take them to pasture and to let the calves out into the yard. The cowboy gaily started to drive them out into the field. The milkmaids, gathering up their petticoats and splashing through the mud with bare feet, white as yet and free from tan, chased the bellowing calves, silly with the rapture of spring, and with switches kept them from escaping from the yard. Admiring the young cattle which the year had brought, for they were uncommonly beautiful, the oldest already as large as a peasant's cow, and Pava's daughter, 3 months old, as big as a yearling, Levin ordered the trough to be brought out for them, and their hay to be given them behind gratings. He found, however, that these gratings, which had been made in the autumn but were not used during the winter, were out of repair. He sent for the carpenter, who was supposed to be busy repairing the threshing machine, but it seemed that the carpenter was not there. He was repairing the harrows, which should have been repaired during Lent. This made Levin very indignant. He was indignant at this everlasting repetition of such slovenliness, against which he had so many years struggled with all his might. The gratings, as he soon learned, had not been in use during the winter, had been carried to the stable, where, as they were of light construction and meant only for calves, they had been broken. Moreover, it appeared that nothing had been done to the harrows and other agricultural implements, which should have been inspected and put in order during the winter months, and for this purpose especially he had hired 3 carpenters. The harrows were needed immediately for work in the fields. Levin summoned the overseer. Then he himself went in search of him. The overseer, as radiant as everything else was that day, came from the threshing floor, dressed in a lined lambskin coat. He was twisting a straw between his fingers. "Why isn't the carpenter at work on the threshing machine?" "Oh, yes, that is what I meant to tell you last evening. The harrows had to be repaired. We've got to plough." "Yes, but what were you doing this winter?" "Yes, but why did you hire such a carpenter?" "Where are the gratings for the calves?" "I ordered them to be put in place. You can't do anything with such people," replied the overseer, waving his hands. "Not such people, but such an overseer," said Levin, getting still more angry. "Well, what do I keep you for?" he shouted, but recollecting that shouts did not do any good, he stopped in the middle of his remark and only sighed. "Well, can you get the seed in yet?" he asked after a silence. "Back of Turkino we might tomorrow, or the day after." "And the clover?" "I sent Vasily and Mishka to sow it, but I don't know whether they succeeded. It's muddy." "On how many acres?" 16 acres. "Why not the whole?" cried Levin. He was more indignant because they had sowed only 16 acres instead of 54. He knew by his own experience, as well as by theory, the need of sowing the clover seed as early as possible, almost in the snow, and Levin could never get this done. Not enough people. What can you do with these men? 3 hired men did not come, and then Simon. Well, you would better have taken them away from the straw. Yes, I did that very thing. Where are all the people? There are 5 at the compote. He meant to say compost. 4 are moving the oats, so that they should not spoil, Konstantin Dmitrievitch. Levin knew very well that these words, so that they should not spoil, meant that his English oats saved for seed were already ruined. Again they had not done what he had ordered. Yes, but did I not tell you during Lent to put in the ventilating chimneys? He cried. Don't you be troubled, we will do it all in good time. Levin angrily waved his hand and went to examine his oats in the granary. Then he went to the stables. The grain was not yet spoiled, but the workmen were stirring it up with shovels when they might have let it down from one story to the other. After he had straightened this matter and sent 2 hands to sow the clover, Levin calmed down in regard to his overseer. It was such a lovely day that one could not keep angry. Ignat, he cried to his coachman, who, with upturned sleeves, was washing the carriage near the pump. Saddle me a horse. Which one? Well, Klopik. I will do so. While he was saddling the horse, Levin again called the overseer, who was busying himself in his vicinity, hoping to be restored to favor, and began to speak with him about the work that he wanted done during the spring and about his plans for carrying on the estate. He wanted the compost spread as soon as possible, so as to have this work done before the first mowing. Then he wanted the farthest field plowed so that it might be left fallow. All the fields, not half of them, should be attended to with the laborers. The overseer listened attentively, doing his best evidently to approve of his master's plans, but nevertheless his face wore that vexatiously hopeless and melancholy expression which Levin knew so well. This expression seemed to say, "This is all very well and good, but as God shall give." Nothing exasperated Levin so much as this tone, but it was common to all the overseers that had ever been in his service. They all received his projects with the same dejected air, and so he now refrained from getting angry, but he was exasperated and felt himself still more stimulated for the struggle against this, as it were elemental, force which he could not help calling, as God shall give, and which constantly opposed him everywhere. "If we have time, Konstantin Dmitrievitch," said the overseer. "Why shall we not have time? We absolutely ought to hire 15 more workmen, but they can't be had. Some came to-day who asked 70 rubles for the summer." Levin did not speak. Again the opposing force. He knew that, however he might exert himself, he never could hire more than 40, 37, or 38 laborers at a reasonable price. He had succeeded in getting 40, never more, but nevertheless he could not give up vanquished. "Send to Sury, to Sheferovka. If they don't come, we must go for them." "I'm going to go," said Vasily Fedorovitch gloomily. "But then the horses are very feeble." "Buy some more. But then I know," he added with a laugh, "that you will do as little and as badly as you can. However, I warn you that I will not let you do as you please this year. I shall take the reins in my own hands." "Yes, but even as it is you get too little sleep, it seems to me. We are very happy to be under our master's eyes." "Now, have the clover put in on the Berezov bottom, and I shall come myself to inspect it," said he, mounting his little horse, Klopik, which the coachman brought up. "Don't go across the brooks, Konstantin Dmitrievitch," cried the coachman. "Well, then, by the woods." And on his little lively, easy-going ambler, which whinnied as it came to the pools and which pulled on the bridle, having been too long in the stable, Levin rode out of the muddy courtyard and across the open fields. Happy as Levin had felt in his cow-yard and cattle-pen, he felt still happier out in the field, rhythmically swaying on his easy-going, gentle pony, drinking in the warm air, freshened by the snow as he rode through the forest where the snow still lay here and there rapidly melting in the tracks. he took keen delight in every one of his trees, with greening moss and swelling buds. As he came out from the forest, before him lay a vast stretch of fields. They seemed like an immense carpet of velvet where there was not a bare spot or a marsh, only here and there in the hollows marked with patches of melting snow. The sight of a peasant's mare and colt treading down his fields did not anger him, but he ordered a passing muzhik to drive them out. With the same gentleness he received the sarcastic and impudent answer of the muzhik Ipet, whom he met and asked, "Ipet, shall we put in the seed before very long?" And Ipet replied, "We must plough first, Konstantin Dmitrich." The further he went, the more his good humour increased, and each of his plans for improving his estate seemed to surpass the other. To protect the fields on the south by lines of trees so as to prevent the snow from staying too long. To divide his arable fields into 9 parts, 6 of which should be well dressed, and the other 3 sown down to grass. To build a cow yard in the farthest corner of one field, and have a pond dug. To have portable enclosures for the cattle, so as to utilize the manure, and thus to cultivate 300 desyatins of wheat, 100 desyatins of potatoes, and 150 of clover, without exhausting the soil. Full of these reflections, he picked his way carefully along so as not to tread down his fields, till at last he reached the place where the labourers were sowing the clover. The cart, loaded with seed, instead of being left on the edge of the field, had been driven into the ploughed land, and his winter wheat was crushed by the wheels and trampled down by the horse. The 2 labourers were sitting by the edge of the field, evidently smoking a mutual pipe. The earth in the cart, mixed together with the seed, had not been worked over, but was full of hard or frozen lumps. When he saw the master, the labourer Vasily started toward the cart, and Mishka began to sow. This was all wrong, but Levin rarely got angry with his labourers. When Vasily came up to him, Levin ordered him to lead the horse to the side of the field. "It won't do any harm, sir. It will spring up again." "Please do not discuss it," replied Levin, "but do what I say." "I will obey," said Vasily, taking the horse by the head. "What splendid seed, Konstantin Dmitrich," he added to regain favour. "Best kind, but it is frightfully going. You drag a pud on each foot." "But why wasn't the earth sifted?" asked Levin. "Oh, it'll come out all right," replied Vasily, taking up some seed and crushing the lump in his palm. It was not Vasily's fault that they were scattering the unsifted soil, but it was vexatious, nevertheless. Having more than once to his advantage made use of a well-known means of wrecking his vexation, which always seemed to him foolish, Levin now determined to try it and see if he could recover his good temper. He noticed how Mishka strode along dragging huge clods of clay which stuck to each of his feet, so, dismounting, he took the seed cod from Vasily and began to scatter the seed. "Where did you stop?" Vasily touched the spot with his foot, and Levin went on as best he could, scattering the earth with the seed. But it was hard as wading through a marsh, and after he had gone a row he stopped all in a sweat, and returned to the seed cod. "Well, Baron, if that row doesn't come out well next summer, don't blame me for it," said Vasily. "Indeed I won't," replied Levin, gaily, already feeling the efficacy of the means he had employed. "But just look at the summer we're going to have. 'Twill be magnificent. If you'll notice, that's where I sowed last spring. How well I planted it! Why, Konstantin Dmitrich, I work as if I were working for my own father. Well, I don't like to do slack work. What is good for the master is good for us. And look yonder at that field," continued Vasily, pointing to the field. "It delights my heart." "It is a fine spring, Vasily." "Yes, it is such a spring as our old men can't remember. I was at home, and our elder had already sowed an acre of wheat, as he says he can hardly tell it from rye." "But how long have you been sowing wheat?" "Why, you yourself taught us how to sow it year before last. You spared me 2 measures. It gave 8 bushels, and we sowed an acre with it." "Well, look here, see that you break up the earth well," said Levin, as he started for his ambler. "Look after Mishka, and if the seed comes up well, you shall have 50 kopecks a desyatin." "We thank you humbly. We should be content even without that." Levin mounted his horse and rode off to visit his last year's clover field, and then to the field which was already plowed ready for the summer wheat. The crop of clover in the stubble field was miraculous. It had all survived and was covering with a mantle of green all the ground where the preceding fall the roots of the wheat had been left. The horse sank up to the fetlock, and each foot made a sucking noise as he pulled it out of the half-thawed soil. It was entirely impossible to cross the plowed land. Only where there was ice would it hold, but in the thawed furrows the horse's legs sank above the fetlock. The plowed field was excellent. In 2 days the harrowing and sowing could be done. Everything was beautiful. Everything was gay. Levin rode back by way of the brooks, hoping to find the water lower. In fact, he found that he could get across, and, as he waded through, he scared up a couple of wild ducks. There ought to be snipe also, he thought, and a forest guard whom he met on his way to the house confirmed his supposition. He immediately spurred up his horse so as to get back in time for dinner, and to prepare his gun for the evening. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Just as Levin reached home, in the best humor in the world, he heard the jingling of bells at the side entrance. There now, someone from the railroad station, was his first thought. It's time for the Moscow train. Who can have come? Brother Nikolai? Did he not say that instead of going abroad he might perhaps come to see me? For a moment it occurred to him disagreeably that his brother Nikolai's presence might spoil his pleasant plans for the spring. But, disgusted at the selfishness of this thought, his mind, so to speak, instantly received his brother with open arms, and he began to hope, with affectionate joy, that it was really he. He hurried his horse, and as he came out from behind the acacia, he saw a hired troika from the railway station and a traveller dressed in a shuba. It was not his brother. "Ah, if it is only some agreeable man to talk with," he thought. "Ah!" he cried, lifting up both arms as he recognized Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Here is the most delectable of guests. Ah, how glad I am to see you! I shall certainly learn from him if she is married or when she is going to be," he added to himself. This splendid spring morning he felt that the memory of Kitty was not at all painful. "You scarcely expected me, I suppose," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, leaping out of the sledge, with spots of mud on the bridge of his nose, on his cheeks, and on his forehead, but radiant with health and pleasure. "I am come, first, to see you," he cried, throwing his arms around Levin and kissing him. "Secondly, to shoot a few birds, and thirdly, to sell the forest at Yergushovo." "Perfect, isn't it? What do you think of this spring? But how could you have got here in a sledge?" "Travelling is far worse with a telyaga, Konstantin Dmitrich," replied the postilion, who was an acquaintance. "Well, indeed I am delighted to see you again," said Levin, with a genuine smile of boyish joy. He conducted his guest to the room kept in readiness for visitors, and had Stepan Arkadyevitch's things brought up, a gripsack, a gun in its case, and a box of cigars, and then, leaving him to wash and dress himself, he went down to his office to speak about the clover and the ploughing. Agafya Mikhailovna, who had very much at heart the honor of the mansion, met him in the vestibule with questions about dinner. "Do just as you please," replied Levin, as he went out. "Only make haste about it," said he, and went to the overseer. When he returned, Stepan Arkadyevitch, who had washed and combed his hair, was just coming out of his room with a radiant smile, and together they went upstairs. "Well, I am very happy to have got out to your house at last. I shall now learn the mystery of your existence here. Truly, I envy you. What a house! How convenient everything is! How bright and delightful!" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, forgetting that bright days and the springtime were not always there. "And your old nurse! What a charming old soul! All that's lacking is a pretty little chambermaid with an apron on. But that does not suit your severe monastic style. But this is very good." Stepan Arkadyevitch had much interesting news to tell. Especially interesting to Levin was the tidings that his brother, Sergey Ivanovitch, expected to come into the country this summer. but not one word did Stepan Arkadyevitch say about Kitty or any of the Shtcherbatskys. He simply transmitted his wife's greeting. Levin was grateful to him for this delicacy. As usual, he had stored up during his hours of solitude a throng of ideas and impressions which he could not share with any of his domestics, and now he poured into Oblonsky's ears his poetical spring joys, his failures and plans and farming projects, his thoughts and his observations on the books which he had read, and above all the idea of his treatise, the scheme of which consisted, though he himself had not noticed it, of a critique on all former works on farming. Stepan Arkadyevitch, amiable and always ready to grasp a point, showed usual cordiality, and Levin even thought that he noticed a certain flattering consideration in an undertone of tenderness in his treatment of him. The efforts of Agafya Mikhailovna and the cook to get up an especially good dinner resulted in the two friends, who were half starved, betaking themselves to the zerkassa or lunch table and devouring bread and butter, cold chicken and salted mushrooms, and finally in Levin calling for the soup without the little pasties which the cook had made in hope of surprising the guest. But Stepan Arkadyevitch, though he was used to different kinds of dinners, found everything excellent. The travnik or herb beer, the bread, the butter, and especially the cold chicken, the mushrooms, the shchi or cabbage soup, the fowl with white sauce, and the white Crimean wine, everything was admirable, wonderful. "Perfect, perfect!" he cried, as he lit a big cigarette after the roast. "I feel as if I had escaped the shocks and noise of a ship, and had landed on a peaceful shore. And so you say that the element represented by the working man ought to be studied above all others, and be taken as a guide in the choice of economy expedients. You see, I am a profanus in these questions. But it seems to me that this theory and its applications would have an influence on the working man. Yes, but hold on. I'm not speaking of political economy, but of rural economy considered as a science. You must study the premises, the phenomena, just the same as in the natural sciences, and the working man, from the economical and ethnographical point of view." But here Agafya Mikhailovna entered with the dessert of preserves. "Well, now, accept my compliments, Agafya Mikhailovna," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, kissing the ends of his hairy fingers. "What nice baked chicken! What delicious beer! Well, Kostya, isn't it time to go?" he added. Levin looked out of the window toward the sun, which was sinking behind the tree-tops, still bare and leafless. "It is time. Kuzma, have the horses hitched up," he cried as he went downstairs. Stepan Arkadyevitch followed him, and carefully removed the canvas covering from the lacquered case, and, having opened it, proceeded to take out his costly gun, which was of the newest pattern. Kuzma, already scenting a generous fee, gave him assiduous attention, and helped him put on his stockings and his hunting boots, and Stepan Arkadyevitch accepted his aid complacently. "If the merchant Rabinin comes while we are gone, Kostya, I told him to be here today. Do me the favor to have him kept till we get back." "Are you going to sell your wood to Rabinin?" "Yes. Why, do you know him?" "Oh, certainly I know him. I have done business with him, positively and finally." Stepan Arkadyevitch burst into a laugh. Positively and finally were the favorite words of the merchant. "Yes, he is very droll in his speech. She knows where her master is going," he added, patting Laska, who was jumping and barking around Levin, licking now his hand, now his boots and gun. A dolgusha, or hunting wagon, was waiting at the steps as they came out. "I had the horses put in, although we have but a little distance to go," said Levin. "But would you rather walk?" "No, I prefer to ride," replied Stepan Arkadyevitch, as he mounted the wagon. He sat down, tucking round his legs a striped plaid, and lighted a cigar. "How can you get along without smoking, Kostya? A cigar, it is not only a pleasure, it is the very crown and sign of delight. This is life indeed. How delightful! I should like to live like this." "What's to prevent?" asked Levin with a smile. "Yes, but you are a fortunate man, for you have everything that you like. You like horses, you have them. Dogs, you have them. Hunting, Here it is. An estate, here it is. Perhaps it is because I enjoy what I have, and don't covet what I have not, replied Levin, with Kitty in his mind. Stepan Arkadyevitch understood, and looked at him without speaking. Levin was grateful to Oblonsky because he avoided speaking about the Shtcherbatskys with his usual tact, perceiving that Levin dreaded to speak about them. But now he felt anxious to find out how matters stood, but he did not dare to inquire. "Well, how go your affairs?" asked Levin, realizing how selfish it was in him to think only of himself. Oblonsky's eyes glistened with gaiety. "You will not admit that one can want hot rolls when he has his monthly rations. In your eyes it is a crime. But for me, I cannot admit the possibility of living without love," he replied, construing Levin's question in his own fashion. "What's to be done about it? I am so constituted. And it is a fact. It does so little harm to any one else, and gives one so much pleasure." "What? There is a new one, is there?" asked Levin. "There is, brother. You know the type of the woman in Ossian? These women that you see in dreams. But they really exist, and are terrible. Woman, you see, is an inexhaustible theme. You can never cease studying her. She always presents some new phase." "So much the better not to study her, then." "Not at all. Some mathematician has said that happiness consisted in searching for truth and never finding it." Levin listened and said no more, and, notwithstanding all the efforts which he made, he could not in the least enter into his friend's soul, and understand his feelings and the charm of studying such women. Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The place where the birds collected was not far away, by a small stream flowing through an aspen grove. Levin got out and took Oblonsky to a nook in a mossy, somewhat marshy meadow, where the snow had already melted. He himself went to the opposite side, near a double birch, rested his gun on the fork of a dead branch, took off his kaftan, clasped a belt about his waist, and ensured the free motion of his arms. Old gray Laska, following him step by step, sat down cautiously in front of him, and pricked up her ears. The sun was setting behind the great forest, and against the bright sky the young birches and aspens stood out distinctly, with their bending branches and their swelling buds. In the forest, where the snow still lay, the low rippling sound of waters could be heard running in their narrow channels. Little birds were chirping and flying from tree to tree. In the intervals of perfect silence one could hear the rustling of the last year's leaves, moved by the thawing earth or the pushing herbs. "Why, one can really hear and see the grass grow," said Levin to himself, as he saw a moist and slate-colored aspen leaf raised by the blade of a young herb starting from the sod. He stood, listening and looking, now at the damp moss-covered ground, now at the watchful Laska, now at the bare tree-tops of the forest, which swept like a sea to the foot of the hill, and now at the darkening sky, where floated little white bits of cloud. A hawk flew aloft, slowly flapping his broad wings above the distant forest. Another took the same direction and disappeared. In the thicket the birds were chirping louder and more gaily than ever. Not far away, an owl lifted his voice, and Laska pricked up her ears again, took 2 or 3 cautious steps, and bent her head to listen. On the other side of the stream a cuckoo sang. Twice it uttered its customary cry, and then its voice grew hoarse. It flew away and was heard no more. "Why, the cuckoo has come," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, coming out from behind his thicket. "Yes, I hear," said Levin, disgusted that the silence of the forest was broken by the sound even of his own voice. "You won't have to wait long now." Stepan Arkadyevitch returned to his place behind his thicket, and Levin saw only the flash of a match and the red glow of his cigarette and a light bluish smoke. Chick, chick. Stepan Arkadyevitch cocked his gun. "What was that making that noise?" he asked of his companion, attracting his attention to a protracted humming as if a colt was neighing with a very slender voice. "Don't you know what that is? That is the buck rabbit. Don't speak any more. Listen, there is a bird," cried Levin, cocking his gun. A slender, distinct whistle was heard, with that rhythmic regularity which the huntsman knows so well. Then, a moment or two later, it was repeated, nearer, and suddenly changed into a hoarse little cry. Levin turned his eyes to the right, to the left, and finally saw just above his head, against the fading blue of the sky, above the gently waving aspens, a bird flying. It flew straight toward him. Its cry, like the noise made by tearing stiff cloth, rang in his ears. Then he distinguished the long bill and the long neck of the bird, but hardly had he caught sight of it when a red flash shone out from behind Oblonsky's bush. The bird darted off like an arrow and rose into the air again, but again the light flashed and a report was heard, and the bird, vainly striving to rise, flapped its wings for a second and fell heavily to the wet earth. "Did I miss?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, who could see nothing through the smoke. "Here she is!" cried Levin, pointing to Laska, who, with one ear erect and waving the tip end of her hairy tail, slowly, as if to lengthen out the pleasure, came back with the bird in her mouth, seeming almost to smile as she laid the game down at her master's feet. "Well now, I am glad you succeeded," said Levin, though he felt a slight sensation of envy, because he himself had not killed this snipe. "The right barrel missed, curse it!" replied Stepan Arkadyevitch, reloading his gun. "Shh! Here's another." In fact, the whistles came thicker and thicker, rapid and sharp. 2 snipe flew over the hunters, playing, chasing each other, and only whistling, not clucking. 4 shots rang out, and the snipe, making a sudden turn like swallows, disappeared from sight. The sport was excellent. Stepan Arkadyevitch killed 2 others, and Levin also 2, one of which was lost. It grew darker and darker. Venus, with silvery light, shone out low in the west from behind the birches, and high in the east Arcturus gleamed with his somber reddish fire. Above his head Levin found and lost the stars of the Great Bear. The snipe had now ceased to fly, but Levin resolved to wait until Venus, which was visible above the birch trees, should stand clear above the lower branches, until all the stars of the Great Bear should be entirely visible. The star had passed beyond the birch trees, and the wane of the Great Bear with its pole was shining out clear in the dark blue sky, and he was still waiting. "Isn't it getting late?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. All was calm in the forest, not a bird moved. "Let us wait a little longer," replied Levin. "Just as you please." At this moment they were not 15 paces apart. "Stiva," cried Levin suddenly, "you have not told me whether your sister-in-law is married yet, or whether she is to be married soon." He felt so calm, his mind was so thoroughly made up, that nothing, he thought, could move him. But what Stepan Arkadyevitch answered was wholly unexpected. "She is not married, and she is not thinking of marriage. She is very ill, and the doctors have sent her abroad. They even fear for her life." "What did you say?" cried Levin. "Very ill? What is the matter? How did she—" While they were talking thus, Laska, with ears erect, was gazing at the sky above her head, and looking at them reproachfully. "This is not the time to talk," thought Laska. "Ah, here comes one. There he goes. They will miss him." At the same instant a sharp whistle pierced the ears of the 2 huntsmen, and both, leveling their guns, shot at once. The 2 reports, the 2 flashes, were simultaneous. The snipe, flying high, folded his wings, drew up his delicate legs, and fell into the thicket. "Excellent! Both together!" cried Levin, running with Laska in search of the game. "Oh, yes! What was it that hurt me so much just now? Ah, yes, Kitty was ill," he remembered. "What is to be done about it? It is too bad. Ah, she has found it. Good dog!" said he, taking the bird, still warm, from Laska's mouth, and putting it into his overflowing game bag. "Come on, Stiva!" he cried. Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. On their way home, Levin questioned his friend about Kitty's illness and the plans of the Shtcherbatskys. Though it caused some conscientious scruples, what he heard was pleasant news to him. It was pleasant because it left him with some grounds for hope, and it was still more pleasant to think that she who had caused him so much suffering was suffering herself. But when Stepan Arkadyevitch began to speak of the reason of Kitty's illness, and pronounced the name of Vronsky, he interrupted him. "I have no right to know these family matters, since I am not concerned." Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled imperceptibly as he noticed the sudden and characteristic change in Levin, who, in an instant had passed from gaiety to sadness. "Have you succeeded in your transaction with Rabinin about the wood?" he asked. "Yes, I have made the bargain. He gives me an excellent price, 38,000 roubles, 8 in advance and the rest in 6 years. I had been long about it, and no one offered me any more." "That means you are selling your wood for a song," said Levin, frowning. "Why so?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with a good-humored smile, knowing that now Levin would totally disapprove of everything. "Because your wood is worth at least 500 roubles a desyatin." "Oh, you rural economists!" replied Stepan Arkadyevitch banteringly. "What a tone of scorn to us, your city brother! And yet, when it comes to business matters, we come out of it better than you do. Believe me, I have made a careful calculation. The wood is sold under very favorable circumstances, and I fear only one thing, and that is lest the merchant will back out of it. You see, it is wretched wood," he went on, accenting the word wretched, as if to convince Levin of the unfairness of his criticism, "and nothing but firewood. There will not be much more than 30 cords to the acre, and he pays me at the rate of 200 roubles." Levin smiled scornfully. "I know these city people," he thought, "who coming twice in 10 years into the country, and learning 2 or 3 country words, which they use appropriately or inappropriately, are firmly persuaded that they know it all. Wretched! Only 30 cords. He speaks words without knowing what he is talking about." "I do not pretend to teach you what you write in your office," said he, "and, if I needed, I would even ask your advice. But you are so sure that you understand this whole document about the wood. It is hard. Have you counted the trees?" "What, count my trees?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, with a laugh, and still trying to get his friend out of his ill humor. "Count the sands, the ray of the planets. Though lofty genius might. Well now, I tell you the lofty genius of Rabinin may. Never does a merchant purchase without counting, unless, indeed, the wood is given away for nothing as you have done. I know your forest. I go hunting there every year, and your forest is worth 500 roubles a desyatin cash down, and he has given you only 200 and on a long term. That means you make him a present of 30,000. "Well, enough of imaginary receipts," said Stepan Arkadyevitch plaintively. "Why didn't someone offer me this price?" "Because the merchants connive together. I have had to do with all of them. I know them. They are not merchants, but speculators. None of them is satisfied with a profit less than 10 or 15%. They wait till they can buy for 20 kopecks what is worth a rouble." "Well enough. You are out of sorts." "Not at all," said Levin sadly, as they were approaching the house. A small cart, tightly bound with iron and leather, drawn by a fat horse, tightly harnessed with wide straps, was standing at the entrance. In the cart sat a red-faced overseer tightly belted, who served Rabinin as a coachman. Rabinin himself was already in the house, and met the two friends in the vestibule. Rabinin was a man of middle age, tall and thin, wearing a mustache, but his prominent chin was well shaven. His eyes were protuberant and muddy. He was clad in a dark blue coat with buttons set low behind, and he wore high boots, wrinkled around the ankles and smooth over the calves, and over his boots huge galoshes. Wiping his face with his handkerchief and wrapping his overcoat closely around him, though without that it fitted him well enough, he came out with a smile to meet the gentlemen as they entered. He gave one hand to Stepan Arkadyevitch as if he wanted to grasp something. "Ah, here you are," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, shaking hands. "Very good. I should not have ventured to disobey your Excellency's orders, though the roads are very bad. Positively, I came all the way on foot, but I got here on time. A greeting to you, Konstantin Dmitrich," said he, turning to Levin, intending to seize his hand also, but Levin, frowning, affected not to notice the motion, and began to take out the snipe. "You have been enjoying a hunt? What kind of a bird is that?" asked Rябinin, looking at the snipe disdainfully. "I suppose it has a peculiar flavour," and he shook his head disapprovingly, as if he felt doubtful whether the game were worth the candle. "Would you like to go to the library?" said Levin, darkly scowling. Addressing Stepan Arkadyevitch in French, "Go to the library and discuss your business there." "Just as you please," replied the merchant, in a tone of disdainful superiority, apparently wishing it to be understood that others might find difficulties in transacting business, but that he never could. As he entered the library, Rябinin glanced about as if his eyes were in search of the holy image, but when he caught sight of it, he did not cross himself. He glanced at the bookcases and the shelves lined with books, and with the same air of doubt that the snipe had caused, he smiled scornfully and shook his head disapprovingly, as if this kind of game also were not worth the candle. "Well, did you bring the money?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Sit down." "The money will come all in good time. But I came to see you and have a talk." "What have we to talk about? However, sit down." "May as well sit down," said Rябinin, taking a chair, and leaning back in it in the most uncomfortable attitude. "You must give a trifle, prince. It would be sinful not to do it. As to the money, it is all ready, absolutely and finally even to the last kopeck. As far as the money goes, there will be no delay." Levin, who had been putting his gun away in the armory and was just leaving the room, stopped as he heard the last words. "You bought that wood for a song," said he. "He came to visit me too late. I would have had a good price for it." Rябinin arose and smilingly contemplated Levin from head to foot, but said nothing. "Konstantin Levin is very sharp," said he at length, turning to Stepan Arkadyevitch. "One never succeeds in arranging a bargain finally with him. I have bought wheat and paid good prices. Why should I give you my property for a song? I did not find it in the ground, nor did I steal it." "Excuse me, at the present day it is absolutely impossible to be a thief. Everything is done in the present day honestly and openly. Who could steal, then? We have spoken honestly and honorably. The wood is too dear. I shall not make the two ends meet. I beg him to yield a little." "But is your bargain made or is it not? If it is made, there is no need of haggling. If it is not," said Levin, "I am going to buy the wood." The smile suddenly disappeared from Ryabinin's lips. A rapacious and cruel expression, like that of a bird of prey, came in its place. With his bony fingers he tore open his overcoat, bringing into sight his shirt, his waistcoat with its copper buttons, and his watch chain, and from his breast pocket he pulled out a huge well-worn wallet. "Excuse me, the wood is mine!" he exclaimed, making a rapid sign of the cross, and he extended his hand. "Take your money, the wood is mine. This is how Rябinin ends his transactions. He does not reckon his kopecks," said he, knitting his brows and waving his wallet eagerly. "If I were in your place, I should not be in haste," said Levin. "Mercy on me!" said Oblonsky, astonished. "I have given my word." Levin dashed out of the room, slamming the door. Rябinin glanced at the door and shook his head. "Merely the effect of youth. Definitely. Pure childishness. Believe me, I buy this, so to speak, for the sake of glory, so that they may say, 'It's Rябinin, and not someone else, who has bought Oblonsky's forest.' And God knows how I shall come out of it. Have faith in God. Please sign." An hour later the merchant, carefully wrapping his khalat around him and buttoning up his overcoat, took his seat in his cart and drove home with the agreement in his pocket. "Oh, these gentlemen," he said to the overseer, "always the same story." "So it is," replied the prikazchik, giving up the reins so as to arrange the leather boot. "And your little purchase, Mikhail Ignatiitch?" "Well, well." End of chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Stepan Arkadyevitch went upstairs, his pockets bulging out with promises to pay due in 3 months, which the merchant had given him. The sale of the forest was concluded. He had money in his pocket. Sport had been good, and Stepan Arkadyevitch was in the happiest frame of mind, and therefore was especially eager to dispel the sadness which had taken possession of Levin. He wanted a good ending for the day that since dinner had shown such promise. In point of fact, Levin was not in good spirits, and in spite of his desire to seem amiable and thoughtful toward his beloved guest, he could not control himself. The intoxication which he felt in learning that Kitty was not married had begun little by little to affect him. Kitty not married, and ill from love for a man who had jilted her. It was almost like a personal insult. Vronsky had slighted her, and she had slighted him. Levin, consequently, had gained the right to despise him. He was therefore his enemy. Levin did not reason this all out. He had a vague sense that there was something in this humiliating to him, and he was angry now because it had upset his plans, and so everything which came up annoyed him. The stupid sale of the forest, which had taken place under his roof, and the way Oblonsky had been cheated, exasperated him. "Well, is it finished?" he asked, as he met Stepan Arkadyevitch upstairs. "Would you like some supper?" "Yes, I won't refuse. What an appetite I feel in the country! It's wonderful. Why didn't you offer a bite to Rabinin?" The devil take him." "Why, how you treated him!" exclaimed Oblonsky. "You didn't even offer him your hand. Why didn't you offer him your hand?" "Because I don't shake hands with my lackey, and my lackey is worth 100 of him." "What a retrograde you are! And how about the fusion of classes?" said Oblonsky. "Let those who like it enjoy it. It is disgusting to me." "You, I see, are a retrograde." "To tell the truth, I never asked myself what I am. I am Konstantin Levin, nothing more." "And Konstantin Levin is in a very bad humor," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "Yes, I am in a bad humor. And do you know why? Because of your stupid Stepan Arkadyevitch frowned good-naturedly, like a man who is unreasonably scolded and blamed. "There, that'll do," he said. "After any one has sold anything, they come saying, 'You might have sold this at a higher price,' but no one thinks of offering this fine price before the sale. No, I see you have a grudge against this unfortunate Rabinin." "Maybe I have. And do you know why? You will call me a retrograde, or some worse name, but it is so vexatious and disgusting to me to see what is going on everywhere. The nobility which I belong to, and in spite of your fusion of classes, am very glad to belong to, is always getting poorer and poorer. And this growing poverty is not in consequence of luxurious living. That would be nothing. To live like lords is proper for the nobles. The nobles only can do this. Now the muzhiks are buying up our lands. That does not trouble me. The proprietor does nothing. The muzhik is industrious and supplants the lazy man. So it ought to be, and I am very glad for the muzhik. But what vexes me, and stirs my soul, is to see the proprietor robbed by—I don't know how to express it—by his own innocence. Here is a Polish leaseholder who has bought, at half price, a superb estate of a lady who lives at Nice. Yonder is a merchant who has hired a farm for 1 ruble an acre, and it is worth 10 rubles an acre. And this very day, without the slightest reason, you have given this rascal a present of 30,000. But what can I do? Count my trees one by one?" "Certainly. If you have not counted them, Rabinin did, and his children will have the means whereby to live and get an education, whereas yours, perhaps, will not." "Well, forgive me, but there is something pitiful in such minute calculations. We have our ways of doing things, and they have theirs. And let them get the profits. There now. Moreover, it is done, and that's the end of it. And here is my favorite omelette coming in, and then Agafya Mikhailovna will certainly give us a glass of her marvelous herb beer." Stepan Arkadyevitch sat down at the table and began to joke with Agafya Mikhailovna, assuring her that he had not eaten such a dinner and such a supper for an age. "You can give fine speeches, at least," said Agafya Mikhailovna. But Konstantin Dmitrievitch, whatever was set before him, if only a crust of bread, would eat it and go away. Levin, in spite of his efforts to control himself, was melancholy and gloomy. He wanted to ask Stepan Arkadyevitch one question, but he could not make up his mind, nor could he find either the opportunity in which to ask it or a suitable form in which to couch it. Stepan Arkadyevitch had gone down to his room, and, after another bath, had put on a ruffled nightshirt and gone to bed. Levin still dallied in his room, talking about various trifles, but not having the courage to ask what he had at heart. "How wonderfully well this is made," he said, taking from its wrapper a piece of perfumed soap, which Agafya Mikhailovna had prepared for the guest, but which Oblonsky had not used. "Just look. Isn't it truly a work of art?" "Yes, all sorts of improvements nowadays," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with a beatific yawn. "The theatres, for example, and yawning again, these amusing and electric lights everywhere. "Yes, the electric lights," repeated Levin. "And that Vronsky, where is he now?" he suddenly asked, putting down the soap. "Vronsky?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, ceasing to yawn. "He is at Petersburg. He went away shortly after you did, and has not been in Moscow since. And do you know, Kostya," he continued, leaning his elbow on a little table placed near the head of the bed, and resting his handsome ruddy face on his hand, while two oily, good-natured and sleepy eyes shone out like twin stars, "I'm going to tell you the truth. You yourself were to blame. You were afraid of a rival. And I will remind you of what I said. I don't know which of you had the best chances. Why didn't you go ahead? I told you then that—" He yawned again, with his jaws only, trying not to open his mouth. "Does he or doesn't he know that I offered myself?" thought Levin, looking at him. "Yes, there is something subtle, something diplomatic, in his face." And feeling that he was flushing, he said nothing, but looked straight into Oblonsky's eyes. "If on her part there was any feeling for him, it was merely a slight drawing," continued Oblonsky. "You know, that absolutely high breeding of his and the chances of position in the world had an effect on her mother, but not on her." Levin frowned. The humiliation of his rejection, with which he was suffering as from a recent wound, smarted in his heart. Fortunately he was at home, and the very walls of the home sustained one. "Wait, he interrupted. "You said 'high breeding.' But let me ask you, what means this high breeding of Vronsky, or anyone else? A high breeding that could look down on me? You consider Vronsky an aristocrat. I don't. A man whose father sprang from nothing by means of intrigue, whose mother has had liaisons with God knows whom. Oh, no, excuse me. Aristocrats, in my opinion, are men like myself, who can show in the past 3 or 4 generations of excellent families belonging to the most cultivated classes, talents and intellect are another matter, who never abased themselves before anybody and were never dependent on others, like my father and grandfather. And I know many such. It seems small business to you that I count my trees, while you give 30,000 rubles to Rabinin. But you receive a salary and other things, and I receive nothing of the sort, and therefore I appreciate what my father left me and what my labor gives me. We are the aristocrats, and not those who live only by means of what the powers of this world dole out to them, who can be bought for a copper." "There, whom are you so angry with? I agree with you," replied Stepan Arkadyevitch, sincerely and gaily, though he knew that when Levin hurled his sarcasms at those who could be bought for a copper, he meant him. But Levin's animation really pleased him. "Whom are you angry with? Though much of what you say about Vronsky is not true, still I won't speak about that. I will tell you frankly that if I were in your place, I would start for Moscow and—" "No! I don't know whether you know or not, but it's over for me. I will tell you. I proposed and was rejected, so that now the memory of Katerina Alexandrovna is painful and humiliating." "Why so? What nonsense!" "But let us not speak of it. Forgive me if I have been rude to you," said Levin. Now that he had made a clean breast of it, he began once more to feel as he had felt in the morning. "You will not be angry with me, Stiva? I beg of you, don't be angry with me," said he, with a smile, and he took his hand. "Of course not. I will not think anything more about it. I am very glad, though, that we have spoken frankly to each other. And, do you know, sport will be capital to morrow. We can try it again, can't we? In that case I would not even sleep, but go straight from the grove to the station." "Capital." Chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Although Vronsky's inner life was wholly absorbed by his passion, his outward life unchangeably and inevitably ran along in the former ordinary rails of his social and regimental ties and interests. His regiment filled an important part in his life. In the first place because he loved his regiment, and, still more, because he was extremely popular in it. In his regiment he was not only admired, but he was also respected. They were proud of him, proud that a man enormously rich, with a fine education and with qualities, with a path open before him to every kind of success and ambition and glorification, scorned all that, and placed the interests of his regiment and his comrades above all the interests of life. Vronsky recognized the feeling which he inspired, and, besides the fact that he loved that life, he felt called on, in a certain degree, to sustain his character. Of course he spoke to no one of his passion. Never did an imprudent word escape him, even when he joined his comrades in the liveliest of drinking bouts. However, he was never so intoxicated as to lose control over himself. And he kept his mouth shut in the presence of those gossiping meddlers who made the least allusion to the affairs of his heart. Nevertheless, his passion was a matter of notoriety throughout the city. All had more or less well-founded suspicions of his relationship to Madame Karenin, and most of the young men envied him on account of the very thing that was the greatest drawback to his love, Karenin's high station, which made the matter more conspicuous. The majority of young women, jealous of Anna, whom they were weary of hearing always called the just, were not sorry to have their predictions verified, and were waiting only for the sanction of public opinion, to overwhelm her with the whole weight of their scorn. They had already prepared for use the mud which should be thrown at her when the time should come. Most people of experience, and those of high rank, were displeased at the prospect of a disgraceful scandal in society. Vronsky's mother, when she heard of the liaison, at first was glad, because, in her opinion, nothing gave the last finish to a brilliant young man compared to an intrigue in high life, and because she was not sorry to find that Madame Karenin, who had pleased her so much, and who seemed so entirely devoted to her boy, was, after all, only like any other handsome and elegant woman. But later she learned that her son had refused an important promotion, for no other reason than that he might stay with his regiment and keep on visiting Madame Karenin. And she learned that, on account of this, persons very high in authority were dissatisfied with him, and she changed her opinion in regard to it. There was another reason why she did not now approve of it. For all she could learn of this liaison, it was not the brilliant and fashionable flirtation, such as she approved, but a desperate tragedy, after the style of Werther, according to report, and she was afraid lest her son should be drawn into some folly. Since his unexpected departure from Moscow she had not seen him, but she sent word to him, through his elder brother, that she desired him to come to her. His elder brother was even more dissatisfied, not because he felt anxious to know whether this love affair was to be deep or ephemeral, passionate or platonic, innocent or guilty. He himself, though a married man and the father of a family, had a ballet dancer for a mistress, and therefore had no right to be severe, but because he knew that this love affair was displeasing in quarters where it was better to be on good terms, and therefore he blamed his brother's conduct. Vronsky, besides his society relations and his military duties, had yet another absorbing passion: horses. The officers' handicap races were to take place this summer. He became a subscriber and bought a pure-blood English trotter, and in spite of his love affair, he was passionately though discreetly interested in the results of the races. These two passions did not interfere with each other. On the contrary, He needed something independent of his love affair, some occupation and interest in which he could find refreshment and recreation after the over-violent emotions which stirred him. End of chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. On the day of the Krasno Silo races, Vronsky came earlier than usual to eat a beefsteak in the officers' common dining hall. He was not at all constrained to limit himself, since his weight satisfied the 160 pounds required, but he did not want to get fat, and so he refrained from sweet and farinaceous foods. He sat down with his coat unbuttoned over his white waistcoat, and with both elbows resting on the table. While he was waiting for his beefsteak he kept his eyes on the pages of a French novel which lay on the plate. He looked at his book only so as not to talk with the officers as they went and came, but he was thinking. He was thinking how Anna had promised to meet him after the races, but he had not seen her for 3 days, and he was wondering if she would be able to keep her appointment, as her husband had just returned to Petersburg from a journey abroad. And he was wondering how he could find out. They had met for the last time at his cousin Betsy's dacha, or country house, for he went to the Karenins' dacha as little as possible, and now he wanted to go there, and he was asking himself, how can it be managed? Of course I will say that I am charged by Betsy to find whether she expects to attend the races. Yes, certainly, I will go, he said, raising his head from his book, and his face shone with the joy caused by his imagination at the forthcoming interview. Send word that I wish my carriage and troika harnessed and brought round, said he to the waiter who was bringing his beefsteak on a hot silver platter. Moving the platter toward him, he began his meal. In the adjoining billiard room the clinking of balls was heard, and 2 voices talking and laughing. 2 officers appeared in the door. One of them was a young man with delicate, refined features, who had just graduated from the Corps of Pages and joined the regiment. The other was old and fat, with little, moist eyes, and wore a bracelet on his wrist. Vronsky glanced at them and frowned, and went on eating and reading at the same time, as if he had not seen them. "Getting ready for work, are you?" asked the fat officer, sitting down near him. "You see I am," replied Vronsky, wiping his lips, and frowning again without looking up. "But aren't you afraid of getting fat?" continued the elderly officer, pulling up a chair for his junior. "What?" cried Vronsky, making a grimace to express his disgust and aversion, and showing his splendid teeth. "Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" "Waiter, sherry!" cried Vronsky, without replying, and he changed his book to the other side of his plate, and continued to read. The fat officer took the wine list and passed it over to the young officer. "You select what we'll have to drink," said he, giving him the list and looking at him. "Rhine wine, if you please," replied the young officer, looking timidly at Vronsky out of the corner of his eye and trying to twist his imaginary mustache. When he saw that Vronsky did not turn, the young officer got up and said, "Let us go into the billiard room." The fat officer humbly arose, and the 2 went out of the door. At the same time a tall, stately cavalry captain named Yashvin came in. He condescendingly and disdainfully nodded to the 2 officers, and went toward Vronsky. "Ah, here he is!" he cried, laying his heavy hand on Vronsky's shoulder. Vronsky turned round angrily, but in an instant a pleasant, friendly expression came into his face. "Well, Alyosha," said the cavalry captain, in his big baritone, "have something more to eat, and drink 1 more glass with me." "No, I don't want any more to eat." "Those are inseparables," said Yashvin, looking derisively at the 2 officers as they disappeared. Then he sat down, doubling up under the chair, which was too short for him, his long legs dressed in tight uniform trousers. "Weren't you at the Krosmensky Theatre last evening? Numerovna was not bad at all. Where were you?" "I stayed too late at the Tverskoyas'," said Vronsky. "Ah!" exclaimed Yashvin. Yashvin, a gambler, a debauch, was Vronsky's best friend in the regiment. It could not be said of him that he lacked principles. He had principles, but they were immoral ones. Vronsky liked him, both for his exceptional physical vigour, which allowed him to drink like a hogshead and not feel it, and to do absolutely without sleep if it were necessary, and also for his great social ability, which he employed in his relations to his superiors and his comrades, attracting to himself their love and respect, and also in gambling, at which he risked tens of thousands, and always, no matter how much he had been drinking, played so cleverly and daringly that he was regarded as the leading gambler at the English Club. Vronsky felt friendship and consideration for him, because he felt that Yashvin liked him, not for his fortune or his social position, but chiefly on his own account. Moreover, Yashvin was the only man to whom Vronsky would have been willing to speak of his love. He felt that, in spite of his affected scorn for all kinds of sentiment, he alone could appreciate the serious passion which now absorbed his whole life. Besides, he was persuaded that he found absolutely no pleasure in tittle-tattle and scandal, but considered this feeling as essential, in other words, that he knew and believed that love was no joke, no mere pastime, but something serious and important. Thus, taken all in all, his presence was always agreeable to him. Vronsky had not yet spoken to him about his love, but he knew that Yashvin knew it, looked on it in its true light, and it was a pleasure to read this in his eyes. "Ah, yes," said the cavalry captain, when he heard the name of the Tverskoyes, and, flashing his brilliant black eyes at him, he seized his left moustache and began to cram it into his mouth, for this was a bad habit of his. "And what did you do last evening? Did you gain?" asked Vronsky. 8,000 rubles, but 3,000 possibly are no good. I may not get them." "Well, then you may lose on me," said Vronsky, laughing. Yashvin had laid a large wager on him. "But I shall not lose. Makhotin is the only one to be afraid of." And the conversation went off in regard to the races, which was the only subject of which Vronsky could now think. "Come on, I have done," said Vronsky, getting up and going to the door. Yashvin also arose and stretched his huge legs and long back. "I can't dine so early, but I will take something to drink. I will follow you immediately. Here, wine!" he cried in his heavy voice, which was the wonder of the regiment. It made the windows rattle. "No, no matter," he cried again. "If you are going home, I'll join you." And he went off with Vronsky. End of chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Vronsky was lodging in a neat and spacious Finnish izba, divided in two by a partition. Petritsky was his chum, not only in Petersburg, but here also in camp. He was asleep when Vronsky and Yashvin entered. "Get up, you've slept long enough," said Yashvin, going behind the partition and shaking the sleeper's shoulder as he lay with his nose buried in the pillow. Petritsky suddenly got up on his knees and looked all about him. "Your brother has been here," said he to Vronsky. "He woke me up, the devil take him, and he said that he would come again." Then he threw himself back on the pillow again and pulled up the bedclothes. "Stop, Yashvin!" he cried angrily, as his comrade twitched off his quilt. Then he turned over, opened his eyes, and said, "You would do much better to tell me what I ought to drink to take this bad taste out of my mouth." "Vodka is better than anything," said Yashvin. "Terestchenko, bring the baron some vodka and cucumbers," he cried, delighting in the thunder of his voice. "You advise vodka? Ha!" exclaimed Petritsky, scowling and rubbing his eyes. "Will you take some too? If you'll join, all right. Vronsky, will you have a drink?" said Petritsky, getting up and wrapping a striped quilt about him under his arms. He came to the door of the partition, raised his arms in the air, and began to sing in French. "There was a king in Thuu-li. Vronsky, will you have a drink?" "Go away," replied the latter, who was putting on an overcoat brought him by his valet. "Where are you going?" asked Yashvin, seeing a carriage drawn by 3 horses. "Here's the troika." "To the stables, then to Bryansky's to see about some horses," replied Vronsky. Vronsky had, indeed, promised to bring some money to Bryansky, who lived about 10 versts from Peterhof, and he was in a hurry to get there as soon as possible, so as to pay for the horses, but his friends immediately understood that he was also going somewhere else. Petritsky, who kept on singing, winked, and pursed his lips as if he would say, "We know who this Bryansky means." "See here, don't be late," said Yashvin, and changing the subject. "And my roan, does she suit you?" he asked, looking out of the window and referring to the middle horse of the team which he had sold. Just as Vronsky left the room, Petritsky called out to him, "Hold on, your brother left a note and a letter. Hold on, where did I put them?" Vronsky waited impatiently. "Well, where are they? Where are they indeed? That's the question," declaimed Petritsky, solemnly, putting his forefinger above his nose. "Speak quick, no nonsense," said Vronsky, smiling. "I have not had any fire in the fireplace. Where can I have put them?" "Come now, enough talk. Where's the letter?" "I swear I have forgotten. Or did I dream about it? Wait, don't get angry. If you had drunk 4 bottles, as I did yesterday, you wouldn't even know where you went to bed. Hold on, I'll think in a minute." Petritsky went behind the screen again and got into bed. "Hold on, I was lying here. He stood there. Da, 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 da. Here it is!" And he pulled the letter out from under the mattress where he had put it. Vronsky took the letter and his brother's note. It was exactly as he expected. His mother reproached him because he had not been to see her, and his brother said he had something to speak to him about. "What concern is it of theirs?" he muttered, and crumpling up the notes, he thrust them between his coat buttons, intending to read them more carefully on the way. Just as he left the izba, he met 2 officers, one of whom belonged to a different regiment. Vronsky's quarters were always the headquarters of all the officers. "Whither away?" "Must, to Peterhof." "Has your horse come from Tsarskoye?" "Yes, but I have not seen her yet." "They say Makotin's gladiator is lame." "Rubbish! How can you trot in such mud?" "Here are my saviors!" cried Petritsky, as he saw the newcomers. The denshchik was standing before him with vodka and salted cucumbers on a platter. "Yashvin here ordered me to drink, so as to clear my head." "Well, you were too much for us last night," said one of the officers. "You did not let us sleep all night." "I must tell you how we ended it," began Petritsky. "Volkov climbed up on the roof and told us that he was blue. I sung out, 'Give us some music, a funeral march,' and he went to sleep on the roof to the music of the funeral march." Drink your vodka by all means, and then take seltzer and a lot of lemon," said Yashvin, encouraging Petritsky as a mother encourages her child to swallow some medicine. "It is only a little bottle." "Now, this is sense. Hold on, Vronsky, and have a drink with us." "No, good‐bye, gentlemen. I am not drinking today." "Vronsky," cried someone after he had gone into the vestibule. "What?" "You had better cut off your hair. It's getting very long, especially on the bald spot." Vronsky, in fact, was beginning to get a little bald. He laughed gaily, showing his splendid teeth, and, pulling his cap over the bald spot, he went out and got into his carriage. "To the stables," he said. He started to take his letters for a second reading, but on second thought deferred them so that he might think of nothing else but his horse. "I'll wait." End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. A temporary stable, a balagan or hut, made out of planks had been built near the racecourse, and here Vronsky's horse should have been brought the evening before. He had not as yet seen her. During the last few days he himself had not been out to drive, but he had entrusted her to the trainer, and Vronsky did not know in what condition he should find her. He was just getting out of his carriage when his konyak, or groom, a young fellow, saw him from the distance and immediately called the trainer. This was an Englishman with a withered face and tufted chin, and dressed in short jacket and top boots. He came out toward Vronsky in the mincing steps peculiar to jockeys, and with elbows sticking out. "Well, how is Frau?" said Vronsky in English. "All right, sir," said the Englishman in a voice that came out of the bottom of his throat. "Better not go in, sir," he added, taking off his hat. "I've put a muzzle on her, and that excites her. Better not go in. It excites a horse." No, I am going in. I want to see her." "Come on, then," replied the Englishman testily, and, without ever opening his mouth and with his dandified step, he led the way. They went into a small yard in front of the stable. An active and alert stable boy in a clean jacket, with whip in hand, met them as they entered and followed them. 5 horses were in the stable, each in its own stall. Vronsky knew that his most redoubtable rival, Makotin's Gladiator, a chestnut horse 5 vershaks high, was there, and he was more curious to see Gladiator than to see his own racer, but he knew that, according to the etiquette of the races, he could not have him brought out or even ask questions about him. As he passed along the corridor, the groom opened the door of the second stall at the left, and Vronsky saw a powerful chestnut with white feet. He knew it was Gladiator, but with the delicacy of a man who turns away from an open letter which is not addressed to him, he instantly turned away and walked toward Frou Frou's stall. "That horse belongs to I never can pronounce his name," said the Englishman over his shoulder and pointing to Gladiator's stall with a huge finger, the nail of which was black with dirt. "Makotin's? Yes, he is my only dangerous rival." "If you would mount him, I would bet on you," said the Englishman. "Frou Frou has more nerve. This one's stronger," said Vronsky, smiling at the jockey's praise. "In hurdle races it all depends on the mount, and on pluck." Pluck, that is, audacity and coolness, Vronsky knew that he had in abundance, and, what was far more important, he was firmly convinced that no one could have more of this pluck than he had. "You are sure that a good sweating was not necessary?" "Not at all," replied the Englishman. "Please not speak so loud, the horse is restive," he added, jerking his head toward the closed stall in front of which they were standing. They could hear the horse stamping on the straw. He opened the door, and Vronsky entered a box stall feebly lighted by a little window. A dark bay horse, muzzled, was nervously prancing up and down on the fresh straw. As he gazed into the semi-obscurity of the stall, Vronsky, in spite of himself, took in at one general observation all the points of his favorite horse. Frou Frou was a horse of medium size, and not faultless in form. Her bones were slender, although her brisket showed powerfully. Her breast was narrow, the crupper was rather tapering, and the legs, particularly the hind legs, considerably bowed. The muscles of the legs were not big, but, on the other hand, where the saddle rested the horse was extraordinarily wide, and this was particularly striking by reason of the firmness and the smallness of her belly. The bones of the legs below the knee seemed not thicker than a finger, seen from the front. They were extraordinarily large when seen sidewise. The whole steed, with the exception of the ribs, seemed squeezed in and lengthened out. But she had one merit that outweighed all her faults. She was a thoroughbred, had good blood, which tells, as the English say. Her muscles, standing out under a network of veins, covered with a skin as smooth and soft as satin, seemed as solid as bone. Her slender head, with prominent eyes, bright and animated, widened out at the septum into projecting nostrils with membrane which seemed suffused with blood. In her whole form, and especially in her head, there was an expression of something energetic and decided, and at the same time good-tempered. It was one of those creatures which do not speak for the single reason that the mechanical construction of their mouths does not permit it. Vronsky, at any rate, was convinced that she understood all his thoughts while he was looking at her. As soon as he went to her she began to take long breaths, and, turning her prominent eyes so that the whites became suffused with blood, she gazed from the opposite side at the visitors, trying to shake off her muzzle, and dancing on her feet with elastic motion. "You see how excited she is," said the Englishman. "Oh, my loveliest, oh," said Vronsky, approaching to soothe her. But the nearer he came the more nervous she grew, and only when he had caressed her head did she become tranquil. He could feel her muscles strain and tremble under her delicate, smooth skin. Vronsky smoothed her powerful neck, and put into place a tuft of her mane that she had tossed on the other side, and then he put his face close to her nostrils, which swelled and dilated like the wings of a bat. She drew in the air and loudly expelled it from her quivering nostrils, pricked up her sharp ears, and stretched out her long black lips to seize his sleeve. But, when she found herself prevented by her muzzle, she shook it and began to caper again on her slender legs. "Quiet, my beauty, quiet," said Vronsky, calming her, and he left the stable with the reassuring conviction that his horse was in perfect condition. But the nervousness of the steed had taken possession of Vronsky. He felt the blood rush to his heart, and, like the horse, he wanted violent action. He felt like prancing and biting. It was a sensation at once strange and joyful. "Well, I count on you," he said to the Englishman. "Be on the grounds at 6:30. "All shall be ready. But where are you going, my lord?" asked the Englishman, using the title of "my lord," which he almost never permitted himself to use. Astonished at this, Vronsky raised his head and looked at him as he well understood how to do, not into the Englishman's eyes, but at his forehead. He instantly saw that the Englishman had spoken to him, not as to his master, but as to a jockey, and he replied, "I've got to see Bryansky, and I shall be at home in an hour." "How many times have I been asked that question to-day?" he said to himself, and he grew red, which was a rare occurrence with him. The Englishman looked at him closely, and, as if he also knew where Vronsky was going, he said, "The main thing is to keep calm before the race. Don't get out of sorts. Don't get bothered." "All right," replied Vronsky with a smile, and jumping into his carriage he ordered the coachman to drive to Peterhof. He had gone but a short distance before the clouds, which since morning had been threatening rain, grew thicker, and a heavy shower fell. "Too bad," thought Vronsky, raising the hood of his carriage. "It has been muddy, now it will be a swamp." Now that he was sitting alone in his covered calash, he took out his mother's letter and his brother's note, and read them over. Yes, it was always the old story. Both his mother and his brother found it necessary to meddle again with his love affairs. This interference aroused his anger, a feeling which he rarely experienced. "How does this concern them? Why does everyone feel called on to meddle with me, and why do they bother me? Because they see that there is something about this that they can't understand. If it were an ordinary vulgar society intrigue, they would leave me in peace. But they imagine that it is something else, that it is not mere trifling, that this woman is dearer to me than life. It is incredible and vexatious to them. Whatever be our fate, we ourselves have made it, and we shall not regret it," he said to himself, including Anna in the word "we." "But no, they want to teach us how to live. They have no idea of what happiness is. They don't know that, if it were not for this love, there would be for us neither joy nor grief in this world. Life itself would not exist." In reality, what exasperated him most against everyone was the fact that his conscience told him that they, all of them, were right. He felt that his love for Anna was not a superficial impulse, destined, like so many social attachments, to disappear and leave no trace beyond sweet or painful memories. He felt keenly all the torture of her situation and his, and how difficult it was in the prominent position which they held in the eyes of society to hide their love, to lie, to deceive, to dissemble, and constantly to think about others, when that passion uniting them was so violent that they both forgot about everything else except their love. He vividly pictured to himself all the constantly recurring circumstances when it was essential to employ falsehood and deceit, which were so contrary to his nature. He recalled with especial vividness the feeling of shame which he had often surprised in Anna when she also was driven to tell a lie. Since this affair with her, he sometimes experienced a strange sensation. There was a feeling of disgust and repulsion for some one, he could not tell for whom he felt it, for Alexey Alexandrovitch or himself, or for all society. As far as possible he banished this strange feeling. Yes, heretofore she has been unhappy, but proud and calm. Now she cannot be proud and content any longer, though she may not betray the fact. Yes, this must end, he would conclude in his own mind. And, for the first time, the thought of cutting short this life of dissimulation appeared to him clear and tangible. The sooner, the better. She and I must leave everything, and together we must go and hide ourselves somewhere with our love," he said to himself. Chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The shower was of short duration, and when Vronsky reached Peterhof, his shaft horse at full trot, and the other two galloping along in the mud, the sun was already out again, and the wet roofs of the villas and the old lindens in the gardens on both sides the principal avenue were dazzlingly shining. The water was running from the roofs, and the raindrops were dripping from the tree-tops. He no longer thought of the harm that the shower might do to the race-course, but he was full of joy as he remembered that, thanks to the rain, she would be alone, for he knew that Alexey Alexandrovitch, who had just got back from a visit to the baths, would not have driven out from Petersburg. Hoping to find her alone, Vronsky stopped his horses, as he always did, at some little distance from the house, in order to attract as little attention as possible, and, not driving across the little bridge, got out and went to the house on foot. He did not go to the front entrance, but went through the court. "Has the baron come?" he asked of a gardener. "Not yet, but the barunya is at home. Go to the front door, there are servants there. If you ring, they will open the door." "No, I will go in through the garden." Having satisfied himself that she was alone, and wishing to surprise her, as he had not promised that he was coming that day, and on account of the races she would not be looking for him, he walked cautiously along the sandy paths, bordered with flowers, lifting up his saber so that it should make no noise. In this way he reached the terrace which led down to the garden. Vronsky had by this time forgotten all the thoughts which had oppressed him on the way about the difficulties of his situation. He thought only of the pleasure of shortly seeing her, not in imagination only, but alive, in person, as she was in reality. He was mounting the steep steps as gently as possible when he suddenly remembered what he was always forgetting, and what constituted the most painful feature of his relations with her: her son, with his inquisitive and, it seemed to him, repulsive face. This child was the principal obstacle in the way of their interviews. When he was present neither Vronsky nor Anna allowed themselves to speak of anything which the whole world might not hear, nor, what was more, did they even hint at anything which the child himself could not comprehend. There was no need of an agreement on that score. It was instinctive with them. Both of them considered it degrading to themselves to deceive the little lad. Before him they talked as if they were mere acquaintances. But in spite of this circumspection, Vronsky often noticed the lad's scrutinizing and rather suspicious eyes fixed on him, and a strange timidity and variability in his behavior toward him. Sometimes he seemed affectionate, and then again cold and shy. The child seemed instinctively to feel that between this man and his mother there was some strange bond of union which was beyond his comprehension. In fact, the boy felt that he could not understand this relationship, and he tried in vain to account to himself for the feeling which he ought to have for this man. He saw, with that quick intuition peculiar to childhood, that his father, his governess, and his nurse, all of them, not only did not like Vronsky, but looked with the utmost disfavor on him, although they never spoke about him, while his mother treated him as her best friend. What does this mean? Who is he? Must I love him? And is it my fault, and am I a naughty or stupid child, if I don't understand it at all? Thought the little fellow. Hence came his timidity, his questioning and distrustful manner, and this changeableness, which were so unpleasant to Vronsky. The presence of this child always caused Vronsky that strange feeling of unreasonable repulsion which for some time had pursued him. The presence of the child aroused in Vronsky and Anna a feeling like that experienced by a mariner who sees by the compass that the course in which he is swiftly moving is widely different from that which it should be, but that to stop this course is not in his power. That every instant carries him farther and farther in the wrong direction, and the recognition of the movement that carries him from the right course is the recognition of the ruin that impends. This child, with his innocent views of life, was the compass which pointed out to them the degree of their deviation from what they knew but wished not to know. This day Saraza was not at home, and Anna was entirely alone, and sitting on the terrace and waiting for the return of her son, who had gone out to walk and got caught in the rain. She had sent a man and a maid to find him, and was sitting there till he should return. Dressed in a white gown with wide embroidery, she was sitting at one corner of the terrace, concealed by plants and flowers, and she did not hear Vronsky's step. With her dark curly head bent, she was pressing her heated brow against a cool watering pot, standing on the balustrade, and with both her beautiful hands laden with rings, which he knew so well, she was holding the watering pot. The beauty of her figure, her head, her neck, her hands, always caused in Vronsky a new feeling of surprise. He stopped and looked at her in ecstasy. But as soon as he proceeded to take another step and come nearer to her, she felt his approach, pushed away the watering pot, and turned to him her glowing face. "What is the matter? Are you ill?" said he in French as he approached her. He felt a desire to run to her, but, remembering that there might be witnesses, he looked toward the balcony door and turned red, as he always turned red when he felt that he ought to be ashamed of himself and dread to be seen. "No, I am well," said Anna, rising and warmly pressing the hand that he offered her. "I did not expect you." "Bose moi, how cold your hands are!" "You startled me," said she. "I was alone, waiting for Saraza. He went out for a walk. They will come back this way." But though she tried to be calm, her lips trembled. "Forgive me for coming, but I could not let the day go by without seeing you," he continued in French, as he always spoke, thus avoiding the impossible vous, you, and the dangerous tu, thou, of the Russian. "What have I to forgive? I am so glad." "But are you ill or sad?" said he, bending over her and still holding her hand. "What were you thinking about?" "Always about one thing," she replied with a smile. She told the truth. If at any moment she had been asked what she was thinking about, she could have made the infallible reply that she was thinking about one thing, her happiness and her unhappiness. Just as he had surprised her, she was thinking about this. She was thinking how it was that for some time, for Betsy, for example, for she knew about her love affair with Tushkevitch, though it was a secret from society in general, all this was such a trifle, while for her it was so painful. To-day this thought, for various reasons, had been particularly tormenting her. She asked him about the races. He answered her, and, seeing that she was in a very excited state, in order to divert her mind, told her, in the tone most natural, about the preparation that had been made. "Shall I or shall I not tell him?" she thought, as she looked at his calm, affectionate eyes. "He seems so happy, he is so interested in these races, that he will not comprehend, probably, the importance of what I must tell him." "But you have not told me of what you were thinking when I came," said he, suddenly, interrupting the course of his narration. "Tell me, I beg of you." She did not reply, but she lifted her head a little, and looked at him questioningly from her beautiful eyes, shaded by her long lashes. Her fingers, playing with a fallen leaf, trembled. He saw this, and his face immediately showed the expression of humble adoration, of absolute devotion, which had so won her. "I see that something has happened. Can I be easy for an instant when I know that you feel a grief that I do not share? In the name of heaven, speak," he insisted, in a caressing tone. "I shall never forgive him if he does not appreciate the importance of what I have to tell him. Better be silent than to put him to the proof," she thought, continuing to look at him in the same way, and conscious that her hand holding the leaf trembled more and more violently. "In the name of heaven," said he, taking her hand again. "Shall I tell you?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Je suis enceinte," she said in a low and deliberate voice. The leaf that she held in her fingers trembled still more, but she did not take her eyes from his face, for she wished to see how he would receive what she had said. He grew pale, tried to speak, then stopped short, dropped her hand, and hung his head. "Yes, he understands the significance of this," she said to herself, and gratefully pressed his hand. But she was mistaken in thinking that he appreciated the significance of what she had told him, as she, a woman, did. On learning this, he felt that he was attacked with tenfold force by that strange feeling of repulsion and horror which he had already experienced. But at the same time he realized that the crisis which he had expected was now at hand, that it was impossible longer to keep the secret from the husband, and it was important to extricate themselves as soon as possible from the unnatural situation in which they were placed. Moreover, her anguish communicated itself to him physically. He looked at her with humbly submissive eyes, kissed her hand, arose, and began to walk up and down the terrace without speaking. At last he approached her and said in a tone of decision, "Well," said he, "neither you nor I have looked on our relationship as a pastime, and now our fate is decided. At last we must put an end to the false situation in which we live." And he looked around him. "Put an end? How put an end, Alexey?" she asked gently. She was calm now, and her face beamed with a tender smile. "You must leave your husband and unite your life with mine." "But aren't they already united?" she asked in an almost inaudible voice. "Yes, but not completely, not absolutely." "But how, Alexey? Tell me how," said she, with a melancholy irony at the hopelessness of her situation. "How is there escape from such a position? Am I not the wife of my husband?" "From any standpoint, however difficult, there is always some way of escape. Here we must simply decide. Anything is better than the life you are leading. How well I see how you are tormenting yourself about your husband, your son, society, all." "Ah, only not my husband," said she with a simple smile. "I don't know him. I don't think about him. He is not." "You speak insincerely. I know you. You torment yourself on his account also." "Not even he knows," said she, and suddenly a bright crimson spread over her face. It colored her cheeks, brow, her neck, and tears of shame came into her eyes. "Let us not speak more of him." Chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Vronsky had many times tried, though not so decidedly as now, to bring clearly before her mind their position, and always he had met the same superficial and frivolous way of looking at it as she now treated his demand. Apparently, there was something in this which she was unwilling or unable to fathom. Apparently, as soon as she began to speak about it, she, the real Anna, disappeared, to give place to a strange and incomprehensible woman, whom he did not love, but feared, and who was repulsive to him. Today he was bound to have an absolute explanation. "Whether he knows or not," he said, in a calm but authoritative voice, "whether he knows or not, it does not concern us. We cannot now continue as we are." "What, in your opinion, must we do about it?" she demanded, in the same bantering tone of irony. Though she had been so keenly apprehensive that he would not receive her confidence with due appreciation, she was now vexed that he had deduced from it the absolute necessity of energetic action. "Tell him all, and leave him." "Very good. Let's suppose I do it," she said. "Do you know what the result would be? I will tell you." And a wicked fire flashed from her eyes, which were just now so gentle. "Oh, you love another, and your course with him has been criminal," said she, imitating her husband, and accenting the word criminal in exactly his manner. "I warned you of the consequences which would follow from the point of view of religion, of society, and of the family. You did not listen to me. Now I cannot allow my name to be so dishonored and my—" she was going to say my son, but stopped, for she could not jest about him. "My name dishonored, and so on in the same style," she added. "In a word, he will tell me with his official manner and with precision and clearness that he cannot set me free, but that he will take measures to avoid a scandal, and he will do exactly as he says. That is what will take place, for he is not a man, He is a machine, and when he is stirred up, an ugly machine," said she, calling to mind the most trifling details in her husband's face and manner of speaking, and charging to him as a crime all the ill that she could find in him, and not pardoning him at all on account of the terrible sin of which she had been guilty before him. "But, Anna," said Vronsky in a persuasive, tender voice, trying to calm her, "you must tell him everything, and act accordingly as he proceeds." "What? Elope?" "Why not elope? I see no possibility of living as we are any longer. It is not on my account, but I see you will suffer." "What? Elope, and become your mistress?" said she bitterly. "Anna!" he cried, deeply wounded. "Yes, your mistress, and lose everything." Again she was going to say "my son," but she could not pronounce the word. Vronsky could not understand how she, with her strong, loyal nature, could accept the false position in which she was placed, and not endeavor to escape from it. But he could not doubt that the principal cause of this was represented by that word "son," which she could not pronounce. When she thought of her son and his future relations to a mother who had deserted his father, the horror of what she had done appeared so great that, like a real woman, she was not able to reason, but only endeavored to reassure herself by fallacious arguments, and persuade herself that all would go on as before. Above all things, she must shut her eyes, and forget this terrible question, what would become of her son? "I beg of you, I entreat you," she said suddenly, speaking in a very different tone, a tone of tenderness and sincerity, seizing his hand, "don't ever speak to me of that again." "But Anna—" "Never, never. Leave it to me. I know all the depth, all the horror of my situation, but it is not so easy as you imagine to decide. Let me decide, and listen to me. Never speak to me again of that. Will you promise me? Never. Never? Promise." "I promise all, but I cannot be calm, especially after what you have told me. I cannot be calm when you cannot be calm." "I?" she repeated. "Yes, I suffer torments sometimes, but that will pass if you will not say anything more about it. When you speak with me about this, then, and then only, it tortures me." "I don't understand—" "I know," she interrupted, "how your honest nature abhors lying. I am very sorry for you, and very often I think that you have sacrificed your life for me." "That is exactly what I say about you. I was just this moment thinking how you could sacrifice yourself for me. I cannot forgive myself for having made you unhappy." "I? Unhappy?" she said, coming up close to him, and looking at him with a smile of enthusiastic love. "I am like a man dying of hunger, to whom food has been given. Maybe he is cold, and his raiment is rags, and he is ashamed, but he is not unhappy. I unhappy? No. Here comes my joy." She had heard the voice of her little boy coming near, and giving a hurried glance around her, swiftly arose. Her face glowed with the fire which Vronsky knew so well, and with a hasty motion putting out her lovely hands, covered with rings, she took Vronsky's face between them, looked at him a long moment, reached her face up to his, with her smiling lips parted, kissed his mouth and both eyes, and pushed him away. She started to go, but he kept her back a moment. "When?" he whispered, looking at her with ecstasy. "Today, at 1:00, she replied in a low voice, and with a deep sigh she ran, in her light, graceful gait, to meet her son. Seroza had been caught by the rain in the park, and had taken refuge with his nurse in a pavilion. "Well, good-bye, das vidanya," she said to Vronsky. "I must get ready for the races. Betsy has promised to come and get me." Vronsky looked at his watch and hurried away. Chapter 24. Part 2, Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne Spiegel. When Vronsky looked at his watch on the Karenins' terrace, he was so stirred and preoccupied that, Though he saw the figures on the face, he did not know what time it was. He hurried along the driveway and, picking his way carefully through the mud, he reached his carriage. He had been so absorbed by his conversation with Anna that he did not notice the hour or ask if he still had time to go to Bryansky's. As it often happens, he had only the external faculty of memory, and it recalled to him only that he had decided to do something. He found his coachman dozing on his box under the already slanting shade of the linden. He noticed the swarms of midgets buzzing around his sweaty horses. Then, waking the coachman, he jumped into his carriage and ordered him to drive to Bryansky's. Only after he had gone 6 or 7 versts did he remember that he had looked at his watch and realized that it was 5:30 and that he was late. On that day there were to be several races, first the draught horses, then the officers' 2-verst dash, then a second of 4, and last that in which he was to take part. He could be in time for his race, but, if he went to Bryansky's, he ran the risk of getting to the grounds after the court had arrived. That was not in good form, but he had promised Bryansky to be there, therefore he kept on, commanding the coachman not to spare the troika. He reached Bryansky's, spent 5 minutes with him, and was off again at full speed. The rapid motion calmed him. All the difficulties that had confronted him in his relations with Anna, all the uncertainty that remained after their conversation, vanished from his mind. He thought with delight and excitement of the race, and how he might after all get there in time, and then again he vividly imagined the brilliant society which would gather to-day at the course. And he got more and more into the atmosphere of the races as he overtook people coming in their carriages from various villas, and even from Petersburg, on their way to the Hippodrome. When he reached his quarters, no one was at home. All had gone to the races, except his valet, who was waiting for him at the entrance. While he was changing his clothes, his valet told him that the second race had already begun, that a number of gentlemen had been to inquire for him. Vronsky dressed without haste, for he never was hurried, and he never lost his self-command, and directed the coachman to take him to the stables. From there he saw a sea of carriages of all sorts, of pedestrians, soldiers, and spectators, surrounding the Hippodrome, and the seats boiling with people. Evidently the second course had been run, for just as he reached the stables he heard the sound of a bell. As he reached the stable he noticed Makotin's white-footed chestnut Gladiator, covered with a blue and orange caparison, and with huge ear protectors trimmed with blue. They were leading him out to the Hippodrome. "Where is Cord?" he asked of the groom. "In the stable. He is putting on the saddle." Frau was all saddled in her open box-stall. They started to lead her out. "I am not late, am I?" All right," said the Englishman. "Don't get excited." Vronsky once more gave a quick glance at the excellent, favorable shape of his horse, as she stood trembling in every limb, and, finding it hard to tear himself away from such a beautiful sight, he left her at the stable. He approached the benches at a most favorable moment for doing this without attracting observation. The 2-verst dash was just at an end, and all eyes were fixed on a cavalry guardsman who was in the lead, and a hussar just at his heels, whipping their horses furiously and approaching the goal. From the center and both ends all crowded in toward the goal, and a group of officers and guardsmen were hailing with shouts the triumph of their fellow officer and friend. Vronsky, without being noticed, joined the throng just as the bell announced the end of the race. The victor, a tall cavalry guardsman, covered with mud, dropped the reins, slipped off from the saddle, and stood by his roan stallion, which was black with sweat and heavily breathing. The stallion, with a violent effort thrusting out his legs, had stopped the swift course of his big body, and the officer, like a man awakening from a deep sleep, was looking about him, trying hard to smile. A throng of friends and strangers pressed about him. Vronsky, with intention, avoided the elegant people who were circulating about, engaged in gay and animated conversation in front of the seats. He had already caught sight of Anna, Betsy, and his brother's wife, but he did not join them, so that he might not be disconcerted. But he kept meeting acquaintances who stopped him, or told him various items about the last race, or asked him why he was late. While they were distributing the prizes at the pavilion, and everyone had gone in this direction, Vronsky was joined by his elder brother. Alexander Vronsky was a colonel and wore epaulets, and, like Alexey, was a man of medium stature and rather thick-set, but he was handsomer and ruddier. His nose was red, and his frank, open face was flushed with wine. "Did you get my note?" he asked of his brother. "You are never to be found." Alexander Vronsky, in spite of his life of dissipation and his love for drink, which was notorious, was a thoroughly courtly man. Knowing that many eyes might be fixed on them, he preserved, while he talked on a very painful subject, a smiling face, as if he were jesting with his brother about some trifling matter. "I got it," said he, "but I really don't understand why you interfere." "I interfere because I noticed you were not to be found this morning, and because you were seen at Peterhof Monday." "There are matters which cannot be judged except by those who are directly interested, and the matter in which you concern yourself is such." "Yes, but when one is not in the service, I beg you to mind your own business, and that is all." Alexey Vronsky's frowning face grew pale, and his rather prominent lower jaw shook. This happened rarely with him. He was a man of kindly heart, and rarely got angry, but when he grew angry, and when his chin trembled, he became dangerous. Alexander Vronsky knew it, and with a gay laugh replied, "I only wanted to give you Matushka's letter. Answer it, and don't get angry before the race. Bonne chance," he added with a smile, and left him. The next moment another friendly greeting surprised Vronsky. "Won't you recognize your friends? How are you, mon cher?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with his rosy face and carefully combed and pomaded whiskers. In the midst of the brilliant society of Petersburg, he was no less brilliant than at Moscow. "I came down yesterday, and am very glad to be present at your triumph. When can we meet?" "Come to the mess after the race is over," said Vronsky, and with an apology for leaving him, he squeezed the sleeve of his paletot and went to the middle of the hippodrome, where they were bringing the horses for the handicap race. The grooms were leading back the sweaty horses wearied by the race which they had run, and one by one the fresh horses entered for the next course appeared on the ground. They were, for the most part, English horses, in hoods, and well caparisoned, and looked like enormous strange birds. At the right-hand side they were leading in the lean beauty Frau, which came out, stepping high as if on springs, with her elastic and slender pasterns. And not far from her they were removing the trappings from the lop-eared gladiator. The stallion's solid, superb, and perfectly symmetrical form, with his splendid crupper and his extraordinarily short pasterns placed directly over the hoofs, attracted Vronsky's admiration. He was just going up to Frau when another acquaintance stopped him again. "Ah, there is Karenin," said the friend with whom he was talking. "He's hunting for his wife. She is in the very center of the pavilion. Have you seen her?" "No, I have not," replied Vronsky, and without turning his head in the direction where his acquaintance told him that Madame Karenin was, he went to his horse. He had scarcely time to make some adjustment of the saddle when those who were to compete in the hurdle race were called to receive their numbers and directions. With serious, stern, and some with pale faces, 17 men in all approached the stand and received their numbers. Vronsky's number was 7. "Mount!" was the cry. Vronsky, feeling that he, with his companions, was the focus toward which all the eyes were turned, went up to his horse with the slow, deliberate motions which were usual to him when he was under the strain of excitement. Cord, in honor of the races, had put on his gala-day costume. He wore a black coat, buttoned to the chin, and a stiffly starched shirt-collar, which made a support for his cheeks. He had on Hessian boots and a round black cap. He was, as always, calm and full of importance, as he stood by the mare's head, holding both reins in his hand. Frau was still shivering as if she had an attack of the fever. Her fiery eyes gazed askance at Vronsky as he approached. He passed his finger under the girth of the saddle. The mare looked at him still more askance, showed her teeth, and pricked up her ears. The Englishman puckered up his lips with a grin at the idea that there could be any doubt as to his skill in putting on a saddle. "Mount, and you won't be so nervous," said he. Vronsky cast a final glance on his rivals. He knew that he should not see them again until the race was over. 2 of them had already gone through to the starting point. Galston, a friend of his and one of his dangerous rivals, was turning around and around his bay stallion, which was trying to keep him from mounting. A little Leib hussar in tight cavalry trousers was off at a gallop, bent double over his horse, like a cat on the crupper, in imitation of the English fashion. Prince Kuzovlev, white as a sheet, was mounted on a thoroughbred mare from the Grabovsky stud. An Englishman held it by the bridle. Vronsky and all his comrades knew Kuzovlev's terrible self-conceit and his peculiarity of weak nerves. They knew that he was timid at everything, especially timid of riding horseback, but now, notwithstanding the fact that all this was horrible to him, because he knew that people broke their necks, and that at every hurdle stood a surgeon, an ambulance with its cross and sister of charity, still he made up his mind to ride. They exchanged glances, and Vronsky gave him an encouraging and approving nod. One only now he failed to see. The most redoubtable rival, Makoitin, on Gladiator, was not there. "Don't be in haste," said Cord to Vronsky, "and remember one thing. When you come to a hurdle, don't pull back or spur on your horse. Let her take it her own way." "Very good," replied Vronsky, taking the reins. "If possible, take the lead. But don't be discouraged even to the last if you are behind." The horse did not have time to stir before Vronsky, with supple and powerful movement, put his foot on the notched steel stirrup, and gracefully, firmly took his seat in the squeaking leather saddle. Having put his right foot in the stirrup with his customary care, he then arranged the double reins between his fingers, and Cord let go the animal's head. Frau, as if not knowing which foot to put down first, stretched out her neck and pulled on the reins, and she started off as if on springs, balancing her rider on her supple back. Cord, quickening his pace, followed them. The mare, excited, jumped to the right and left, trying to take her master off his guard, and pulled at the reins, and Vronsky vainly endeavored to calm her with his voice and with his hand. They were approaching the diked bank of the river, where the starting post was placed. Some of the riders had gone on ahead, others were riding behind, when Vronsky suddenly heard on the muddy track the gallop of a horse, and Makotin dashed by on his white-footed, lop-eared Gladiator. Makotin smiled, showing his long teeth, but Vronsky looked at him angrily. He did not like Makotin any too well, and now he regarded him as his most dangerous rival, and he was exasperated at the way he galloped up behind him, exciting his mare. Frau kicked up her heels and started off at a gallop, made 2 bounds, and then, angry at the restraint of the curb, changed her gait into a trot, which shook up her rider. Cord was also disgusted, and ran almost as fast as Vronsky. End of chapter 24. Part 2, Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The number of the officers who were to take part was 17. The race course was a great ellipse of 4 versts, extending before the judges' stand, and 9 obstacles were placed upon it. The river, a great barrier 2 arshins (4 feet 8 inches) high, in front of the pavilion, a dry ditch, a ditch filled with water, a steep ascent, an Irish Benetka, which is the most difficult of all, composed of an embankment set with dry branches, behind which is concealed a ditch, obliging the horseman to leap 2 obstacles at once, at the risk of his life. Then 3 more ditches, 2 filled with water and 1 dry, and finally the goal opposite the pavilion again. The track did not begin in the circle itself, but about 100 sazhens, or 700 feet, to one side, and in this space was the first obstacle, the diked river, about 3 arshins, or 7 feet, wide, which the racers were free to leap or to ford. 3 times the riders got into line, but each time some horse or other started before the signal, and the men had to be called back. Colonel Sestrin, the starter, was beginning to get impatient, but at last, for the 4th time, the signal was given, "Pashol, go," and the riders put spurs to their horses. All eyes, or lorgnettes, were directed toward the variegated group of racers as they started off. "There they go! There they come! was the cry on all sides after the silence of expectation. And in order to follow them the spectators rushed, singly or in groups, toward the places where they could get a better view. At the first moment the collected group of horsemen scattered a little, and it could be seen how they in twos or threes, and singly, one after another, approached the river. To the spectators it seemed as if they were all moving together, but to the racers themselves there were seconds of separation which had great value. Frau, excited and too nervous at first, lost the first moment, and several of the horses were ahead of her. But Vronsky, not having yet reached the river, and trying with all his might to calm her as she pulled on the bridle, soon easily outstripped three, and now had as competitors only Makotin's chestnut Gladiator, which was easily and smoothly running a whole length ahead, and still more to the fore the pretty Diana, carrying Prince Kuzovlev, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. During these first few seconds Vronsky had control neither of himself nor of his horse. Up to the first obstacle, the river, he could not control the movements of his horse. Gladiator and Diana reached it at almost one and the same moment. Both at once rose above the Reka, or river, and flew across it to the other side. Frau leaped lightly behind them, as if she had wings. The instant that Vronsky perceived that he was in the air, he caught a glimpse of Kuzovlev, almost under the feet of his horse, wrestling with Diana on the other side of the river. Kuzovlev had loosed the reins after Diana jumped, and the horse had stumbled, throwing him over her head. These details Vronsky learned afterwards, but at this time he only saw that Frau might land on Diana's head or legs. But Frau, like a falling cat, making a desperate effort with back and legs as she leaped, landed beyond the fallen racer. "Oh, you dear!" thought Vronsky. After the Reka he got full control of his horse, and even held her back a little, meaning to leap the great hurdle behind Makotin, and do his best to outstrip him when they reached the long stretch of about 200 sazhens, or 1,400 feet, which was free of obstacles. This great hurdle was built exactly in front of the imperial pavilion. The emperor, the court, and an immense throng were watching him and Makotin on the horse a length ahead of him, as they approached the chort, or devil as the barrier was called. Vronsky felt all these eyes fixed on him from every side, but he saw only his horse's ears and neck, the ground flying under him, and Gladiator's flanks and white feet beating the ground in cadence and always maintaining the same distance between them. Gladiator flew at the hurdle, gave a whisk of his well-cropped tail, and, without having touched the hurdle, vanished from Vronsky's eyes. "Bravo!" cried a voice. At the same instant the planks of the hurdle flashed before his eyes. Without the least change in her motion, the horse rose under him. The planks creaked, and just behind him there was a sound of a thump. Frau, excited by the sight of Gladiator, had leaped too soon, and had struck the hurdle with one of her hind feet, but her gait was unchanged. And Vronsky, his face splashed with mud, saw that he was still at the same distance from Gladiator. He saw once more Gladiator's crupper, his short tail, and his swiftly moving white feet. At the very instant that Vronsky decided that he ought now to get ahead of Makotin, Frau herself, comprehending his thought, and needing no stimulus, sensibly increased her speed, and gained on Makotin by trying to take the inside track next the rope. But Makotin did not yield this advantage. Vronsky was wondering if they could not pass on the outside, when Frau, as if divining his thought, changed of her own accord and took this direction. Her shoulder, darkened with sweat, came up even with Gladiator's flank, and for several seconds they flew almost side by side. But Vronsky, before the obstacle to which they were now coming, in order not to take the outside of the great circle, began to ply his reins, and, just on the declivity, he managed to get the lead. As he drew by Makotin, he saw his mud-stained face. It even seemed to him that he smiled. Vronsky had passed Makotin, but he was conscious that he was just behind. He was still there, within a step, and Vronsky could hear the regular rhythm of Gladiator's feet and his hurried but far from winded breathing. The next two obstacles, the ditch and the hurdle, were easily passed, but Gladiator's gallop and puffing came nearer, and Vronsky gave Frau the spur and perceived with a thrill of joy that she easily accelerated her speed. The sound of Gladiator's hoofs was heard once more in the same relative distance behind. He now had the lead, as he had desired, and as Cord had recommended, and he felt sure of success. His emotion, his joy, his affection for Frou were all growing more pronounced. He wanted to look back, but he did not dare turn around, and he strove to calm himself and not to push his horse too far, so that she might keep a reserve equal to that which he felt Gladiator still maintained. One obstacle, the most serious, now remained. If he cleared that before the others, then he would be in first. He was now approaching the Irish Beg Ketka. He and Frou at the same instant caught sight of the obstacle from afar, and both horse and man felt a moment of hesitation. Vronsky noticed the hesitation in his horse's ears, and he was just lifting his whip, but instantly he was conscious that his fears were ungrounded. The horse knew what she had to do. She got her start, and, exactly as he had foreseen, spurning the ground, she gave herself up to the force of inertia which carried her far beyond the ditch, then fell again into the measure of her pace, without effort and without change. "Bravo, Vronsky!" He heard the acclamations of the throng. He knew it was his friends and his regiment who were standing near this obstacle, and he could not fail to distinguish Yashvin's voice, though he did not see him. "Oh, my beauty," he said to himself, thinking of Frou and yet listening to what was going on behind him. "He has cleared it," he said, as he heard Gladiator's hoof-beats behind him. The last ditch, full of water, 5 feet wide, now was left. Vronsky scarcely heeded it, but anxious to come in far ahead of the others, he began to saw on the reins, lifting her head and letting it fall again in time with the rhythm of her gait. He felt that the horse was beginning to draw on her last reserves. Not only were her neck and her sides wet, but the sweat stood in drops on her throat, her head, and her ears. Her breath was short and gasping. Still, he was sure that she had force enough to cover the 1,400 feet that lay between him and the goal, only because he felt himself nearer the ground, and by the extraordinary smoothness of her motion did Vronsky realize how much she had increased her speed. The ditch was cleared, how he did not know. She cleared the ditch, scarcely heeding it. She cleared it like a bird. But at this moment Vronsky felt, to his horror, that instead of taking the swing of his horse, he had made, through some inexplicable reason, a wretchedly and unpardonably wrong motion in falling back into the saddle. His position suddenly changed, and he felt that something horrible had happened. He could not give himself any clear idea of it, but there flashed by him a chestnut steed with white feet, and Makotin by a swift leap passed him. One of Vronsky's feet touched the ground, and his horse stumbled. He had scarcely time to clear himself when the horse fell on her side, panting painfully and making vain efforts with her delicate foam-covered neck to rise again. But she lay on the ground and struggled like a wounded bird. The awkward movement that he had made in the saddle had broken her back. But he did not learn this till afterwards. Now he saw only one thing, that Makotin was far ahead, and that he was tottering there alone, standing on the muddy, immovable ground, and before him, heavily panting, lay Frou, who stretched her head toward him and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Still not realizing what had happened, Vronsky pulled on the reins. The poor animal struggled like a fish, splitting the flaps of the saddle, and tried to get up on her forelegs, but, unable to move her hindquarters, she fell back on the ground all of a tremble. Vronsky, his face pale and distorted with passion, and with trembling lower jaw, kicked her in the belly and again pulled at the reins. But she did not move, but gazed at her master with one of her speaking looks, and buried her nose in the sand. "Ah, what have I done?" cried Vronsky, taking her head in his hands. "Ah, what have I done?" And lost the race, and his humiliating, unpardonable blunder, and the poor, ruined horse. "Oh, what have I done?" The people's doctor and his assistant, the officers of his regiment, ran to his aid, but to his great mortification he found that he was safe and sound. The horse's back was broken, and she had to be killed. Vronsky could not answer the questions which were put to him, could not speak a word to anyone. He turned away, and without picking up his cap, left the hippodrome, not knowing whither he was going. He was in despair. For the first time in his life, he was the victim of a misfortune for which there was no remedy, and for which he felt that he himself was the only one to blame. Yashvin, with his cap, overtook him and brought him back to his quarters, and in half an hour Vronsky was calm and self-possessed again. But this race was for a long time the most bitter and cruel remembrance of his life. End of chapter 25. Part 2, Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The external relations of Alexey Alexandrovitch and his wife were the same as they had been. The only difference was that he was more absorbed in his work than he had been. Early in the spring he went abroad, as was his custom each year, to recuperate at the water cure after the fatigues of the winter. He returned in July, as he usually did, and resumed his duties with new energy. His wife had taken up her summer quarters as usual in a dacha or summer villa not far from Petersburg. He remained in the city. Since their conversation after the reception at Princess Tverskaya's, he had said nothing more about his jealousies or suspicions, and the tone of raillery habitual with Alexey Alexandrovitch was to the highest degree useful to him in his present relations with his wife. He was somewhat cooler in his treatment of her, although he seemed to have felt only a slight ill will toward her after that night's conversation which she had refused to listen to. In his relations to her there was a shade of spite, but nothing more. He seemed to say, "You have not been willing to have an understanding with me, so much the worse for you. Now you must make the first advances, and I, in my turn, will not listen to you." "So much the worse for you," said he in his thought, like a man who should try in vain to put out a fire, and should be angry at his vain efforts, and should say, "I have done my best for you, burn then." This man, so keen and shrewd in matters of public concern, could not see the absurdity of such behavior to his wife. He did not understand it because it was too terrible to understand his actual position. He preferred to bury the affection which he felt for his wife and child deep in his heart, as in a box locked and sealed. He, a watchful father, had begun toward the end of that winter to be singularly cold toward the child, speaking to him in the same bantering tone that he used toward his wife. When he addressed him he would say, "Ah, young man." Alexey Alexandrovitch thought and declared that he had never had so many important affairs as this year, but he did not confess that he had himself undertaken them in order to keep from opening his secret coffer which contained his sentiments toward his wife and his family, and his thoughts concerning them, thoughts which grew more and more terrible to him the longer he kept them out of sight. If anyone had assumed the right to ask him what he thought about his wife's conduct, this calm and pacific Alexey Alexandrovitch would have made no reply, but would have been very indignant with the man who should dare to ask him such a question. And so his face always looked stern and haughty whenever anyone asked him how his wife was. Alexey Alexandrovitch did not wish to think about his wife's conduct and feelings, and therefore he did not think about them. The Karenins' summer dacha was at Peterhof, and the Countess Lidia Ivanovna generally spent her summers in the same neighborhood, keeping up friendly relations with Anna. This year the Countess had not cared to go to Peterhof, nor had she once called on Anna Arkadyevna. And as she was talking with Karenin one day, she made some allusion to the impropriety of Anna's intimacy with Betsy and Vronsky. Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped her harshly, and declared that for him his wife was above suspicion, and from that day he avoided the Countess. He did not wish to see, and he did not see, that many people in society were beginning to give his wife the cold shoulder. He did not wish to comprehend, and he did not comprehend, why his wife especially insisted on going to Tsarskoye, where Betsy lived, and from which it was not far to Vronsky's camp. He did not allow himself to think about this, and he did not think. But at the same time, without any proof to support him, without actually acknowledging it to himself, in the depths of his soul, he felt that he was a deceived husband. He had no doubt about it, and he suffered deeply. How many times in the course of his 8 years of happily married life had he seen other men's wives playing them false, and other husbands deceived, Had he not asked himself, how did it come to this? Why don't they free themselves at any cost from such an absurd situation? But now, when the evil had fallen on his own head, he not only did not dream of extricating himself from his own trouble, but he would not even admit it, for the very reason that it was too horrible and too unnatural. Since his return from abroad, Alexey Alexandrovitch had gone twice to his wife's dacha, once to dine with her, the other time to pass the evening with some guests, but not once had he spent the night, as had been his custom in previous years. The day of the races was extremely engrossing for Alexey Alexandrovitch, but when in the morning he made out the programme of the day, he decided to go to his wife's dacha after an early dinner, and thence to the hippodrome, where he expected to find the court, and where it was proper that he should be seen. He went to see his wife because he had resolved, for the sake of propriety also, to visit his wife every week. Moreover, it was the 15th of the month, and it was his custom at this time to place in her hands the money for the household expenses. With his ordinary power over his thoughts, he gave this much consideration to his wife's affairs, but beyond this point he would not permit them to pass. His morning had been extremely full of business. The evening before he had received a pamphlet, written by a famous traveller who had recently returned from China and was now in Petersburg. A note from the Countess Lydia, accompanying it, begged him to receive this traveller, who seemed to be, on many accounts, a useful and interesting man. Alexey Alexandrovitch had not been able to get through the pamphlet in the evening, and he finished it after breakfast. Then came petitions, reports, visits, nominations, removals, the distribution of rewards, pensions, salaries, correspondence, all that workaday labour, as Alexey Alexandrovitch called it, which consumes so much time. Then came his private business, a visit from his physician, and a call from his steward. The steward did not stay very long. He only brought the money which Alexey Alexandrovitch needed, and a brief report on the condition of his affairs, which this year were not very satisfactory, since it happened that in consequence of various outlays there had been a heavy drain upon him, and there was a deficit. But the doctor, who was a famous physician of Petersburg and had come into very friendly relations with Alexey Alexandrovitch, took considerable time. Alexey Alexandrovitch had not expected him that day and was astonished at his visit, and still more so at the scrupulous care with which he plied him with questions, and sounded his lungs, and punched and thumped his liver. Alexey Alexandrovitch was not aware that his friend, the Countess Lydia, troubled by his abnormal condition, had begged the doctor to visit him and give him a thorough examination. "Do it for my sake," said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. "I will do it for the sake of Russia, Countess," replied the doctor. "Admirable man!" cried the Countess. The doctor was very much disturbed at Alexey Alexandrovitch's state. His liver was congested, his digestion was bad. The waters had done him no good. He ordered more physical exercise, as little mental strain as possible, and, above all, freedom from vexation of spirit. In other words, he ordered Alexey Alexandrovitch to do what was as impossible for him as not to breathe. The doctor departed, leaving Alexey Alexandrovitch with the disagreeable impression that something was very wrong with him, and that there was no help for it. On the way out, the doctor met on Karenin's steps his old acquaintance, Siludin, who was Alexey Alexandrovitch's chief secretary. They had been in the university together, but, though they rarely met, they were still excellent friends, and therefore to no one else than Siludin would the doctor have expressed his opinion concerning the sick man so frankly. "How glad I am that you have been to see him," said Siludin. "He is not well, and, it seems to me—" "Well, what is it?" "I will tell you," said the doctor, nodding to his coachman to drive up to the door. "This is what I say," and taking with his white hand the fingers of his dogskin glove, he stretched it out. "Try to break a tough cord which is not stretched, and it's hard work. But keep it stretched out to its utmost tension, and put the weight of your finger on it. It breaks." Now with his too sedentary life, and his too conscientious labour, he is strained to the utmost limit. And besides there is a violent pressure in another direction, concluded the doctor, raising his eyebrows significantly. "Shall you be at the races?" he added, as he got into his carriage. "Yes, certainly, it takes a good deal of time," he said in reply to something that Salutin said and which he did not catch. Immediately after the departure of the doctor, who had taken so much time, the celebrated traveller appeared, and Alexey Alexandrovitch, aided by the pamphlet which he had just read, and by some previous information which he had on the subject, astonished the visitor by the extent of his knowledge and the breadth of his views. At the same time, the marshal of nobility of his government was announced, who had come to Petersburg and wanted to talk with him. After his departure he was obliged to settle the routine business with his chief secretary, and finally to go out and make a serious and necessary call on an important personage. Alexey Alexandrovitch had only time to get back to his 5 o'clock dinner with Salutin, whom he invited to join him on his visit to the country and to the races. Without exactly accounting for it, Alexey Alexandrovitch always endeavoured lately to have a third person present when he had an interview with his wife. End of chapter 26. Part 2, Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Anna was in her room, standing before a mirror and fastening a final bow to her dress, with Annushka's aid, when the noise of wheels on the gravel driveway was heard. It is too early for Betsy, she thought, and, looking out of the window, she saw a carriage, and in the carriage Alexey Alexandrovitch's black hat and well-known ears. How provoking! Can he have come for the night? She thought, and all the consequences of his visit seemed to her so terrible, so horrible, that without taking time for a moment of reflection, she went downstairs, radiant with gaiety, to receive her husband, and, feeling in her the presence of the spirit of falsehood and deception which now ruled her, she gave herself up to it and spoke with her husband, not knowing what she said. "Oh, how good of you!" said she, extending her hand to Karenin, while she smiled on Salutin as a household friend. "You've come for the night, I hope," were her first words, inspired by the demon of untruth. "And now we will go to the races together. But how sorry I am that I engaged to go with Betsy. She is coming for me." Alexey Alexandrovitch frowned slightly at the name of Betsy. "Oh, I will not separate the inseparables," said he in his light jesting tone. "I will walk with Mikhail Vasilyevitch. The doctor has advised me to take exercise. I will join the pedestrians, and imagine I am still at the spa." "There's no hurry," said Anna. "Will you have some tea?" She rang. "Serve the tea, and tell Seryozha that Alexey Alexandrovitch has come." "Well, how is your health?" "Mikhail Vasilyevitch, you have not been out to see us before. Look, how pleasant it is on the balcony," said she, looking now at her husband, now at her guest. She spoke very simply and naturally, but too fast and too fluently. She herself felt that it was so, especially when she caught Mikhail Vasilyevitch looking at her with curiosity, and perceived that he was studying her. Mikhail Vasilyevitch got up and went out on the terrace, and she sat down beside her husband. "You do not look at all well," said she. "Oh, yes. The doctor came this morning, and wasted an hour of my time. I'm convinced that some one of my friends sent him. My health is so precious." "No, what did he say?" And she questioned him about his health and his labors, advising him to take rest and to come out into the country where she was. It was all said with gaiety and animation, and with brilliant light in her eyes, but Alexey Alexandrovitch attached no special importance to her manner. He heard only her words, and took them in their literal signification. And he replied simply, though jestingly. The conversation had no special weight, yet Anna never afterward could remember the whole short scene without the keen agony of shame. Seryozha came in, accompanied by his governess. If Alexey Alexandrovitch had allowed himself to notice, he would have been struck by the timid manner in which the lad looked at his parents, at his father first, and then at his mother. But he was unwilling to see anything, and he saw nothing. "Ah, young man! He has grown. Indeed, he is getting to be a great fellow. Good morning, young man." And he stretched out his hand to the puzzled child. Seryozha had always been a little afraid of his father, but now, since Alexey Alexandrovitch had begun to call him young man, and since he had begun to rack his brains to discover whether Vronsky were a friend or an enemy. He was becoming more timid than ever. He turned to his mother as if for protection. He felt at ease only when with her. Meantime, Alexey Alexandrovitch laid his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked his governess about him, but the child was so painfully shy of him that Anna saw he was going to cry. Anna, who had flushed at the moment her son came in, now noticing that it was awkward for him, quickly jumped up, raised Alexey Alexandrovitch's hand to let the boy go, kissed the little fellow, and took him out on the terrace. Then she came back to her husband again. "It is getting late," she said, consulting her watch. "Why doesn't Betsy come?" "Ah, yes," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, and as he got up he joined his fingers and made them crack. "I came also to bring you some money, for nightingales don't live on songs," said he. "You need it, I suppose." "No, I don't need it. Yes, I do," said she, not looking at him and blushing to the roots of her hair. "Well, I suppose you will come back after the races?" "Oh, yes," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch. "But here is the glory of Peterhof, the Princess Tverskaya," he added, looking out of the window at a magnificent carriage with a short body set very high and with horses harnessed in the English fashion, drawing up to the entrance. "What elegance! Splendid! Well, let us go too." The Princess Tverskaya did not leave her carriage. Her lackey, in top boots and pelerina or short cloak, and wearing a tall hat, leaped to the steps. "I'm going. Good-bye," said Anna, and after she had kissed her son, she went to Alexey Alexandrovitch and gave him her hand. "It was very kind of you to come." Alexey Alexandrovitch kissed her hand. "Well then, до свидания. You will come back to tea? Excellent," said she, and she went down the steps, seeming radiant and happy. But hardly had she passed from his sight before she felt on her hand the place where his lips had kissed it, and she shivered with repugnance. End of chapter 27. Part 2, Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. When Alexey Alexandrovitch reached the race course, Anna was already in her place beside Betsy in the grand pavilion, where all the highest society was gathered in a brilliant throng. She saw her husband from a distance. Two men, her husband and her lover, were for her the two centers of life, and without the help of her external senses she felt their presence. Even when her husband was at a distance, she was conscious of his presence, and she involuntarily followed him in that billowing throng in the midst of which he was coming along. She saw him approach the pavilion, now replying with condescension to ingratiating salutations, then cordially or carelessly exchanging greetings with his equals, then again assiduously watching to catch the glances of the great ones of the earth, and taking off his large round hat, which came down to the top of his ears. Anna knew all these mannerisms of salutation, and they were all equally distasteful to her. Nothing but ambition, craze for success, it is all that his heart contains, she thought, but his lofty views, his love for civilization, his religion, they are only means whereby to win success. From the glances that Karenin cast on the pavilion, he was looking straight at his wife, but could not see her in the sea of muslin, ribbons, feathers, flowers, and sunshades. Anna knew he was looking for her, but she pretended not to see him. "Alexey Alexandrovitch!" cried the Princess Betsy. "Don't you see your wife? Here she is!" He looked up with his icy smile. "Everything is so brilliant here that it blinds the eyes," he replied as he came up the pavilion. He smiled at Anna, as it is a husband's duty to do when he has only just left his wife, greeted Betsy and his other acquaintances, conducting himself in due form, in other words, jesting with the ladies and exchanging compliments with the men. A general adjutant, well known for his wit and culture, and highly esteemed by Alexey Alexandrovitch, was standing below near the pavilion. Alexey Alexandrovitch joined him and engaged in conversation. It was the interval between two of the races. The general adjutant condemned racing. Alexey Alexandrovitch replied and defended them. Anna heard his shrill, monotonous voice, and lost not a single word, and every word that he spoke seemed to her hypocritical and rang unpleasantly in her ear. When the 4-verst handicap race began, she leaned forward, not letting Vronsky out of her sight for an instant. She saw him approach his horse, then mount it, and at the same time she heard her husband's odious, incessant voice. She was tormented with fear for Vronsky, but she was tormented still more by the sound of her husband's sharp voice, every intonation of which she knew. It seemed to her that he would never cease speaking. "I am a wicked woman, a lost woman," she thought, "but I hate falsehood. I cannot endure lies. But to him," meaning her husband, "lies are his daily food. He knows all, he sees everything. How much feeling has he, if he can go on speaking with such calmness? I should have some respect for him if he killed me, if he killed Vronsky. But no, what he prefers above everything is falsehood and conventionality," said Anna to herself, not exactly knowing what she wanted of her husband, whatever she might want him to see. She did not understand that the very volubility of Alexey Alexandrovitch, which irritated her so, was only the expression of his interior agitation and anxiety. As a child, hurt when jumping, puts its muscles into motion to assuage the pain, so Alexey Alexandrovitch absolutely required some intellectual movement so as to become oblivious to the thoughts about his wife that arose in his mind at the sight of Anna and at the sight of Vronsky, whose name he heard on all sides. And as it is natural for a child to jump, so for him was it natural to talk tersely and well. "Danger," he was saying, "is an indispensable condition in these military and cavalry races. If England can show in her history the most glorious deeds of arms performed by her cavalry, she owes it solely to the historic development of vigor in her people and her horses. Sport, in my opinion, has a deep significance, and, as usual, we take it only in its superficial aspect." "Not superficial," said the Princess Tverskaya. "They say that one of the officers has broken 2 ribs." Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled with his smile which only uncovered his teeth and was perfectly expressionless. "Let us admit, Princess," said he, "that in this case it is not superficial, but serious. But that is not the point," and he turned again to the general and resumed his dignified discourse. "You must not forget that those who take part are military men who have chosen this career, and you must agree that every vocation has its reverse side of the medal. This belongs to the calling of war. Such brutal sport as boxing matches and Spanish bullfights are indications of barbarism, but specialized sport is a sign of development." "No, I won't come another time," the Princess Betsy was saying. "It is too exciting for me. Don't you think so, Anna?" "It is exciting, but it is fascinating," said another lady. "If I had been a Roman, I should never have missed a single gladiatorial show." Anna did not speak, but, with her opera glass, was gazing intently at a single spot. At this moment a tall general came across the pavilion. Alexey Alexandrovitch, breaking off his discourse abruptly, arose with dignity and made a low bow. "Aren't you racing?" asked the general, jestingly. "My race is a far more difficult one," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch respectfully, and though this answer was not remarkable for its sense, the military man seemed to think that he had received a witty repartee from a witty man, and appreciated le point de la sauce. "There are 2 sides to the question," Alexey Alexandrovitch said, resuming, "that of the participants and that of the spectators. I confess that a love for such spectacles is a genuine sign of inferiority in those that look on, but—" "Princess, a wager!" cried the voice of Stepan Arkadyevitch from below, addressing Betsy. "Which side will you take?" "Anna and I bet on Prince Kuzolov," replied Betsy. "I am for Vronsky. A pair of gloves." "Good!" "How jolly, isn't it?" Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped speaking while this conversation was going on around him, and then he began anew. "I confess, unmanly games." But at this instant the signal of departure was heard, and all conversation ceased. Alexey Alexandrovitch also ceased speaking, and everyone stood up so as to look at the river. But Alexey Alexandrovitch was not interested in the race, and so, instead of watching the riders, he looked around the assembly with weary eyes. His gaze fell on his wife. Her face was pale and stern. She evidently saw nothing and no one except one person. Her hands convulsively clutched her fan. She held her breath. Karenin looked at her, then hastily turned away, gazing at the faces of other women. There is another lady very much moved, and still another just the same. It is very natural, said Alexey Alexandrovitch to himself. He did not wish to look at her, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her face. He once more gazed into her face, trying not to read in it what was so plainly pictured on it, and against his will he read, without feelings of horror, all that he had tried to ignore. When Kuzovlev fell at the river, the excitement was general, but Alexey Alexandrovitch saw clearly by Anna's pale, triumphant face that he that fell was not the one on whom her gaze was riveted. When, after Makotin and Vronsky crossed the great hurdle, another officer was thrown head first and was picked up for dead, a shudder of horror ran through the assembly. But Alexey Alexandrovitch perceived that Anna did not even notice it, and scarcely knew what the people around her were talking about. But he kept studying her face with deeper and deeper attention. Anna, all absorbed as she was in the spectacle of Vronsky's course, was conscious that her husband's cold eyes were on her. She turned around for an instant and looked at him questioningly. Then with a slight frown she turned away. "Ah, it's all the same to me," she seemed to say as she turned her gaze to the race. She did not look at him again. The race was disastrous. Out of the 17 riders more than half were thrown and hurt. Toward the end the excitement became intense, the more because the Emperor was displeased. End of chapter 28. Part 2, Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. All were loudly expressing their dissatisfaction, and the phrase was going the rounds, "Now only the lions are left in the arena." And when Vronsky fell, horror was felt by all, and Anna groaned in dismay. In this there was nothing extraordinary. But, from thence on, a change which was positively improper had come over her face, and she entirely lost her presence of mind. She tried to escape, like a bird caught in a snare. Thus she struggled to arise and to get away, and then she cried to Betsy, "Come, let us go, let us go!" But Betsy did not hear her. She was leaning over engaged in lively conversation with a general who had just entered the pavilion. Alexey Alexandrovitch hastened to his wife and courteously offered her his arm. "Come, if it is your wish to go," said he in French, but Anna was listening eagerly to what the general said and paid no attention to her husband. "He has broken his leg, they say, but this is not at all likely," said the general. Anna did not look at her husband, but taking her glass, she gazed at the place where Vronsky had fallen. It was so distant, and the crowd was so dense, that she could not make anything out of it. She dropped her binocle and started to go, but at that instant an officer came galloping up to make some report to the Emperor. Anna leaned forward and listened. "Stiva! Stiva!" she cried to her brother. He did not hear her. She again made an effort to leave the pavilion. "I again offer you my arm, if you wish to go," repeated Alexey Alexandrovitch, touching her hand. Anna drew back from him with aversion and replied without looking at him, "No, no, leave me. I'm going to stay." She now saw an officer riding at full speed across the race course from the place of the accident to the pavilion. Betsy beckoned to him with her handkerchief. The officer brought the news that the rider was uninjured, but the horse had broken her back. When she heard this, Anna quickly sat down and hid her face behind her fan. Alexey Alexandrovitch noticed, not only that she was weeping, but that she could not keep back the tears or even control the sobs that heaved her bosom. He stepped in front of her to shield her from the public gaze and give her a chance to regain her self-command. "For the third time I offer you my arm," said he, turning to her at the end of a few moments. Anna looked at him, not knowing what to say. The Princess Betsy came to her aid. "No, Alexey Alexandrovitch, I brought Anna, and I will be responsible for bringing her home," said Betsy, interfering. "Excuse me, Princess," he replied, politely smiling, and looking her full in the face. "But I see that she is not well, and I wish her to go home with me." Anna looked round in terror, and, rising hastily, took her husband's arm. "I will send to inquire for him and let you know," whispered Betsy. As Alexey Alexandrovitch left the pavilion with his wife, he spoke in his ordinary manner to all whom he met, and Anna was forced to listen and to reply as usual. But she was not herself, and as in a dream she passed along on her husband's arm. "Is he killed or not? Can it be true? Will he come? Shall I see him today?" she asked herself. In silence she got into Alexey Alexandrovitch's carriage, and she sat in silence as they left the throng of vehicles. In spite of all he had seen, Alexey Alexandrovitch did not allow himself to think of his wife's present attitude. He saw only the external signs. He saw that her deportment had been improper, and he felt obliged to speak to her about it. But it was very difficult not to say more, to say only that. He opened his mouth to tell her how improperly she had behaved, but, in spite of himself, he said something absolutely different. "How strange that we all like to see these cruel spectacles. I notice—" "What? I did not understand you," said Anna scornfully. He was wounded and instantly began to say what was on his mind. "I am obliged to tell you," he began. Now, thought Anna, comes the explanation, and a terrible feeling came over her. "I am obliged to tell you that your conduct today has been extremely improper," said he in French. "Wherein has my conduct been improper?" she demanded angrily, raising her head quickly and looking him straight in the eyes, no longer hiding her feelings under a mask of gaiety, but putting on a bold front, under which, with difficulty, she hid her fears. "Be careful," said he, pointing to the open window behind the coachman's back. He leaned forward and raised the pane. "What impropriety did you remark?" she asked again. "The despair which you took no pains to conceal when one of the riders was thrown." He awaited her answer, but she said nothing and looked straight ahead. "I have always requested you to so behave when in society that evil tongues cannot find anything to say against you. There was a time when I spoke of your inner feelings. I now say nothing about them. Now I speak only of outward appearances. You have behaved improperly, and I would ask you not to let this happen again." She did not hear half of his words. She felt overwhelmed with fear, and she thought only of Vronsky and whether he was killed. Was it he who was meant when they said the rider was safe but the horse had broken her back? When Alexey Alexandrovitch ceased speaking, she looked at him with an ironical smile and answered not a word, because she had not noticed what he said. At first he had spoken boldly, but as he saw clearly what he was speaking about, the terror which possessed her seized him also. He noticed that smile of hers, and it led him into a strange mistake. She is amused at my suspicions. She is going to tell me now what she said once before, that there is no foundation for them, that this is absurd. Now, when the discovery of the whole thing hung over him, he desired nothing so much as that she should answer derisively as she had done before, that his suspicions were ridiculous and had no foundation. What he now knew was so terrible to him that he was ready to believe anything she might say. But the expression of her gloomy and frightened face now allowed him no further chance of falsehood. "Possibly I am mistaken," said he. "In that case I beg you to forgive me." "No, you are not mistaken," she replied with measured words, casting a look of despair on her husband's icy face. "You are not mistaken. I was in despair, and I could not help being. I hear you, but I am thinking only of him. I love him. I am his mistress. I cannot endure you. I fear you. I hate you. Do with me what you please." And throwing herself into a corner of the carriage, she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Alexey Alexandrovitch did not move, or change the direction of his eyes, but his whole face suddenly assumed the solemn rigidity of a corpse, and this expression remained unchanged throughout the drive to the datcha. As they approached the house, he turned his head to her still with the same expression. "So, but I insist on the preservation of appearances until," and here his voice trembled, "I decide on the measures which I shall take to save my honor and communicate them to you." He stepped out of the carriage and assisted Anna out. Then, in the presence of the domestics, he shook hands with her, re-entered the carriage, and drove back to Petersburg. He had just gone when a lackey from Betsy brought a note to Anna. "I sent to Alexey Vronsky to learn how he was. He writes to tell me that he is safe and sound, but in despair. Then he will come," she thought. "How well I did to tell him all." She looked at her watch. Scarcely 3 hours had passed since she saw him, but the memory of their interview made her heart hot within her. "Bossuet! How light it is! It is terrible. But I love to see his face, and I love this fantastic light. My husband. Oh, yes. Well, thank God it is all over with him." End of chapter 29. Part 2, Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. As in all places where human beings congregate, so in the little German village where the Shtcherbatskys went to take the waters, there is formed a sort of social crystallization which puts every one in his exact and unchangeable place. Just as a drop of water exposed to the cold always and invariably takes a certain crystalline form, so each new individual coming to the spa immediately finds himself fixed in the place peculiar to him. First Shtcherbatsky, samt Gemahlin und Tochter. Prince Shtcherbatsky, wife and daughter, both by the apartments that they occupied and by their name and the acquaintances that they found, immediately crystallized into the exact place that was predestined to receive them. This year a genuine German Fürstin or princess was at the spa, and in consequence the crystallization of society took place even more energetically than usual. The Russian princess felt called on to present her daughter to the German princess, and the ceremony took place 2 days after their arrival. Kitty, dressed in a very simple toilette, that is to say, a very elegant summer costume imported from Paris, made a low and graceful curtsy. The Fürstin said, "I hope that roses will soon bloom again in this pretty little face." And immediately the Shtcherbatsky family found themselves in the fixed and definite walk of life from which it was impossible to descend. They made the acquaintance of the family of an English lady, of a German Gräfin and her son who had been wounded in the late war, of a scientific man from Sweden, and of a Monsieur Quenu and his sister. But, for the most part, the Shtcherbatskys spontaneously formed social relations among the people from Moscow, among them Marya Yevgenyevna Rishevaya and her daughter, whom Kitty did not like because she likewise was ill on account of a love affair, and a Moscow colonel whom she had seen in society since childhood, and known by his uniform and his epaulets, and who now, with his little eyes and his bare neck and flowery cravats, seemed to Kitty supremely ridiculous, and the more unendurable because she could not get rid of him. When they were all established, it became very tiresome to Kitty, the more as her father had gone to Carlsbad and she and her mother were left alone. She could not interest herself in her old acquaintances, because she knew that she would not find anything novel in them, and so her principal amusement was in studying the people whom she had never seen before. It was in accordance with Kitty's nature to see the best side of people, especially of strangers, and now, in making her surmises about the persons whom she saw, who they were and what they were like and what relationship they bore to one another, she amused herself in imagining the most wonderful and beautiful characters, and found justification for her observations. Of all these people, there was one in whom she took a most lively interest, This was a young Russian girl who had come to the baths with a sick Russian lady named Madame Stahl. Madame Stahl belonged to the high nobility, but she was so ill that she could not walk, and only occasionally, on very fine days, appeared at the baths in a wheeled chair. But it was rather from pride than illness, as the princess judged, that she failed to make any acquaintances among the Russians. The girl was her nurse, and, as Kitty remarked, she frequently went to those who were seriously ill, and there were many at the baths, and with the most natural, unaffected zeal took care of them. This young Russian girl, Kitty discovered to her surprise, was no relation to Madame Stahl, or even a hired companion. Madame Stahl called her simply Varenka, but her friends called her Mademoiselle Varenka. Kitty not only found it extremely interesting to study the relations between this young girl and Madame Stahl, and other persons whom she did not know, but as often happens, she also felt an unaccountable sympathy drawing her toward Mademoiselle Varenka, and, when their eyes met, she imagined that it pleased her also. This Mademoiselle Varenka was not only no longer in her first youth, but she seemed like a creature without any youth. Her age might be guessed as either 19 or 30. If one analyzed her features, she was rather good-looking, in spite of the sickly pallor of her face. If her head had not been rather large, and her figure too slight, she would have been considered handsome. But she was not one to please men. She made one think of a beautiful flower, which, though still preserving its petals, was faded and without perfume. There was one other reason why she could not be attractive to men, and that was the fact that she lacked exactly what Kitty had in excess, the repressed fire of life and a consciousness of her fascination. Varenka seemed always absorbed in some important work, and therefore it seemed she could not take any interest in anything irrelevant. It was this very contrast to herself that especially attracted Kitty to her. Kitty felt that in her and in her mode of life she might find what she was seeking with so much trouble, an interest in life, the dignity of life outside of the social relationships of young women to young men, which now seemed to Kitty like an ignominious exposure of merchandise awaiting a purchaser. The more she studied her unknown friend, the more convinced she became that this girl was the most perfect creature which she could imagine, and the more she longed to become acquainted with her. The two girls passed each other many times every day, and every time they met Kitty's eyes seemed always to ask, "Who are you? What are you? Are you not, in truth, the charming person that I imagine you to be? But for heaven's sake," the look seemed to add, "don't think that I would permit myself to demand your acquaintance. I simply admire you and love you." "I also love you, and you are very, very charming, and I would love you still better if I had time," replied the unknown maiden's look. And indeed Kitty saw that she was always busy. Either she was taking the children of a Russian family home from the baths, or carrying a plaid for an invalid and wrapping her up in it, or she was trying to divert some irritable sick man, or selecting and buying confections for some other sick persons. One morning, soon after the arrival of the Shtcherbatskys, two new persons appeared who immediately became the object of rather unfriendly criticism. The one was a very tall, stooping man with enormous hands, black eyes, at once innocent and terrifying, and wearing an old, ill-fitting short coat. The other was a pock-marked woman with a kindly face and dressed very badly and inartistically. Kitty instantly recognized that they were Russians, and in her imagination set to work constructing a beautiful and touching romance about them. But the princess, learning by the Kurlista, or list of arrivals, that this was Nikolai Levin and Marya Nikolaevna, explained to her what a bad man this Levin was, and all her illusions about these two persons vanished. The fact that he was Konstantin Levin's brother, even more than her mother's words, suddenly made these two people particularly repulsive to Kitty. This Levin, with his habit of twitching his head, aroused in her an unsurmountable feeling of repulsion. It seemed to her that in his great, wide eyes, as they persistently followed her, was expressed a sentiment of hatred and irony, and she tried to avoid meeting him. End of chapter 30. Part II, Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. It was a stormy day. The rain fell all the morning, and the invalids with umbrellas thronged the gallery. Kitty and her mother, accompanied by the Muscovite colonel, playing the elegant in his European overcoat, bought ready-made in Frankfurt, were walking on one side of the gallery in order to avoid Nikolai Levin, who was on the other. Varenka, in her dark dress and a black hat, with the brim turned down, was walking up and down the whole length of the gallery with a little blind Frenchwoman. Each time that she and Kitty met, they exchanged friendly glances. "Mamma, may I speak with her?" asked Kitty, as she happened to be following her unknown friend and noticed that she was approaching the spring where they might meet. "Yes, if you wish it so much. I will inquire about her and make her acquaintance first," said her mother. "But what do you find especially interesting in her? She is only a lady's companion. If you like, I can speak to Madame Stahl. I knew her belle sœur," added the princess, proudly raising her head. Kitty knew that her mother was vexed because Madame Stahl seemed to avoid making her acquaintance, and she did not press the point. "How wonderfully charming she is," said she, as she saw Varenka give the blind French lady a glass. "See how lovely and gentle everything is that she does." "You amuse me with your engagements," replied the princess. "No, we had better go back," she added, as she saw Levin approaching with Marya and a German doctor, with whom he was speaking in a loud and angry tone. As they turned to go back, suddenly they heard, not loud voices, but a cry. Levin had stopped and was shrieking. The doctor was also angry. A crowd was gathering around them. The princess and Kitty hurried away, but the colonel joined the throng to find out what the trouble was. After a few moments the colonel came back to him. "What was it?" asked the princess. "It's a shame and a disgrace," replied the colonel. "There's only one thing you need to fear, and that is to meet with Russians abroad. This tall gentleman was quarreling with his doctor, heaped indignities upon him for not attending to him as he wished, and finally he threatened him with his cane. It is simply disgraceful." "Oh, how unpleasant," said the princess. "Well, how did it end?" "Fortunately that girl with a hat like a toadstool interfered. A Russian, it seems," said the colonel. "Mademoiselle Varenka?" joyously exclaimed Kitty. Yes. She went quicker than anyone else and took the gentleman by the arm and led him off." "There, mamma," said Kitty, "and you wonder at my enthusiasm for Varenka." The next morning Kitty, watching her unknown friend, noticed that Mademoiselle Varenka had the same relations with Levin and Marya as with her other protégés. She joined them and talked with them, and acted as interpreter to the woman, who did not know any language beside her own. Kitty again begged her mother even more urgently to let her become acquainted with Varenka, and though it was unpleasant to the princess to seem to be making advances to the haughty and exclusive Madame Stahl, she made some inquiries about Varenka, and learning enough to satisfy herself that there was no possible harm, though very little that was advantageous, in the proposed acquaintance, she went first to Varenka and introduced herself. Choosing a time when Kitty was at the spring and Varenka was opposite the baker's, the princess went up to her. "Allow me to introduce myself," said she with her dignified smile. "My daughter has taken a great fancy to you, but perhaps you do not know me. "It is more than reciprocal, princess," replied Varenka quickly. "What a good thing you did yesterday toward our wretched fellow countrymen," said the princess. Varenka blushed. "I do not remember," she replied. "I don't think I did anything." "Yes, indeed. You saved this Levin from an unpleasant affair." "Ah, yes. Ce compagne called me, and I tried to calm him. He is very sick and dissatisfied with his doctor. I am quite used to this kind of invalids. Oh, yes. I have heard that you live at Metoni with your aunt, Madame Stahl. I used to know her belle-sœur." "No, Madame Stahl is not my aunt. I call her maman, but I am no relation to her. I was brought up by her," replied Varenka, again blushing. All this was said with perfect simplicity, and the expression of her pleasing face was so frank and sincere that the princess began to understand why Kitty was so charmed by this Varenka. "Well, and what is this Levin going to do?" she asked. He is going away." At this moment Kitty, radiant with pleasure because her mother had made the acquaintance of her unknown friend, came in from the spring. "See here, Kitty, your ardent desire to know Mademoiselle—" "Varenka," said the girl smilingly. "Every one calls me so." Kitty was flushed with delight, and without speaking long pressed her new friend's hand, which gave no answering pressure, but lay passive in hers. Her hand gave no answering pressure, but Mademoiselle Varenka's face shone with a quiet, joyous, though melancholy smile, which showed her large but handsome teeth. "I have been longing to know you," said she. "But you are so busy." "Oh, on the contrary, I haven't anything to do," replied Varenka, but at the same instant she had to leave her new acquaintances because two little Russian girls, the daughter of an invalid, ran to her. "Varenka, mamma is calling," they cried, and Varenka followed them. Chapter 31. Part 2, Chapter 32 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The particulars which the princess learned about Varenka's past life, and her relations with Madame Stahl, and about Madame Stahl herself, were as follows. Madame Stahl had always been a sickly and excitable woman, who was said by some to have tormented the life out of her husband, and by others to have been tormented by his unnatural behavior. After she was divorced from her husband, she gave birth to her first child, which did not live. And Madame Stahl's parents, knowing her sensitiveness, and fearing that the shock would kill her, substituted for the dead child the daughter of a court cook, born on the same night and in the same house at Petersburg. This was Varenka. Madame Stahl afterwards learned that the child was not her own, but continued to take charge of her, the more willingly as the true parents shortly after died. For more than 10 years Madame Stahl lived abroad, in the south, never leaving her bed. Some said that she was a woman who had made a public show of her piety and good works. Others said that she was at heart the most highly moral of women, and that she lived only for the good of her neighbor, that she was really what she pretended to be. No one knew whether she was Catholic, Protestant, or Orthodox. One thing alone was certain, that she had friendly relations with the high dignitaries of all the churches and of all communions. Varenka always lived with Madame Stahl abroad, and all who knew Madame Stahl knew Mademoiselle Varenka also, and loved her. When she had learned all the particulars, the princess found nothing objectionable in her daughter's acquaintance with Varenka, the more because Varenka had the most cultivated manners and a fine education. She spoke French and English admirably, and chief of all she brought from Madame Stahl her regrets that, owing to her illness, she was deprived of the pleasure of making the princess's acquaintance. After she had once made Varenka's acquaintance, Kitty became more and more attached to her friend, and each day discovered some new charm in her. The princess, having discovered that Varenka sang well, invited her to come and give them an evening of music. Kitty plays, and we have a piano, not a very good instrument, to be sure, but you would give us great pleasure, said the princess, with her hypocritical smile, which was displeasing to Kitty, especially as she knew that Varenka did not want to sing. But Varenka came that same evening and brought her music. The princess had invited Marya Yevgenyevna and her daughter and the colonel. Varenka seemed perfectly indifferent to the presence of these people, who were strangers to her, and she went to the piano without being urged. She could not accompany herself, but in singing she read the notes perfectly. Kitty, who played very well, accompanied her. "You have a remarkable talent," said the princess after the first song, which Varenka sang beautifully. Marya Yevgenyevna and her daughter added their compliments and their thanks. "See," said the colonel, looking out of the window, "what an audience you have attracted." In fact, a large number of people had gathered in front of the house. "I am very glad to have given you pleasure," said Varenka without affectation. Kitty looked at her friend proudly. She admired her art and her voice and her face, and, more than all, she was enthusiastic over the way in which Varenka made it evident that she took little account of her singing, and was perfectly indifferent to compliments. She simply seemed to say, "Shall I sing some more, or is that enough?" "If I were in your place, how proud I should be! How happy I should be to see that crowd under the window! But she seems perfectly unconscious of it. All that she seemed to want was not to refuse, but to please maman. What is there about her? What is it that gives her this power of indifference, this calmness and independence? How I should like to learn this of her, thought Kitty, as she looked into her peaceful face. The princess asked Varenka to sing again, and she sang this time as well as the first, with the same care and the same perfection, standing erect near the piano, and beating time with her thin brown hand. The next piece in her music roll was an Italian aria. Kitty played the introduction and looked at Varenka. "Let us not do that one," she said, blushing. Kitty, in alarm and wonder, fixed her eyes on Varenka's face. "Well, another one," she said, hastily turning the pages and somehow feeling an intuition that the Italian song brought back to her friend some painful association. "No," replied Varenka, putting her hand on the notes and smiling. "Let us sing this." And she sang it as calmly and coolly as the one before. After the singing was over, they all thanked her again and went out into the dining room to drink tea. Kitty and Varenka went down into the little garden next to the house. "You had some association with that song, did you not?" asked Kitty. "You need not tell me about it," she hastened to add. "Simply say, 'Yes, I have.'" "Why should I not tell you about it? Yes, there is an association," said Varenka calmly, and not waiting for Kitty to say anything. "And it is a painful one. I once loved a man, and used to sing that piece to him." Kitty, with wide open eyes, looked at Varenka meekly, but did not speak. "I loved him, and he loved me also, but his mother was unwilling, and he married some one else. He does not live very far from us now, and I sometimes see him. You didn't think that I also had my romance, did you?" And her face lighted up with a rare beauty and a fire such as Kitty imagined might have been habitual in other days. "Why shouldn't I have thought so? If I were a man I could never have loved any one else after knowing you," said Kitty. "What I cannot conceive is, that he was able to forget you, and make you unhappy for the sake of obeying his mother. He couldn't have had any heart." "Oh, no. He was an excellent man, and I am not unhappy. On the contrary, I am very happy. Well, shall we sing any more this evening?" she added, starting to go toward the house. "How good you are! How good you are!" cried Kitty, and stopping her, she kissed her. "If I could only be a bit like you!" "Why should you resemble any one else besides yourself? You are a good girl as you are," said Varenka, with her sweet and melancholy smile. "No, I am not good at all. Now, tell me, stay, let us sit down for a little while," said Kitty, drawing her down into a settee near by. "Tell me how it can be other than a pain to think of a man who has scorned your love, who has jilted you." "But no, he did not scorn it at all. I am sure that he loved me. But he was a dutiful son, and—" "Yes, but suppose it had not been for his mother's sake, but simply of his own free will," said Kitty, feeling that she was betraying her secret, and her face, glowing red with mortification, convicted her. "Then he would not have behaved honorably, and I should not mourn for him," replied Varenka, perceiving that the supposition concerned, not herself, but Kitty. "But the insult!" cried Kitty. "One cannot forgive the insult. It is impossible," said she, remembering her own look when the music stopped at the last ball. "Whose insult? You didn't act badly." "Worse than badly, shamefully." Varenka shook her head, and laid her hand on Kitty's. "Well, but why shamefully?" she asked. "You surely did not tell a man who showed indifference to you that you loved him?" "Certainly not. I never uttered a word. But he knew it. There are looks, there are ways. No, not if I lived 100 years should I ever forget it." "Now, what is it? I don't understand you. The question is solely this: do you love him now or not?" said Varenka, who liked to call things by their right names. "I hate him, but I cannot forgive myself." "But what for?" "The shame, the insult. Ah, if everyone were as sensitive as you! There is never a young girl who does not sometimes feel the same way. It is all such a trifling thing." "But what, then, is important?" asked Kitty, looking at Varenka with astonishment and curiosity. "Oh, many things are important," replied Varenka with a smile. "Yes, but what?" "Oh, there are many things more important," replied Varenka, not knowing what to say, but at that moment the voice of the princess was heard from the window. "Kitty, it is getting cool. Put on your shawl, or come in." "It is time to go," said Varenka, getting up. "I must go and see Madame Berthe. She asked me to come." Kitty held her by the hand, and her eyes, full of passionate, almost supplicating, curiosity, asked her: "What is it that is so important that can give you such calm? You know. Tell me." But Varenka did not understand the meaning of Kitty's look. She remembered only that she had still to go to see Madame Berthe, and to get home at midnight for tea with maman. She went back to the room, picked up her music, and, having said good night to all, started to go. "Allow me, I will escort you," said the colonel. "Certainly," said the princess. "How could you go home alone at night? I was going to send Parasha with you." Kitty saw that Varenka could hardly keep from smiling at the idea that she needed any one to go home with her. "No, I always go home alone, and nothing ever happens to me," said she, taking her hat, and after kissing Kitty again, though she did not tell her the one important thing, she hurried away with firm steps, her music roll under her arm, and disappeared in the semi-darkness of the summer's night, carrying with her her secret of "what is important," and what gave her her enviable calmness and dignity. Chapter 33. Part 2, Chapter 33 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Kitty also made Madame Stahl's acquaintance, and her relations with this lady and her friendship with Varenka had not only a powerful influence on her, but also soothed her grief. She found this consolation in the fact that, through this friendship, there opened before her an entirely new world, which had nothing in common with her past, a beautiful, supernal world, from the lofty heights of which she could look down calmly on her past. She discovered that this world, which was entirely apart from the instinctive life which she had hitherto led, was the spiritual life. This life was reached by religion, a religion which had nothing in common with the religion to which Kitty had been accustomed since infancy, a religion which consisted of going to morning and evening service, and to the House of Windows, where she met her acquaintances, or of learning by heart Slavonic texts with the parish priest. This was a lofty, mystic religion, united with the purest thoughts and feelings, and believed in not because one was commanded to do so, but through love. Kitty learned all this, but not by words. Madame Stahl talked to her as to a dear child whom she loved as the type of her own youth, and only once did she make any allusion to the consolation brought by faith and love for human sorrows, and to the compassion of Christ, who looked on no sorrows as insignificant, and she immediately changed the subject. But in all this lady's motions, in her words, in her heavenly looks, as Kitty called them, and, above all, in the story of her life, which she knew through Varenka, Kitty discovered the important thing, which till now had been but a sealed book to her. But, lofty as Madame Stahl's character was, touching as was her history, high-minded and affectionate her discourse, Kitty could not help noticing certain peculiarities which troubled her. One day, for example, when her relatives were mentioned, Madame Stahl smiled disdainfully. It was contrary to Christian charity. Another time Kitty noticed, when she met a Roman Catholic dignitary calling on her, that Madame Stahl kept her face carefully shaded by the curtain, and smiled peculiarly. Insignificant as these two incidents were, they gave her some pain, and caused her to doubt Madame Stahl's sincerity. Varenka, on the other hand, alone in the world, without family connections, without friends, hoping for naught, harboring no ill will after her bitter disappointment, seemed to her absolute perfection. Through Varenka she learned how to forget herself, and to love her neighbor, if she wanted to be happy, calm and good. And Kitty did wish this. And, when once she learned what was the important thing, Kitty was no longer willing simply to admire, but gave herself up with her whole heart to the new life which opened before her. After the stories which Varenka told her of Madame Stahl and others whom she named, Kitty drew up a plan for her coming life. She decided that, following the example of Aline, Madame Stahl's niece, whom Varenka often told her about, she would visit the unhappy, no matter where she might be living, and that she would aid them to the best of her ability, that she would distribute the Gospel, read the New Testament to the sick, to the dying, to criminals. The thought of reading the New Testament to criminals, as this Aline had done, especially appealed to Kitty. But she indulged in these dreams secretly, without telling them to her mother or even to her friend. However, while she was waiting to be able to carry out her schemes on a wider scale, it was easy for Kitty to put her new principles in practice at the Waters, and even then and there at the Spa, where the sick and unhappy are easily found, and she did as Varenka did. The princess swiftly noticed that Kitty had fallen under the powerful influence of her engagement with Madame Stahl, as she called it, and particularly with Varenka. She saw that Kitty imitated Varenka, not only in her deeds of charity, but even in her gait, in her speech, in her way of shutting her eyes. Later she discovered that her daughter was passing through a sort of crisis of the soul quite independent of the influence of her friends. The princess saw that Kitty was reading the Gospels evenings in a French Testament loaned her by Madame Stahl, a thing which she had never done before. She also noticed that she avoided her society friends, and gave her time to the sick under Varenka's care, and particularly to the poor family of a sick painter named Petrov. Kitty seemed proud to fill, in this household, the functions of a sister of charity. All this was very good, and the princess had no fault to find with it, and opposed it all the less from the fact that Petrov's wife was a woman of good family, and that one day the Fürstin, noticing Kitty's charitable activity, had praised her and called her the ministering angel. All would have been very good if it had not been carried to excess. But the princess saw that her daughter was going to extremes, so she spoke to her about it. Il ne faut rien outré. One must never go to extremes, she said to her. But her daughter made no reply. She only questioned from the bottom of her heart whether one could ever talk about going to extremes in the matter of religion. How could there be any possibility of extremes in following the teachings which bid you offer your left cheek when the right has been struck, and to give your shirt when your cloak is taken from you? But the princess was displeased with this tendency to exaggeration, and she was still more displeased to feel that Kitty was unwilling to open her heart to her. In point of fact, Kitty kept secret from her mother her new views and feelings. She kept them secret, not because she lacked affection or respect for her mother, but simply because she was her mother. It would have been easier to confess them to a stranger than to her mother. "It is a long time since Anna Pavlovna has been to see us," said the princess one day, speaking of Madame Petrov. "I invited her to come, but she seems offended." "No, I don't think so, maman," replied Kitty, with a guilty look. "You have not been with her lately, have you?" "We plan to walk on the mountain for tomorrow," said Kitty. "I see no objection," replied the princess, noticing her daughter's confusion and trying to fathom the reason. That same day Varenka came to dinner and announced that Anna Pavlovna had given up the proposed expedition. The princess noticed that Kitty again blushed. "Kitty, has there been anything unpleasant between you and the Petrovs?" she asked, as soon as they were alone. "Why have they ceased to send their children, or to come themselves?" Kitty replied that nothing had happened, and that she really did not understand why Anna Pavlovna seemed to be angry with her, and she told the truth. She did not know the reasons for the change in Madame Petrov, but she suspected them, and thus also she suspected a thing which she dared not to confess, even to herself, still less to her mother. This was one of those things which you know, but which are impossible to speak, even to yourself, so humiliating and painful would it be if you are mistaken. Again and again she passed in review all the memories of her relations with this family. She remembered the innocent joy which shone on Anna Pavlovna's honest, round face when they first met. She remembered their secret discussions to find means to distract the invalid and keep him from the forbidden work, and to get him out of doors, the attachment of the youngest child, who called her Moya Kitty, and would not go to bed without her. How beautiful everything was at that time! Then she remembered Petrov's thin face, his long neck stretching out from his brown coat, his thin curly hair, his blue eyes with their questioning look, which she had feared at first, his painful efforts to seem lively and energetic when she was near. She recalled the effort that she had to make at first to overcome the repugnance which he, as well as all consumptives, caused her to feel, and the trouble which she had in finding something to talk with him about. She remembered the sick man's humble and timid looks when he saw her, and the strange feeling of compassion and awkwardness which came over her at first, followed by the pleasant consciousness of her charitable deeds. How lovely it had all been, but it lasted only for a brief moment. Now, and for several days, there had been a sudden change. Anna Pavlovna received Kitty with pretended friendliness, and did not cease to watch her and her husband. Could it be that the invalid's pathetic joy at the sight of her was the cause of Anna Pavlovna's coolness? Yes, she said to herself, there was something unnatural and quite different from her ordinary sweet temper when she said to me day before yesterday, sharply, "There, he will not do anything without you. He would not even take his coffee, though he is awfully faint." Yes, perhaps it was not agreeable to her when I gave him his plaid. It was such a simple thing to do, but he seemed so strange, and thanked me so warmly, that I felt ill at ease. And then that portrait of me which he painted so well, but above all his gentle and melancholy look. Yes, yes, it must be so, Kitty repeated with horror. No, it cannot be, it must not be. He is to be pitied so, she added in her secret heart. This suspicion poisoned the pleasure of her new life. End of chapter 33. Part 2, Chapter 34 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Just before their season at the spa was over, Prince Shtcherbatsky rejoined them. He had been to Carlsbad, to Baden, and to Kissingen with Russian friends, to get a breath of Russian air, as he expressed it. The prince and princess had conflicting ideas in regard to living abroad. The princess thought that everything was lovely, and notwithstanding her assured position in Russian society, while she was abroad she put on the airs of a European lady, which she was not, for she was in every way a genuine Russian barunya. The prince, on the other hand, considered everything abroad detestable, and the European life unendurable, and he even exaggerated his Russian characteristics, and tried to be less of a European than he really was. He came back emaciated and with drooping sacks under his eyes, but in the happiest spirits, and his happy frame of mind was still further enhanced when he found that Kitty was on the road to health. The accounts that he heard of Kitty's intimacy with Madame Stahl and Varenka, and the princess's description of the moral transformation through which his daughter was passing, rather vexed the prince, awakening in him that feeling of jealousy which he always had in regard to everything that might draw Kitty away from under his influence. He was afraid that she might ascend to regions unattainable to him. But these disagreeable presentiments were swallowed up in the sea of gaiety and good humor which he always carried with him, and which his sojourn at Carlsbad had increased. The day after his arrival, the prince, in his long paletot, and with his Russian wrinkles and his puffy cheeks standing out above his stiffly starched collar, went in the very best of spirits with Kitty to the spring. The morning was beautiful. The neat, gay houses, with their little gardens, the sight of the German servants, with their red faces and red arms, happily working, the brilliant sun, everything filled the heart with pleasure. But as they came nearer the spring they met more and more invalids, whose lamentable appearance contrasted painfully with the trim and beneficent German surroundings. For Kitty the bright sunlight, the vivid green of the trees, the sounds of the music, all formed a natural framework for these well-known faces, whose changes for better or worse she had been watching. But for the prince there was something cruel in the contrast between this bright June morning, the orchestra playing the latest waltz, and especially the sight of these healthy-looking servants, and the miserable invalids, from all corners of Europe, dragging themselves painfully along. In spite of the return of his youth which the prince experienced, and the pride that he felt in having his favourite daughter on his arm, he confessed to a sense of shame and awkwardness in walking along with his firm step and his vigorous limbs. Introduce me to your new friends," said he to his daughter, pressing her arm with his elbow. "I am beginning to like your abominable Soden for the good which it has done you. Only it is melancholy for you. Who is this?" Kitty told the names of the acquaintances and strangers that they met on their way. At the very entrance of the garden they met Madame Berthe and her companion, and the prince was pleased to see the expression of joy on the old Frenchwoman's face at the sound of Kitty's voice. With true French exaggeration, she immediately overwhelmed the prince with compliments, congratulating him on having such a charming daughter, whose merits she praised to the skies, declaring to her face that she was a treasure, a pearl, a ministering angel. "Well, she must be angel number 2, said the prince gallantly, "for she calls Mademoiselle Varenka angel number 1. "Oh, Mademoiselle Varenka is truly an angel, à l'aise," said Madame Berthe vivaciously. They met Varenka herself in the gallery. She hastened up to them carrying an elegant red bag. "Here's papa," said Kitty. Varenka made the prince a simple and natural salutation, almost like a curtsy, and without any false modesty immediately entered into conversation with him, as she conversed with everyone, without restraint or affectation. "Of course I know you very well already," said the prince, with a pleasant expression that made Kitty see that her friend pleased her father. "Where were you going so fast?" "Maman is here," she replied, turning to Kitty. "She did not sleep all night, and the doctor advised her to take the air. I have brought her work." "So that is angel number 1," said the prince, when Varenka had gone. Kitty saw that he intended to rally her about her friend, but he refrained because her friend had pleased him. "Well, let us go and see them all," said he. "All your friends, even Madame Stahl, if she will deign to remember me." "But did you ever know her, papa?" asked Kitty, with fear, as she saw an ironical flash in her father's eyes as he mentioned Madame Stahl. "I knew her husband, and I knew her a little, before she joined the Pietists." "What are Pietists, papa?" asked Kitty, troubled because such a nickname was given to what in Madame Stahl she valued so highly. "I myself do not know much about them. I only know this, that she thanks God for everything, even for her tribulations, and, above all, she thanks God because her husband is dead. Now, that is comical, because they did not live happily together. But who is that? What a melancholy face," he added, seeing an invalid sitting in a shop in cinnamon-coloured paletot, with white pantaloons making strange folds around his emaciated legs. This gentleman had raised his straw hat, and bared his sparse curly hair and high sickly forehead, on which showed the red line made by the brim. "That is Petrov, a painter," replied Kitty, with a blush. "And there is his wife," she added, indicating Anna Pavlovna, who, at their approach, had evidently made the excuse of running after the children playing in the street. "Poor fellow, and what a pleasant face he has," said the prince. "But why did you not go to him? He seemed anxious to speak to you." "Well, let us go back to him," said Kitty, resolutely turning about. "How do you feel to-day?" she asked of Petrov. Petrov arose, leaning on his cane, and looked timidly at the prince. "This is my daughter," said the prince. "Allow me to make your acquaintance." The painter bowed and smiled, showing teeth of strangely dazzling whiteness. "We expected you yesterday, princess," he said to Kitty. He staggered as he spoke, and to conceal the fact that it was involuntary, he repeated the motion. "I expected to come, but Varenka told me that Anna Pavlovna sent word that you were not going." "That we weren't going?" said Petrov, troubled, and beginning to cough. Then, looking toward his wife, he called hoarsely, "Annetta! Annetta!" while the great veins on his thin white neck stood out like cords. Anna Pavlovna drew near. "How did you send word to the princess that we were not going?" he demanded angrily, in a whisper. "Good morning, princess," said Anna Pavlovna, with a constrained smile, totally different from her former effusiveness. "Very glad to make your acquaintance," she added, addressing the prince. "You have been long expected, prince." "How could you have sent word to the princess that we were not going?" again demanded the painter, in his hoarse whisper, and still more irritated because he could not express himself as he wished. "Oh, good heavens! I thought that they were not going," said his wife testily. "How? When?" He coughed and made a gesture of despair with his hand. The prince raised his hat and went away with his daughter. "Oh, ugh!" he said with a deep sigh. "Oh, these poor creatures!" "Yes, papa," said Kitty, "and you must know that they have 3 children, and no servant, and almost no means. He receives a pittance from the Academy," she continued eagerly, so as to conceal the emotion caused by the strange change in Anna Pavlovna in her behavior to her. "Ah, there is Madame Stahl," said Kitty, directing his attention to a wheeled chair, in which was lying a human form, wrapped in gray and blue, propped up by pillows and shaded by an umbrella. It was Madame Stahl. A solid and sturdy German laborer was pushing her chair. Beside her walked a light-complexioned Swedish count, whom Kitty knew by sight. Several people had stopped near the wheeled chair, and were gazing at this lady as if she were some curiosity. The prince approached her, and Kitty instantly noticed in her father's eyes that ironical gleam which had troubled her before. He went up to Madame Stahl and addressed her in that excellent French which so few Russians nowadays are able to speak, and was extremely polite and friendly. "I do not know whether you still recollect me, but it is my duty to bring myself to your remembrance, in order that I may thank you for your kindness to my daughter," said he, taking off his hat and holding it in his hand. "Prince Alexander Shtcherbatsky," said Madame Stahl, looking at him with her heavenly eyes, in which Kitty detected a shade of dissatisfaction. "I am very glad to see you. I love your daughter so." "Your health is not always good." "Oh, I am pretty well used to it now," replied Madame Stahl, and she presented the prince to the Swedish count. "You have changed very little," said the prince to her, "during the 10 or 12 years since I had the honor of seeing you." "Yes, God gives the cross and gives also the power to carry it. I often ask myself why my life is so prolonged." "Not like that," she said crossly to Varenka, who had not succeeded in putting her plaid over her shoulders to her satisfaction. "For doing good, without doubt," said the prince, with laughing eyes. "It is not for us to judge," replied Madame Stahl, observing the gleam of irony in the prince's face. "I pray you send me that book, dear count. I will thank you 1,000 times," said she, turning to the young Swede. "Ah!" cried the prince, who had just caught sight of the Muscovite colonel standing near, and bowing to Madame Stahl, he went away with his daughter and the Muscovite colonel, who had joined him. "This is our aristocracy, prince," said the colonel with sarcastic intent, for he also was piqued because Madame Stahl refused to be friendly. "Always the same," replied the prince. "Did you know her before her illness, prince? That is, before she became an invalid?" "Yes, she became an invalid after I knew her." "They say that she has not walked for 10 years." "She does not walk because one leg is shorter than the other. She was very badly put together." "Papa, it is impossible!" cried Kitty. "Evil tongues say so, my dear, and your friend Varenka ought to see her as she is. Oh, these invalid ladies!" "Oh, no, papa, I assure you, Varenka adores her," cried Kitty eagerly. "And besides, she does so much good. Ask anyone you please. Everyone knows her, Eneline Stahl." "Maybe," replied her father, pressing her arm gently. "But it would be better when people do such things that no one should know about it." Kitty was silent, not because she had nothing to say, but she was unwilling to reveal her inmost thoughts even to her father. There was one strange thing, however, decided though she was not yet to unbosom to her father, not to let him penetrate into the sanctuary of her reflections. she nevertheless was conscious that her ideal of holiness, as seen in Madame Stahl, which she had for a whole month carried in her soul, had irrevocably disappeared, as a face seen in a garment thrown down by chance disappears when one really sees how the garment is lying. She retained only the image of a lame woman who, because she was deformed, stayed in bed, and who tormented the patient Varenka because she did not arrange her plaid to suit her. And it became impossible for her imagination to bring back to her the remembrance of the former Madame Stahl. Chapter 34. Part 2, Chapter 35 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. The prince's gaiety and good humor were contagious. His household and acquaintances, and even their German landlord, felt it. When he came in with Kitty from the Springs, the prince invited the colonel, Marya Yevgenyevna and her daughter, and Varenka to luncheon, and had the table and chairs brought out under the chestnut trees in the garden, and there the guests were served. The landlord and his domestics were filled with zeal under the influence of his good spirits. They knew his generosity, and before half an hour was over a sick Hamburg doctor, who had rooms on the upper floor, was looking down with envy on the happy group of hearty Russians sitting under the chestnut trees. Under the flickering shade of the sun-flecked leaves sat the princess, in a bonnet trimmed with lilac ribbons, presiding over the table spread with a white cloth, whereon were placed the coffee service, the bread, butter, cheese, and cold game, and she was distributing cups and tarts. At the other end of the table sat the prince, eating with good appetite, and talking with great animation. He had spread out in front of him his purchases, carved boxes, jackstraws, paper cutters of all kinds, which he had brought back from all the places where he had been, and he was distributing them around to all, including Lieschen, the maid, and the landlord, with whom he joked in his comically bad German, assuring him that it was not the waters that had cured Kitty, but his excellent cuisine, and particularly his prune soup. The princess laughed at her husband for his Russian peculiarities, but never, since she had been at the spa, had she been so gay and lively. The colonel, as always, was amused at the prince's jests, but he agreed with the princess on the European question, which he imagined that he understood thoroughly. The good Marya Yevgenyevna laughed at every good thing that the prince said, and even Varenka, to Kitty's great astonishment, laughed till she was tired, with undemonstrative but infectious hilarity awakened by the prince's jests. This was something Kitty had never known to happen before. All this delighted Kitty, but she could not free herself from mental agitation. She could not resolve the problem which her father had unintentionally given her by his jesting, humorous attitude toward her friends and the life which offered her so many attractions. Moreover, she could not help puzzling herself with the reasons for the change in her relations with the Petrovs, which had struck her that day so plainly and disagreeably. All the rest were gay, but Kitty could not be gay, and this still more annoyed her. She experienced a feeling analogous to that which she had known in her childhood, when, as a punishment for some offense, she was shut up in her room and heard the gay merriment of her sisters. "Now, why did you purchase this heap of things?" asked the princess, smiling and offering her husband a cup of coffee. "You go out for a walk. Well, and you come to a shop, and they address you and say, 'Erlaucht, Excellenz, Durchlaucht.' When they say Durchlaucht, I cannot resist any longer, and my $10 vanish." "It was merely because you were bored," said the princess. "Certainly I was bored. It was ennui which one does not know how to escape from." "But how can you be bored? There are so many interesting things to see in Germany now," said Marya Yevgenyevna. "Yes, I know all which is interesting just at the present time. I know soup with prunes. I know pea pudding. I know everything." "Just as you please, prince. But their institutions are interesting," said the colonel. "Yes, but what is there interesting about them? They are as contented as copper kopecks. They have whipped the world. Now why should I find anything to content me here? I never conquered anybody, but I have to take off my boots myself, and, what is worse, I put them out myself in the corridor. In the morning I get up and have to dress myself and go down to the dining-room and drink execrable tea. 'Tisn't like that at home. There you can get up when you please. If you are out of sorts, you can grumble. You have all the time you need for remembering things, and you can do whatever you please without hurrying." "But time is money. You forget that," said the colonel. "That depends. There are whole months which you would sell for 50 kopecks, and half-hours which you would not give any amount of money for. Isn't that so, Kitenka? But why are you so solemn?" "I am not, papa." "Where are you going? Stay a little longer," said the prince to Varenka. "But I must go home," said Varenka, rising and laughing gaily again. After she had excused herself, she took leave of her friends and went into the house to get her hat. Kitty followed her. Even Varenka seemed to her friend changed. She was not less good, but she was different from what she had imagined her to be. "Ah, it is such a long time since I have laughed so much," said Varenka, as she was getting her parasol and her satchel. "How charming your papa is!" Kitty did not answer. "When shall I see you again?" asked Varenka. "Maman wanted to go to the Petrovs'. Are you going to be there?" asked Kitty, trying to sound Varenka. "I'm going to be there," she replied. "They are expecting to leave, and I promised to help them pack." "Well, then I will go with you." "No. Why should you?" "Why not?" "Why not?" "Why not?" asked Kitty, opening her eyes very well and holding Varenka by her sunshade. "Wait a moment, and tell me why not." "Why not? Because your papa has come, and because they are vexed at you." "No, tell me honestly why you don't like to have me go to the Petrovs'. You don't like it. Why is it?" "I didn't say so," replied Varenka calmly. "I beg you to tell me." "Must I tell you all?" "All, all," replied Kitty. "Well, there's really nothing very serious. Only Mikhail Alexeyevitch, that was Petrov's name, a short time ago wanted to leave even before this, and now he does not want to go at all," replied Varenka, smiling. "Well, well," cried Kitty, looking at Varenka with a gloomy expression. "Now for some reason Anna Pavlovna imagines that he does not want to go because you are here. Of course this was unfortunate, but you have been the unwitting cause of a family quarrel, and you know how irritable these invalids are." Kitty grew still more melancholy and kept silent, and Varenka went on speaking, trying to smooth it over, and put things in a better light, though she foresaw that the result would be either tears or reproaches, she knew not which. "So it is better for you not to go there, and you will not be angry." "But it was my fault! It was my fault!" said Kitty, speaking rapidly and snatching Varenka's parasol away from her, and not looking at her. Varenka was amused at her friend's childish anger, but she was afraid of offending her. "How is it your fault? I don't understand." "My fault because it was all pretense, it was all hypocrisy, and because it did not come from the heart. What business had I to meddle in the affairs of a stranger? And so I have been the cause of a quarrel, and I have been doing what no one asked me to do, simply because it was all hypocrisy. Hypocrisy!" said she. "But why do you call it hypocrisy?" asked Varenka gently. "Oh, how stupid! How wretched! It was none of my business. Hypocrisy!" mechanically opening and shutting the sunshade. "But it was your idea?" "'Twas to seem better to others, to myself, to God, to deceive everyone. No, I will not fall so low again. I may be wicked, but at least I will not be a liar and deceiver." "But who is a liar?" asked Varenka in a reproachful tone. "You speak as if—" But Kitty was thoroughly angry and did not let her finish. "I am not speaking of you, not of you at all. You are perfection. Yes, yes, I know that you are all perfection. How can I help it? I am wicked. This would not have occurred if I had not been wicked. So let me be what I am, but I will not be deceitful. What have I to do with Anna Pavlovna? Let them live as they want to, and I will do the same. I can't be somebody else. Besides, everything is different." "What is different?" asked Varenka in perplexity. "Everything. I can only live by my heart, but you live by your principles. I like you all, but you have had in view only to save me. to convert me." "You are not fair," said Varenka. "I'm not speaking for other people. I only speak for myself." "Kitty!" cried her mother's voice. "Come here and show papa your corals." Kitty, with a haughty face and not making it up with her friend, took the box with the corals from the table and carried it to her mother. "What is the matter? Why are you so flushed?" asked her father and mother with one voice. "Nothing. I'm coming right back." And she hurried back to the house. "She's still there," she thought. "What shall I tell her? Bozhe moi! What have I done? What have I said? Why did I hurt her feelings? What have I done? What shall I say to her?" she asked herself as she hesitated at the door. Varenka, with her hat on and her parasol in her hand, was sitting by the table, examining the spring which Kitty had broken. She raised her head. "Varenka, forgive me," whispered Kitty, coming up to her. "Forgive me. I don't know what I said. "Truly, I did not mean to cause you pain," said Varenka, smiling. Peace was made. But her father's coming had changed for Kitty the whole world in which she lived. She did not give up what she had learned, but she confessed that she had been under an illusion, by believing that she was what she had dreamed of being. She awoke, as it were, from a dream. She felt all the difficulty of staying without hypocrisy and boastfulness on the heights to which she had tried to raise herself. Moreover, she felt still more vividly all the weight of that world of misfortunes, of illnesses, of those who surrounded her, and she was tormented by the efforts which she had made to interest herself in them. And she began to long to breathe the pure, healthier atmosphere of Russia at Yergushovo, where Dolly and the children had gone, as she learned from a letter that had just come. But her love for Varenka had not diminished. When she went away, she begged her to come and visit them in Russia. "I will come when you are married," said she. "I shall never marry." "Well, then I shall never come." "Well, in that case I shall get married only for your sake. Don't forget your promise," said Kitty. The doctor's prophecies were realized. Kitty came home to Russia perfectly well. Possibly she was not as gay and careless as before, but her calmness was restored. The pains of the past were only a memory. End of chapter 35. And end of part 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle.